fucking...
Hi, everybody. How we doing? Witchy looks all comfy, cozy. You're way down at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, I got the laptop set up a little bit on a high table. I'm sitting in my papasan chair.
Oh, those can get nice and cozy. Just don't try to sleep in one.
Oh, I fall asleep in it all the time.
Every time I've ever fallen asleep in one, I wake up going, "Oh, oh."
Well, I feel that way anytime I sleep anywhere other than my bed anymore. I'm old.
Fair. Getting old is a pain in the ass.
Sure beats the alternative, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Think about what the alternative would be. If you didn't get old, you had to die. So, I'll be in here for now.
Or stay young forever. And quite honestly, I wouldn't even want to really do that, because I think that as we age, we learn so much, right? And that kind of changes our perception of things. And I prefer being more knowledgeable and, having the wisdom that I've gained over the years. And I'm okay with getting old. It's fine with me. I care about things a lot less now that I'm older. And that's nice, I think. What's up, Sasquatch? P. Fletch. Good to see you, gentlemen. Les Mitchell, welcome. Good to see you, sir. I've been wanting to review this debate ever since I saw that it had happened. So I'm really excited that we're getting to do that finally. There's been so much going on that I haven't had time for a lot of stuff. My garden is screaming at me right now. So are my chickens. So is my kid. My daughter's going to be home from Africa in like 6 days. So
well, you've been wanting to do this review like 2 weeks now. You've asked me a couple times, and we think we're going to get it, and then one of us can't make it,
or something else comes up that it's like, no, you got to do this instead. And it's like, but I just want to watch the feminism debate. And I want to, I will say Rachel Wilson, she's a good debater. I enjoy her. She puts on a really good show. I don't have as much hatred for Not So Erudite as a lot of other people seem to have. So, I mean,
it's so funny that you're like all respectful of the Wilson chick, and I put, for my stream title, it said Wilson's Tramps views on feminism. And I did that on purpose because, like, she's no better than the rest of us. She's divorced. They have kids from previous marriages, and they want to sit on their high horse pointing at single mothers as if they're the bane of the world's existence and all that. So I thought I'd be snarky.
No, and I can back that up. And honestly, I mean, I've met Rachel. I've spoken to her a bit. And she really surprised me, because for everything that I had been watching the Crucible for like 2.5 years before I met Rachel, right? And she was not what I was expecting at all. She really is. She's a boss babe. She runs the show for sure. And you know how women, like, we have, whether or not anyone wants to admit it, there is a hierarchy within female relationships. And not even female relationships, just it, you can be strangers and there's still that hierarchy that falls into place of, who's the alpha female in the group. And
It's so weird because my daughter's girlfriend, the
mhm,
mom, is a little not stable, right?
uh yeah.
But so I come from a mostly Hispanic, predominantly Hispanic area, and the Hispanic women here tend to like either really hate white women and come at
Mm.
them violently or defer to them. And this one, she like when she gets around me, it's like her boss came into the room. Like her whole temperament changes. It's like, and I have never done anything to like create that, but you're right. Men do it too, but I think it's less so than women. There tends to be like, you know, like on Mean Girls, or the Heathers.
That's what
There's
I was gonna say. Is
one in the
really,
middle and the two to the side.
yep, and it really does go that way. And Rachel is most definitely, she's one of the mean girls. She just is. She has that kind of personality where, it's one of those things where they can be saying something nice to you, but then the longer you think about it, the more you see the insult that's buried in between the smile and, you know.
It's a joke my dad told me when I was a kid about these Southern women sitting around a table. And the one woman goes, "Well, my husband, he gave me that pretty Cadillac out there when I gave him our first son." And the other
Hmm.
one's like, "Well, my husband gave me this pretty ranch house you're sitting in when I gave him our first son." And they look to the new girl. They're like, "You just gave your husband his first son. What did he get you?" And, "Oh, he sent me to finishing school, honey." And they're like, "What? Why would he send a married woman to finishing school?" "Oh, so I could say, 'Isn't that nice?' instead of 'fuck you.'"
Right.
Oh, I forgot. The girl said, "Oh, isn't that nice?" every time they mention what they got.
Hmm.
At the end, she's like, "It's so I could say, 'Isn't that nice?' instead of 'fuck you.'"
Yeah. Yeah, and like bless your heart,
Uh huh.
and that's something that I always really pushed with my girls was you need to learn. I always called it bitchcraft. You need to learn your bitchcraft. Okay, you should be able to tell somebody that they're a fucking piece of shit and do it with a smile on your face and in words that are not even related to that, and they have to figure it out later on when they're sitting down dissecting the interaction that they had with you. Um,
Oh yeah, Rachel is definitely one of those who's got the bitchcraft. I won't even argue that. Like, I'll claim her as one of our own. The problem is she doesn't want to fucking be one of us.
no, and that's the thing. She doesn't. She doesn't. The idea that like the sisterhood, I can agree. There are like toxic sisterhoods where they lie to each other and they pump each other up in situations where they really, really should not be doing so. But then there are healthy female groups and female interactions where like and you see this like with matrons back in the old days and the way that they interacted with the younger women within their church community, where they raised them up and prepared them for everything they were going to have to deal with within their marriage, with being a mother, all of that, right? And when there were problems with the husband, when there was a fight and they didn't, when the younger women didn't know how to handle it, they had that safe place to go to with the older women to counsel them, right? But now the idea of like,
Me and Rachel Wilson are going to agree in this debate a lot because I blame feminism for exactly what you're talking about.
mhm,
We eliminated the idea of self-policing, but in both genders. It's gotten to the
yes,
point where we look to the state to police our mannerisms and our behaviors instead of each other in society.
mhm,
Like, most people don't even go to church. Did you know that? Even the ones who claim Christian. But even in the churches, you won't see the same thing of the matronly woman who's there every Sunday going up to a young lady and saying, "Honey, maybe next week, if you need some help, we can hem a couple inches on the bottom of your skirt, or
Right.
you know, or I love your artwork, but should we be displaying it in the house of God? They won't do that anymore.
Yeah.
They won't. Men won't either, though. Like, it used to be, if men were slacking, like say you had a child and you weren't taking care of that kid, and the community's being forced to help your wife out more than you are, the community would come together and kick you on your ass.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
The men would be like, the fuck you doing down at the bar again? You need to get your ass home. My wife had to send dinner for your kid 2 nights in a row. What the fuck are you doing at the bar? They would do that,
Exactly.
but we don't anymore. We leave it up to the government. And this is, as much as I find her hypocrisy appalling, I agree with Rachel Wilson probably 80% of the way, especially when it comes to this debate. And I know you've probably seen it already, and I've seen it reviewed a
No,
couple
I haven't.
times. Oh,
I've been
so I've
waiting.
seen some of this, and though I agree with her, I don't like her methods, and we'll talk about that later. But this is where debating really has changed with this internet debate scene, and we'll get into that whenever you're ready to pull it up.
Awesome. Yep. I'm going to get it pulled up right now. Real quick. GT, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, I don't mind not so bad either. I don't have any vitriol towards her.
Don't know
Lawrence,
who she is.
she was very tight with Destiny once upon a time.
I don't
And
really know Destiny either. See, here's a lucky thing about this is I don't have all the lore. So I get to look at this. Like, the only lore I know for sure on this debate is that Rachel wants to say that feminism is evil, and yet the things that have benefited her life from it shouldn't be given to other people. That's all. Like, me and her will agree 90% of the time about how feminism has messed up our society because of
yeah.
reasons. But that's the only lore I have to this, is having seen her be a strong, independent woman who don't take no shit from no one, and makes her
Yeah.
own money and writes her own books and raises her fucking kids. Like, she's a badass, and I love it. But she almost
Don't say that too
self-hates
loud.
over it.
She'll freak out.
Like I said, she almost self-hates over it. It's like black people who hate other black people.
And that's the thing. She wants to be seen as this good submissive wife who gives every penny she makes directly to her husband, and is totally anti-feminism. Be quiet, you're fine. And really everything that she pokes at other women about are things that she can own herself. And I don't see why. Like, if your children are grown and independent and do not need you so much, and you have that extra time to write a book and become an author, or to do shit for yourself and whatnot, I don't see the problem with that. I don't see that as feminism taking over you or your household, or you being a feminist. Same
Yeah,
thing.
like I said, I didn't call her a feminist. I just said she's a
Right.
badass bitch. And that feminism, the early stages of it, gave her the right to be one.
Exactly. But the thing is, she would see it, like, if we were going through and listing all of that stuff about me, I would automatically be called a feminist. Same
yeah,
thing.
I get
I'm way too outspoken. Must make me a feminist. I believe that within a marriage, I should be able to talk to my husband about scripture and go back and forth with him about, this is why I think it's like this. What do you think? And actually kind of give some challenge and pushback, so that my understanding can grow and evolve and be clear, rather than just I'm supposed to sit down and ask one question and then be silent and take it for whatever I'm told. What's the word? Oh my gosh. Oh, somebody in the chat help me.
demure.
Women who give too much pushback. not contentious. Maybe it is contentious. There's a word for it. No, I'm blanking on it, but whatever. I'm not a feminist, and it's that simple.
But
Um,
I'm not a feminist either, and they call me one because
Me too.
they'll say reasons. But I mean, at the same time, they tell me I'm like antinatalist when I have 5 kids. So
Right. I have had to freaking stick up for you so many times and be like, no, she does not want to kill children. It's what she said is being taken out of context. That's go watch it, please. Watch it, and understand for yourself that's not what she is saying.
well,
Um,
let's see. You want to get into this? It's a
yes.
pretty long debate, isn't it? It's like over an hour
I think
long.
it's only an hour and a half, but we'll probably run through it pretty quick. Should we drop the link now, or should we get started and then maybe invite some people up? How do we want to do this?
I really don't care how you want to do it. I don't know if you want like an open panel discussion of this, if you and I want to discuss it and leave them all in the peanut gallery for a while. I think a good idea is a little bit of a grift here. So Beth and I
Yeah,
are going to review this nice debate. And if you'd like to get your opinion heard up on the stage, let's set a goal. I don't know, $30 and we open the panel.
that is a brilliant idea.
And it doesn't
I
have to be from one person, but $30 total and we open the panel. That's my idea.
I think that's a fabulous idea. You guys heard it right here. You want me to open up that panel? Um, get that 30 bucks in. Oh, where's all my notes? Where is everything? I've lost stuff. It's all over the place. Um,
So just real quick to say hi to some people coming in from my chat. Hi, Nudie. Hi, Goody.
I got more too. Hi, Joseph. Good to see you. Or at Avil. I'm sorry, I dead named you. My bad, homie. It's good to see you. One Defend. Welcome, my dear. It's good to see you as always. Also, and Jason Gadet. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing
Oh, you know
well.
Goody? You know Goody? Goody's awesome. I call him
Yeah.
Goody because everybody would call him mispronounce his name instead of it's Godet, right? Because it's French, Jason Godet, and everybody would call him Godet or Godet, and so I just call him Goody.
Well, welcome. Good to see you. And yes, I know him back from old 10th Man days.
Yes, he definitely was at 10th quite a bit. Goody's a regular on panels.
All right, we got our sound on. Let's get to it. First off, oops, am I too far in? I am, huh? How about we actually go to where it starts, Beth? DebateCon.
Check out Roar and Main First Project at the back table there. And with that, we're going to get into our debate. If you haven't already, please do silence your phones so there are no distractions. Also, for our debate, is feminism doing more good or more harm? I'm going to start by introducing Rachel, as she will go first. Rachel Wilson is an author and cultural commentator whose fearless research challenges conventional narratives about feminism, women, and family. Please join me in welcoming Rachel Wilson.
There we go. That's better.
Okay, pause real quick. I have one criticism right from the start.
Yes.
Are not the Wilsons the hosts of this entire event?
No, they are not. It's modern day debate. Now in Nashville, the Crucible definitely stepped up and put in a lot of extra work, and for that they got Andrew Wilson got 50% of all ticket sales. I'm not sure if it was the same way in Dallas.
So I mean, just from my point of view, if you're profiting off of the event, you shouldn't be competing in it. I just wanted that out from the beginning. It has nothing to do with Rachel and Andrew. It has to do with like even Easy and all of these other fuckers. It has to do with the idea that if you're profiting off of the program, you shouldn't be participating in it.
I agree.
Not in this way, I mean.
Grid 1 is that way.
Competing.
Grid won't debate on his own debate show because, there is money on the table to win. So I agree with you completely. But I'm not sure if it was the same way in Dallas. I would assume so. I know that the Wilsons are very close with the modern day debate. I will get their link out there after the stream. Everybody make sure that you like and subscribe to Modern Day Debate. They put on some really good shows, some really good lineups.
You worry about playing the video, I'll find. You said it's Modern Day Debate?
Yes.
I will find their link and pop it out there.
Thank you, my dear. You're awesome.
And on your left, we are pleased to welcome Kyla, also known as Not So Erudite. She is a thoughtful commentator who brings psychology, social science, and careful analysis to debates about gender and culture. Please join me in welcoming Not So Erudite.
He's lost a lot of weight, by the way.
All right, I am setting the timer for 5 minutes. One last thank you to
she's a pretty
our
woman.
sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine. Check that
She is very pretty.
out in the description box below. And with that, I have the timer set for you,
she
Rachel.
is very
The
pretty,
floor
but
is
she's
all
lost
yours
too
for
much
5
weight.
minutes.
I think she doesn't look as healthy as she
She's
used to.
okay with 7 minutes. I probably won't need the
All right.
full 7, but just thought I would let you know that. I'm
You-
probably just going to go a pinch over 5.
You got it.
Agrilapolis, good to see
All
you,
right,
sir.
so is feminism doing more harm than good? I'm going to say, of course, that I think it's doing more harm. Let's take a brief review of what we've gotten so far from feminism and its 6 pillars of propaganda. So feminism inverted the Western social order in roughly 1 century through its 6 primary pillars and a 7th that I'm going to introduce to you today. We've got sexual liberation, abortion, vilification of men, no-fault divorce, demonization of tradition, and either rejection or reinvention of Christianity. Tonight, I'm going to focus on the measurable results of these pillars and introduce the 7th, what I call the she-economy. So if we look at family structure collapse since feminism became the dominant political ethos across the entire West, we've got 40% of children in the United States no longer living with both married biological parents. In 1945, that number was only 10%. Children living without both married biological parents face more than 8 times higher risk of endangerment, standard maltreatment, which is a fancy term for all types of abuse. We have a fatherless epidemic. So roughly 1/3 of American children live without their biological father. That's a 3-fold increase over the historical norm. They account for 90% of homeless kids, 85% of kids with behavioral disorders, 70% of kids in incarceration facilities, and 71% of adolescents in substance abuse treatment centers. Let's look at unmarried births and the welfare trap. In the United States, only about 5% of kids were born to unmarried mothers in 1960. At present, that number is 41%. At the same time, we've gone from $50 billion a year in annual welfare spending in 1950 to now $700 billion per year. That's a 14-fold increase after you adjust for inflation. By 2010, 90% of all cash welfare payments and half of all food assistance went to single mother households. In 1940, only 6% of kids under age 6 had mothers working full-time outside the home. Today, that number is 58%. So you guys have probably heard all of those kinds of stats from me a lot in the past, but let's talk about the she economy, which is the 7th pillar. And this is really consistent across all Western nations, regardless of what type of systems they have.
Before she jumps into this, I do want to back up. I just want to mention to everybody the stats that she's listing off. Those are actually real. Like, I've looked them up and it's absolutely horrific. Even when you start looking into how much we spend on like Planned Parenthood and things like that. And I think a lot of it comes down to the institution of marriage itself has been completely just destroyed in modernity. It doesn't mean shit. Like, I grew up, with the rhetoric going around of, it's just a piece of paper. Why do I need that?
Well,
And,
I even had worse rhetoric thrown at me about marriage, but I still got married twice, but I mean, there were people who I spent about 8 months on a lesbian commune in my tweens, they call it now, 11 to 12. And my mom lived there with her girlfriend. And not only was like, you don't need marriage, marriage was a trap designed to enslave women. Like, that was preached at me by a lot of the hippie people my mom associated with in my youth. So, like, they were all free spirited and free love, and marriage inhibited you, and marriage limited you, and marriage took from you and gave you nothing. That was
right.
I mean, and that was very common in the 80s after, the hippie era. Those people had children. Us raised by those hippie parents were not just told it was a bad idea, but it was, it was sentencing yourself voluntarily into slavery.
Right. And maybe that whole story about about your mom taking you there, maybe that's why the Pleasure Squad kept thinking you were a lesbian for a minute there. I kept being like, what are you talking about? She's not a lesbian.
I think it's because I used the word partner. I think it's because I used the word partner about my mister.
I hate
none of them
that.
bothered to look into me at all.
I hate that with a passion. Not being able to refer to your spouse as your partner, because the bottom line is that even being married, right? You're a team that is trying to tackle all the hardships of life and the world and raising kids. And as a teammate, like the way I've always seen it, and this is from a biblical perspective, is two become one. All right. He is part of me. I am part of him. We are partners in one being, which is the marriage. And that's how it needs to be approached. So this whole idea that using the word partner is like it's yucky, it's icky, it's blasphemous, it's whatever. It just, I think it's retarded rhetoric, and they should stop it. They really, really should. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that for a minute. And Doc, are you want to keep Rachel Wilson in a barn?
Well, I think they're putting Kyla in one and Rachel in the other. I think they're becoming pet somehow. Men.
Kind of funny. I like it. It's good to see you, Duck. It's been a minute. Oop, what did I do? I touched something. Oh well, that's good.
As soon as feminism is introduced, not only does it transform the social order, it radically transformed Western economies, shifting them from production-based systems that favor long-term stability.
This made me a little disappointed in her that she reads her slides. Like, one of the so I did competitive impromptu speaking and somewhat debate in what's called tax team in college. It's how I got my anyway. So one of the things that they teach you, the first things they teach you in public speaking classes, is to just make bullet points on a slide, because you will be tempted to just read your own slide. And why do you have the slide if you're just going to read it?
Right. That makes sense.
And she does this a bunch. You'll see. I was one of the things I wanted to mention, but as she's doing it, I can mention it now, is that it just seems weird to have someone read their slides to you.
Yeah. Even when I was preparing for debates, I never used slides. It's almost funny to see her using slides, because they've been very critical of people who use slideshows in debates. Very critical of it. But yeah,
well, and a slideshow's fine if you've got bullet points of the statistics that you're using with a source next to it. Like, she put up a bunch of statistics. I didn't see a source on any of those. And this is something she made up. That's fine. But it should still have like bullet points that she can refer to rather than just reading off the whole slide.
People tend to like it better. It's more appealing when they're not just reading off of a slide and instead they're coming up with they're wording it off the cuff just based on the bullet points. It speaks more highly of the person who's doing it as opposed to just reading a slide.
It shows you're knowledgeable of what you're about to present.
Exactly. But so yeah, you're right there.
That prioritize short-term gains. Proponents claim that the surge in female labor force participation since the 70s has been good because it expanded the GDP and created two-income households. That view is incomplete. With the election cycle coming up, affordability, housing shortages, inflation, and labor shortages are going to be talked about a lot, so this is a good moment to discuss this. So who actually builds the economy? When we look at GDP across Western nations, men contribute about 60% of the GDP and women contribute about 40%. But if you look per capita, men generate 36% more GDP per capita than women do. Women own 39% of US businesses now, but they only generate 6.2% of total business revenue. Keep that one up here. It's very important. It basically comes out that about 22% of all women's efforts in the economy are either directly or indirectly subsidized by men. Critical systems remain dominated by men. First world living standards that allow feminism rest on complex physical systems that largely cannot or will not be staffed by women. Things like electrical grid maintenance, water treatment, food production. And a society can survive a temporary shortage of marketing ladies and HR women and kindergarten teachers, but it cannot survive a shortage of power grid technicians or water treatment engineers. Male labor force participation has fallen to a historic low of 69.5%. So that's almost 1 in 3 men are out of the workforce right now. So what's the labor force cost of abortion? One of the main things that feminists care about.
Real quick though, 1 out of 3 men are out of the workforce right now. If we're discussing jobs that are exclusively held by men because women can't do it, then how can we blame that on women being in the workforce? There are a lot of jobs that, are male dominated for a reason. I think that there's more to be said about our standards for our men within our society having dropped off and not, men aren't held up like they once were. Now they're allowed to sit in mom's basement and play video games till they're 35 and never learn to fold their own laundry and just feel like the whole world's against me because I have a penis.
So while I'm with Rachel in the idea that corporations kind of hijacked feminism to make both people work for the same living,
yes, I agree.
I have an issue with them bringing abortion into this and then using that as to say that there's less people in the workforce because of it, because there's not. 60, 80 years ago, life expectancy was almost 20 years less than what it is now. And those people are staying in the workforce. So because it's top heavy with these older people in the higher positions because they've been there longer, there's not really positions available for 45 million more people. At least good paying ones where they could have a family and raise them at a decent living, because people aren't dying off as fast. They talk about replacement rate, but they don't realize that because of how much longer people live, we have 2 or 3 generations to build up that replacement rate instead of every generation has to do it.
Not just that, but older people are having to stay in the workforce longer because we don't support our elderly like we should be doing. It's just
that's also a part of feminism too, is that the women are not in the household living with mother-in-law or mother helping raise the kids and raising them at home and doing it as a family. So certainly I hope she touches on, I think I remember her kind of touching on that, the culture change due to feminism, but just this particular thing about abortion, I think it's kind of irrelevant to the topic, and it's just her pet like evil to pick on, so she throws it in there. I don't see how abortion is a result of feminism. I think abortion, the majority of people who have abortions that I know, it wasn't because feminism gave them the ability to. Maybe the legalization of abortion came from feminism, but abortion didn't need to be legal to exist.
That, and I mean, like, there's a lot to be said for like Margaret Sanger and, you know, Planned Parenthood and how that came around. And I don't think it was necessarily originally pointed at all demographics like it is now. But I mean, even when you go back to ancient times, right, there was certainly abortion that was taking place. And it was really weird too. Like, the Egyptians had some weird ways that they did shit. I just want to say that.
She also doesn't do the flip side of this. She'll say that there's 45 million that would be of working age currently of these supposed abortions in the last, half a century. What she doesn't do is the flip side of that, where the same places that give abortions, Planned Parenthood you brought up as one,
Yeah.
how many how the infant mortality rate has swung so far. So even though you have all these abortions, without those same clinics, a lot of the kids that would have been born still wouldn't be alive anyway. And some that are alive now wouldn't be alive anyway, because without the kind of prenatal care and other stuff that they offer, our outcomes for infant mortality would have been a lot higher like they used to be. So, like, when you bring out these numbers, I want people to be clear. These numbers are real. They're true. But it's how you use them, and if you don't relate them to other numbers, that tells you it's a narrative.
When it does come down to the feminism, though, I mean, like, I want to agree with her in ways, but not in the same arena that she's looking at it at. I can look at this from more of an ancient position and be like, this is something that was practiced even back then, with unwanted pregnancies, with people who thought that other people should not be allowed to have children and, unalive the child in the womb or at the time of birth. This was something that has taken place since the beginning of human history. But quite frankly, I also make an argument that feminism has been around just as long.
It's a possibility. I just still don't think that this particular set of numbers actually tells the story she thinks it does when you actually apply logic to it. That's all. Even though I agree with her, feminism has done a lot of negative effects on society. I agree with her on that, but this one is just a leap too far for me. And hello, Joko, good to see you.
Joe's here?
No, Joko Copwat. He's a cop watcher. He's like Joe, a cop watcher, and he knows Joe.
We have two Joes now? Do we have two Joes now?
No, he's Joko.
Nice to meet you.
I don't care. It's a Kansas county, that's all. He's not Joe.
we have two Joes now. Let me enjoy it.
They don't care if they have every other right. They care about abortion. It's their main measure of women's freedom. We've had 63 million abortions in the U.S. alone since Roe v. Wade. If those children had survived and joined the workforce today, we would have an additional 45 million workers in the U.S. economy. We wouldn't have to import them from other nations. The cost of abortion is 425 times larger than the earnings that the mothers would have lost by carrying the children to term. So yes, women make a little bit more when they don't have kids, but it's not even close to what you'd get if they had children who grew up and joined the workforce. So women's achievements in the economy are subsidized. Men pay roughly 60 to 75% of income taxes. Progressive tax codes mean the top earners, predominantly male, fund the vast majority of public infrastructure, universities, and social programs. Women get 60% of all higher education dollars because they are the majority of students on campus now. But if you look at fiscal return on that investment, governments get most of their money back from this smaller pool of male laborers, mostly because they make more money and they work more hours. So it's like a structural transfer where public services, education, and grants that enable women to enter and remain in the workforce are funded disproportionately by male tax dollars. So in conclusion, the irony is that feminism has given us
She literally just reads
fatherless
the
children.
whole fucking thing.
She also missed the point that none of that says anything about the fucking outrageous amount of money that we spend in welfare programs.
Well, and where's the feminism in it? Like, I thought the debate prompt was the negative effects of feminism. I mean, that's what I understood it to be.
Feminism doing more good or harm?
Right. And where is she relating any of this to feminism? Maybe now. Maybe now in her closing she said to conclude is what she said, I heard. Right? So maybe now she can relate it to feminism. All I see is, women in the workforce bad, women in college bad. I don't.
Abortion bad. Yes. And yeah. Let's see.
The irony is that feminism has given us broken homes, fatherless children, rising mental illness, demographic decline, and a generation in which nearly a third of Gen Z was aborted before they could ever be born. The welfare state and the she economy that prop up this illusion of strong, independent women will collapse precisely because the same policies that empower women into lower productivity roles have starved the next generation of highly skilled, critical male workers that complex first world systems demand. Feminism has done more harm than good, and the data is not subtle.
It almost makes me wonder if, like, the way that was stated, if, like, she just assumes that everybody assumes that all of those things come from feminism and she doesn't have to prove that.
Right. It's like, would these things still happen if even...
how many abortions would there still have been if it wasn't legal?
Exactly. Where do we... how much... Okay, so, like, even if the fathers are in the homes and if dad is the only one going to work and mom is home with the kids, how much welfare are we still paying out? Because one income does not feed the household anymore. It doesn't work.
Well, there's like a whole community of Hasidic Jews who, in New York State, who the entire community, the husbands own businesses and they're only married through the church, not the state. So because they're not married through the state, the wives, even though these men own huge stock portfolios and businesses that they're, saving their money, their wives are still getting food stamps and TANF for 5-6 kids. And it's technically fraud, but
it is.
But they see other people doing it, so why aren't they going to? Like, and that's the thing. Right. Like, a lot of these places where they say that the statistics show that these kids are being raised by single parent homes, they really aren't. A lot of people don't report that they're still living together so that the mother can get benefits for the child, because they can't. Once you say you're married, his income gets considered too. Once you say you're cohabitating, his income gets considered too. So how many of those single mother statistics is there really just a deadbeat dad already in the house, or a dad working who just can't support the family unless she works too?
Exactly. And even sometimes with both parents working, sometimes it's still not enough when you start looking at healthcare premiums and freaking just costs of clothing. Holy shit.
I just spent $600 yesterday getting my kids clothes and school supplies, not to mention the fact that to be a member of extracurriculars, my daughter's marching band, it's like $500 just for the first semester of my contribution. Like, and then not to mention, my other daughter wants to go on the school field trip. That's another $2,000 I got to pay off over the school year. Like, and this is for public school. You got to have this money, and if you don't, then your kid gets to be the one who doesn't get to do what everybody else is doing. Your kid doesn't get to participate in any sport or any extracurriculars and that's public schooling. Imagine if you really want to give your kids a good education and you've got them in a private schooling situation. Or get this, people don't believe me on this, homeschooling. They think it's some cheap alternative. I've homeschooled all of my children at various points. It is not. It's way more expensive to homeschool than to have your kids going to a public school if you want to keep them up to the standards of society.
And that's the thing, is in all actuality, most states require homeschoolers to buy their materials, to take their tests, to meet all of their curriculum standards across the board. And yes, homeschooling parents must buy that curriculum and then be online to submit everything to show that they're following that curriculum. So, and even then, it's still the same thing. Homeschooled kids are absolutely allowed to participate in extracurricular activities for the district that they should be in. They still cost money.
Still costs money.
It still costs money. Yeah, my son missed out. Like a big chunk of his class went in toward multiple colleges. There were several trips he couldn't go on because we couldn't afford it. His senior trip was almost $2,000. And that's without like pocket money, if you will. Graduation, don't even get me started, man. Holy shit. Like his yearbook was $65-$70.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know how most people manage without accruing a lot of debt. So I assume that most people are accruing debt. And so I agree that feminism has pushed us into a form of debt slavery, of what they call indentured servitude. Because we owe all this money. You can't afford to quit your job. You can't afford to tell your boss who's disrespecting you to go bite one, Wow, right. She's feisty. Hi, Gatita.
She's mouthy is her problem. She talks a lot. And she's like obsessed with me. So she's a pain in the butt. Yes. Come on.
She's like, you're sitting still and you're not petting me.
Yeah. No, come on. Oh, you're such a brat. She'll be down here in a minute, freaking going after my hair. Watch. Oh, yeah. And so, yeah, that is the thing, is it? Where do we stop blaming feminism and start looking at our government and the cost of living that has been put on us as a society? They
don't want to point the finger at capitalism, Beth. How dare you point the finger at capitalism and our government structure? How dare you? How dare you? Capitalism good because they can reap all the profits. But it's bad when it means you have to give back to the people who earn the actual fucking profits for you.
Right. Yeah. See, now once she's in my lap, she's a happy girl. She's a brat. D9 wants this cat so bad. It's hilarious. Huh?
Den wants to fight her for her.
Den wants her too, really bad. It's cute. All right.
Opening, Jamaica Wilson.
Oh, there goes the Simp. There goes the Simp holding up her books.
Wait, was that Andrew trying to start a stand-in?
I don't know that was Andrew. It was somebody. Stood up for her, and then I saw people holding up her book and stuff like that. It's so cute.
6 minutes and 45 seconds. The floor is all yours. We'll start it on your first word.
Sure. Feminism, I'm sure you guys won't be surprised by what I say, has done more good than harm. At its core, feminism is the extension of a simple moral principle. Women are full human beings entitled to the same basic dignity, liberty, legal protection, and opportunity as men. That principle is not foreign to the American tradition. This nation was built on lofty ideas rooted in Christian theology, in Roman law, and Greek philosophy. From those traditions came our understanding of human dignity, citizenship, justice, and government under law. Feminism belongs within that inheritance. Once a society accepts that people possess inherent worth and that the law should protect their liberty, the question of women's rights becomes unavoidable. That is why feminism is necessary. In a nation committed to freedom, some form
I
of
do want to
feminism
point
is
out,
also inevitable.
Oh.
Women
like, I don't know this woman, and I'm not dogging on her, but she's doing the exact same thing. She's reading something that was pre-written. Like, you're going to do this thing, and it's supposed to be this big promotional event for all of their channels and all of their books, and because all of these people are writing books and going on panels and trying to create a public persona in order to make money, right? These are capitalists. Even the girl in the pretty red coat, she's a capitalist, right? She's trying to make money off of whatever it is she's doing online, right? So wouldn't you think they would put a little bit more effort into this huge event, that they would at least, my kids have to memorize like the Declaration of Independence and shit in school. Like, don't they know how for 2 weeks in advance to study their own opening and have it like here, not there on the paper? Like, it makes me think of the bands now. Like, when I was in band in high school, marching band, before band camp, you had to show up off sheet music. In other words, you had to have the songs memorized for marching season and pep rallies. And these kids today, they're coming out into the pep rally carrying their music stand so that they can put their sheet music. And that's what I'm seeing here. This to me is one of the negative results of feminism. And they're both suffering from it, is this dumbing down of our schools to be so that the lowest common denominator can fit in. And it's not just feminism, it's this idea of special interest that started with feminism. Like, I'm okay with the idea of women being treated equally and what she's claiming right now that feminism is. But in reality, what it's done is it's created this idea of special interest groups that really take down the common denominator of the entire society to a level below what it could be if we stopped like giving them special interest.
Well, they need a boogeyman. They need something else to blame, as opposed to, just owning up to the truth and the motives that are really at hand. Because even like biblically speaking, and this is something I've argued a dozen times, there's a reason why there's only 2 reasons for a divorce in the scriptures. And that is that anything beyond that, like abuse, is not grounds for divorce, biblically speaking. The reason why is because the bride's family would unalive that man, and she would therefore be considered a widow and held blameless and allowed to remarry. No problem. But they need something to blame, some way to be like, women are this, women that. Yeah, no, really, you're right. They're dumbing people down. They want as many people working as possible because at the end of the day, that's a better number for them.
Well, and that doesn't even make sense because, they talk about GDP as though having more people means automatically a higher GDP. She's not at all accounting for what is it? I think it's up to 13% of the United States that's homeless now. And by homeless, I don't just mean like they're living in their car and going to work every day. The majority of these people have no jobs, don't contribute at all, um, you know, are the criminal element in our society, a big portion of it. And she's not accounting for the fact that of those 45 million she said that should be in the workforce today, how many of those as unwanted children raised by parents who can't afford them were actually going to be burdens rather than contribute to the workforce? Like, they just assume that every one of those babies that would be of working age would be contributing to the labor and GDP, which, where's the evidence of that? Like, she makes a lot of assumptions, and let's see how this one what this one puts as her opening and how they answer to each other later.
Begin asking for rights because a university, foundation, or political organization manufactured their dissatisfaction. They encountered the principles their civilization already possessed and asked for those principles to apply to them as well. At the most fundamental, the feminism I am defending is the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity as something worthy of respect and social value. It does not require women to live in one approved way. It asks that women possess enough security and authority to build lives that reflect their talents, obligations, and convictions. It also insists that motherhood, care, and traditionally feminine contributions should not be dismissed as a lesser form of human achievement. There's an important difference between protection and dependence. A woman whose security rests entirely upon the goodwill of a father or husband may be safe when that man is good. But human beings are fallible, as we all know. Men can be cruel, negligent, absent, or irresponsible. A legal system should not assume that every woman will always have a benevolent man standing between her and disaster. The ability to own property, retain earnings, receive an education, participate in government, and leave a dangerous marriage are not indulgences. They are safeguards.
She's
look at Rachel's face.
Yeah.
Like, through the whole thing, her arms are closed off, her body language, her shoulders are slumped forward, her arms are crossed, and she's making these faces. Like,
yeah. She's definitely, she may not be speaking, but her face is saying everything. And Erudite, I mean, like, she's wrong. Okay, I do not believe that they assume that every woman's going to have this kind, benevolent husband. No, that's not the point. Like, there's a lot of stuff she's getting wrong with this, and a lot of finger pointing that is just, it's inaccurate. Which sucks, because what she's doing is handing Rachel every freaking missile Rachel needs to shoot at her, you know?
Well, and she's implying too that feminism is like the only way that women have had a voice, and historically that's just not true. I mean, most homes are run by a mother, especially traditionally. You know, the man may be the breadwinner, and she may show him deference in public because he's the breadwinner, and we have known throughout history that if you damage a man's ego too much, he's not going to be a breadwinner anymore. Women have discovered that. So we coddle their egos throughout history and allow them to, you know, carry on this public front. But let's just be real. I got the pussy. I make the rules. And that's been the truth. You know, realistically, most men don't want to force that issue. They want to be wanted. So even though they could force it, most men weren't going to. That was the power women have always had, and they still do in a marriage, is that I got the pussy, I make the rules. And that's, unfortunately, that actually got taken away from us with feminism, because it became they could get any pussy because everybody's shaking their pussy in their face.
Right. It took away the I don't want to say modesty, but the exclusivity of it, right?
Yes.
Where this is something that I'm going to hold tight and treasure, and it is a gift strictly for the man that I'm going to marry. Now, with this sexual liberation, it's completely screwed over marriages. And women, just as they've been empowered to have more of a voice and do more things, they're also far more empowered, as Les is saying in the chat, to be cruel. And to do so without consequence, because I'm just a little woman, and the big bad men, they can force anything they want to. Well, yes, men can force. They do have the force on their side, but they don't use it. And most men never would even think to use it. There's just this rhetoric that has been pushed around for fucking the last 100 or 200 years or so that, oh, why would you ever think that they wouldn't force it? Of course they're going to force it. Of course they're going to use their power. And the whole thing is just... I'm disappointed with her opening so far. Because like I said...
Both of the openings. I don't... So far, I haven't heard anything compelling on either side.
Right. And it's kind of
almost
like they're just giving the other side all the ammo in the world to fire. You know, they're giving them everything on a silver platter. Here you go. Make sure you shoot at this too. You know.
This kind of feels like a pander to women debate in the first place, based on the group that's doing this and the type of people debating. It almost feels like both of them didn't take it seriously because they weren't given the same serious kind of respect as the men were. Like, it's very offhand. They're not prepared. Their arguments don't seem very sound. And just the fact that, like, the unprofessionalism, like when Rachel was speaking, I didn't even see the other woman.
Erudite, yeah.
Erudite. It was all Rachel full screen. Now the Erudite's on, they're showing Rachel and her faces. And I think, again, this is another reason I think that people who are involved in the organization of an event shouldn't be participants in the event, because how is that not prejudicial, the way that that's being run, where when Rachel had her opening, we had Rachel full screen, and now it's Erudite's opening and they've got split screen.
I want to give it another possibility, and that's that neither one of them put everything they had into it because they automatically think and assume that they have it in the bag. Like, oh, I'm debating against Rachel on feminism. I could do this in my sleep, half prepared. You know, same thing. Rachel, oh, it's Erudite. All I got to do is say my GDP and I win. You know, or vice versa. You know, the whole thing is...
It does seem that way. It just seems like there's not a lot of effort, considering this is supposed to be like a national, I'm going to use air quotes here, televised event, live event. It just seems, and this, even GT says the split screen is just, that's so weird. Yeah. And hi, Zato.
Yeah, people spent a lot of money to go to this event too. A lot of money. I think the VIP passes were like in the $600 range.
But, and I would feel gypped. I would feel gypped sitting in that audience if I had come to see Rachel Wilson speak and debate. If I were a Rachel Wilson fan, because I don't know if Erudite has the same kind of cult following the Wilsons do. But if I were a Rachel Wilson fan, I wouldn't admit I was disappointed, because, you know, that would be saying that Rachel did something wrong, and most of them can't do that. But in my heart of hearts, I would be disappointed in this debate so far, because it's just, I don't see the effort, and this really does influence the audience. Now, granted, we're not talking about the live audience, because they're seeing both of them the whole time, but the bigger audience is the internet audience, the future audience that's going to see this like us right now. And let's just be realistic. This shows favoritism to Rachel Wilson, that she's on the screen instead of Erudite having the full screen.
And it's not a good look for Rachel that she can't control herself and her reactions to the things that Erudite is saying either. That's kind of like a very rookie move. Like that's something that, like, especially when I'm on panel, oh, I'm so bad at that, man. Somebody will say something stupid and everybody knows, like, people will be like, did I hear what I just thought I heard? Oh yeah, look at Beth's face. I did. You know.
Well, and that's
I'm bad.
that's okay too if they had done the split screen, so we got to see Erudite's reactions to the stuff
Sure. Yes.
that Rachel was doing. And I just don't know, I don't appreciate that there's that kind of favoritism. But I think overall they both are still just reading a script that they don't seem to have any relationship to. They're not, it's not, I'm sure they both wrote their own material. They don't feel like it's coming from them because of the way they're reading it.
Right.
Seems like they're reading it for the first time today, just like me.
Well,
like they got handed, here's your script and here's your script right before the show is how it feels.
I think the other thing too is, especially when debates are starting out, I don't care how long you've been debating, those first few minutes when you're getting through openings, everybody's got a little nerves going because you're not prepared for what this person's going to say. Are they going to come with a whole bunch of animosity? Are they going to come out and be like this jokester and now I have to compete to make the audience laugh in order to sway them my way? You know, you're still feeling it out. So I think everybody comes in a little hesitant. And by the closings, they're a lot looser with how they deliver it. But we'll see how it goes as they get into the arguments here, for sure.
Against the ordinary failures of human character. Feminism did not invent abuse. It didn't invent abandonment. It did not create unhappy marriages. It gave women greater power to survive circumstances that already existed. Nor did feminism suddenly cause women to begin working. Women have always worked. I'm sure Rachel will probably agree with me on this. Their labor took place on farms, inside family businesses, in factories, and within the home. Poor women rarely had the luxury of avoiding work altogether. The major transformation was not simply that women entered the workforce, it was that more women could prepare for sustained careers. Education became an investment in a future rather than an accomplishment expected to end at marriage. Women could develop the talents that earlier societies often ignored or confined in a very narrow range of uses. Society gained enormously from that change. Women became doctors, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and public officials in far greater numbers. Their intelligence could serve institutions beyond the household without ceasing to benefit their families or communities. None of this means that every feminist has been smart or wise. Some feminists have treated motherhood as a burden rather than a vocation. Others have shown hostility towards marriage, religion, men, or femininity itself. I have no interest in defending every slogan produced under the feminist label. A movement that has existed for generations includes millions of people who will contain foolishness alongside those people. But that is not the question before us. The question is whether the broad historical movement towards women empowerment, legal equality, education, and political participation has produced more good than harm. I believe the answer is clearly yes. The anti-feminist case often gathers every modern social problem and places it at feminism's feet. Divorce, failing fertility, loneliness, and declining happiness are treated as the predictable cost of women's freedom. That explanation is far too simple. The same period contained enormous economic and technological upheaval. Industrialization alone altered the household entirely. Urbanization weakened older community structures. Contraception changed family planning. Housing became more expensive, and the economy shifted away from manufacturing, while globalization and secularization changed the character of public face. Feminism participated in the modern transformation, but it did not independently cause everything that follows it. The fact that two developments occurred at the same time does not establish that one produced the other. We should consider
this is what I was waiting for from Rachel. The proof that all these things she's saying actually lay at the feet of feminism, and she didn't give any. She didn't even correlate them. At least here, she's addressing that. Well, yeah,
They
you can't. I know.
Neither one of them can. And that's because, I mean, Erudite is absolutely wrong. She's like, oh, feminism is how women got schooled and worked and inherited property and had businesses and freedom. Bullshit. Bullshit. Actually, there are records going back to 6000 BCE of women having their own businesses, inheriting properties.
No, but that's what Erudite was saying. That's what Erudite was saying. She was saying that Rachel Wilson is trying to say that feminism brought about all these things, and she's saying
then I
it's
misheard
been
her.
historically women have run family businesses, worked on their family farms, owned property. Like, I keep hearing this thing that black people couldn't own property in America and women couldn't own property in America, and that was never true. Never true in the United States, ever.
As a matter of fact,
You could inherit as a daughter.
As a matter of fact, it was because of a black man filing in court that the court determined that black slaves were to be treated as property. They weren't treated as property until a black slave owner went to court, because there was a law that said you had to release your slaves after X number of years. And he said, what? No, I own him for life. It's ridiculous. And this whole idea of women's freedom, no. Even under patriarchy, like I said, like we're talking ancient patriarchy.
And that's what Erudite is saying. Erudite is saying that the problems that Rachel's pointing to a feminism actually go to other things like technology, inflation, corporatocracy in the States, monopolies, oligarchies, all of that shit. And not feminism, because she was making it very clear that women have always been educated. Yes. They've always. The difference now is, though, they're not expected to only give those benefits to their immediate families. They're allowed to share those benefits with the world. That's her claim, is the difference. And it is slightly more accessible for a woman to be a doctor now than it would have been back then. However, she still might have been the medicine woman.
Right. Especially,
but this gives her the same standing as the man who does the same thing.
Especially when it came to women's healthcare, and this whole idea of like my freedoms. Under ancient patriarchy, woman, the sacred vessel of life, was to be like protected and honored and respected, and like, yes, we were
never equal. We were up here on the pedestal, protected and coveted.
We were the crown jewel of the king who ran the kingdom. It's that simple. And you bet your sweet ass, men protected their women, and would listen to his wife's thoughts and opinions. It doesn't necessarily mean that he accepted all of them and carried out with what she thought was the best way to go. By no means. I'm not saying women ran shit like that. However, he valued her input. She wasn't just some slave chained to the fucking stove in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant and dumb. I mean, holy shit. And being a Christian, they should know this.
If I had a time machine, I would want to bring Marie Antoinette and let her watch this debate.
Huh.
These women telling her she had no power and no control, and that women being in power or control is bad. Like, can you imagine? Off with their heads.
There's a lot. There's a lot of them that, oof.
Joan of Arc.
Or even Boudica. There's another one. That one would have been wild. But, this was something I had tried to talk to Rachel about in Nashville. Was like, hey, you say all this stuff, like, don't you know about this? And it wasn't a conversation that was a welcomed one, for sure.
I forget you actually know these people, like, personally in person. Like, I forget that sometimes. Like, you've actually, like, had shared oxygen with these people.
I forget it too sometimes, because I got to question if this is the same person that I was, but then they'll say or do something and I go, yeah. Like the whole Andrew Dusty thing. Dude, after Nashville, I had that shit. I had talked to Andrew and like I came home and I was like, Dusty, I really don't think he hates you. And I think I had those two to where there was no hate going either way until the whole Sarah thing fell out. And then I was like, well, there goes those efforts right down the shitter. Okay.
I think too that's another an issue that feminism has created that I hope Rachel brings up because when it comes down to it, coming into this debate, I'm more on the Rachel Wilson side of
I
my
am too.
stance on feminism. I mean, I still agree with some of the things that Erudite has said so far, but I lean more towards Rachel to start with. So
Too.
I mean, just the way it is. However, I don't. How do I explain this? I don't like the hatred of women that seems to come from that camp. And it's,
Yeah.
I suspect that what's going on with like Dusty and Andrew has less to do with Sarah, even though they will put it on that and they hate Sarah because, well, she's an empowered woman, right?
Yeah.
But and more to do with the fact that Dusty doesn't see that hierarchy. Like Dusty doesn't see himself as his wife's leader. They're a team. They're doing everything together. He doesn't see himself as a patriarch, and that is a good rivalry to carry online. And for Andrew, it's beneficial for Andrew to have that kind of rivalry with someone who is a patriarch and yet won't claim it.
That's the difference, is how they're defining patriarch.
Right.
And
No, because Dusty actually is a patriarch. He is.
He is.
100%.
It's what comes out of what's entailed by being a patriarch.
But Dusty won't claim their patriarchy because how they define it. And that's interesting here too, because neither one of them has defined what feminism even fucking is to them.
Speaking of the patriarchy, welcome Grid One. Good to see you, sir. I got $30 for a goal. We get that $30 in. We're gonna open up the panel, and then people like the fabulous patriarch sitting in my chat right now could come up here and actually give their input, and so could you. You could come up here and argue with us about whatever aspect you think we are getting wrong, and tell us to get back in the kitchen if you want to. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't think that's much to ask. $30. We're at an hour and 20 minutes in. StreamYards costs money. This is our time.
Sure
you guys
does.
are enjoying it. You get to hang out. But I mean, that's at this point that would be, not a lot of money to ask for. I'm not saying you guys should like pull out your 401ks here, but a couple of people throw in a couple bucks and $30 could happen pretty fast with 25 people in the chat. That's what a buck and a dime each.
Right. Grid, to be clear, by no means have we included Sarah in any of the only reason that Sarah got brought up was to mention the shift in how the sides were operating when she initiated her lawsuit against Andrew and the fallout.
Oh no, I said that. I said they're threatened by the fact that Sarah's an empowered woman. I don't say empowered woman in the way you think I do, Grid. That's where our difference is coming in here. Is when I say an empowered woman, what I exactly mean is a woman who manipulates men with her feminine wiles. That's literally what an empowered woman is, and it's not a compliment.
Yeah, empowered women tend to be they have, at least in my mind, those are the kind of women who are like, yeah, I'm the shit, and everybody needs to recognize it, and honestly, I would not use it as something, a compliment towards another woman.
Yeah. No, it's not a compliment.
One thing for me to be like, Witchy is a very strong woman who has raised 5 children and endured, losing a husband and becoming a widow and having to move on with her life. I see her as being strong and having the ability to be independent when she needs to be. I would never include empowered in that whatsoever, because she has no fucking delusions of grandeur at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not an empowered woman. I don't feel that the power of Christ does not compel me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta bow down. I gotta bow down and be be subjugated to God's power. It does not come through me. I'm not the vessel. That's what I mean by an empowered woman. They think they are the vessel. They are to carry the message forth and be some sort of, I don't know, leader. It has been my experience in band, again, I'm going to throw that analogy out there again, that male band directors garner more respect and therefore produce a better sound from a band. It's been my experience, and I won't ever change my mind on that. I don't say that women aren't talented, but leadership is... in general, that doesn't mean every man can lead either, though. Like, I get really mad at some men who will get upset because, well, if men are leaders, how come you guys aren't following me? I was like, well, where the fuck are you going to lead me? Off a cliff?
Yeah, for real. Huge thank you to Caucasian Sasquatch, who sends in $10 towards our goal and says, yes, please. I have a new clip that I made for you, and I forgot to freaking upload it. I'm really pissed off. So while this is playing, I'm gonna see if I can upload it real quick, because it's good. It's good. Let's see. What were you saying? Literally,
press play.
Children. There's no profession men are better at, whatever it is, than women. Wait. No profession where men are not better at whatever it is than women. I do tend to agree with that, simply because I think that the way that men and women process, like, good enough, like, our standards tend to be different, for sure. GTG says Sarah can freely do her thing because she is standing on the foundation that feminism established. In the old days, men would give her a slap and tell her to get back in the kitchen. Times have changed. Times have changed, gentlemen. It's crazy. Crazy. Best chefs are men. I'll second that. My dad was a chef, and oh my God, I'm so glad he taught me how to cook. Even then, still not as good as my dad. Best waiters and servers are men. That comes from all of human history. Protecting and providing.
I think personality has a lot more to do with the service industry than male or female, because I've had some really shitty and good on both. But I will agree with
some
Chef.
Men who might clobber you with a bottle.
I will agree with Chef because that's a leadership role. I will agree with host. Like, when you go to the restaurant, you get seated by the host or the hostess. I think you need a male host. I think the seating happens faster. There's better organization. There's better equality among the servers who's getting tables. But servers themselves, that's a following role, not a leadership role. I think men and women are about equal on that. But like Chef, yes, I think women are great cooks. But when it comes to running a kitchen, again, that's a leadership role. That's somebody who's got to command others. And women are not designed for command. This is right. Why I say an empowered woman is one who uses her feminine wiles in manipulation, because historically that is where a woman had power, was right. in using her feminine wiles for manipulation. So I'm not even calling Sarah a feminist here. So, but I am saying that it's not a compliment, because just factually, leadership roles, when there's a need for someone to come into the lead, a man does it better in my experience. Dancing is a perfect
Teachers.
example.
Oh yeah, men can be hypnotized by women dancing. That's for sure. Grid, I wanted to comment on this one. Teachers, men are the better teachers. I agree, and a lot of that has to do with women, especially as mothers. We can often become kind of pushovers with our kids. You know, they can talk us into letting them do as they wish and getting away with stuff, and yeah, and that's also part of why we need fathers in the home. This is why we end up with so many criminals coming out of single mother households, is because moms do kind of become pushovers to their children at times.
I think it depends on what you're teaching. I think it depends on what you're teaching, because like what was that?
I was just telling Zatachi, maybe one in the kitchen. How many women do you find on an oil rig? Maybe one in the kitchen. Maybe. And High Smoking Spaceman, generally specific. Good to see you, sir. Everybody, $20 to open the panel, and you can come up and join us for this.
So I do want to throw out that, like, with teaching, it depends on what you're teaching. So mothers potty train and teach children life skills better than fathers do. So I'm talking in parenting here. You know, fathers are going to teach children more physical things that have to do with manipulating the world around them. But women are the ones who are required to teach and enforce morals and personal care behaviors. Like, you're not going to see most kids learning to brush their teeth or comb their hair from their dad or wash their ass. That's going to come from moms, and moms do teach it really well historically. Otherwise, these men wouldn't be wiping their asses out here.
I would argue the morals, that's where you're going to see more of the partnership that is required, because the women are going to approach it with more of the feelings based, and men will approach it with logic. And in order to understand morality as a whole, you need to understand both of those sides. And so therefore you need both in order to teach morality, in my opinion.
And that's more going to come by way of example from men than the actual act of imparting knowledge and teaching. Like, just realistically, like, women being in the household traditionally and taking care of the kids, we were the traditional teachers of our kids. And of course, when it comes to the labors and the skills that especially a boy would need, you're going to have men get involved too. But in general, I think it just depends on what you're teaching and what you're trying to impart. And you were saying that morals, it's kind of a partnership. Well, I would agree there, but I still think that the actual introduction to the morals and the enforcement of morals falls more on women, even in a traditional household. The discipline would fall to men if they leave the morals, but the encouragement to follow them and the guidance typically comes from mothers. That's why historically religion passes, the mother's religion carries on through the child and not the father's.
Right.
In most religions.
Caucasian Sasquatch, I got hit with the wooden spoon too. I still have my wooden spoon, I'd like you to know. I painted it gold and hung it on the kitchen wall.
Just Hippie, my love, you're alive. Wait. I have to address this person, Beth. Give me just a second. Hippie, my love, you're alive. Hello, bye. I know you're leaving right away. I know you're busy, but I am so glad you stopped in. I love you. All right. Shall we go ahead and hit play? Grid, yeah, you wanted to upload a clip.
How have you not watched the debate yet, Grid? Oh my goodness. For shame. No, wrong one. the screen.
World's most prosperous, desirable nations generally possess strong legal institutions, broad access to education, political liberty, and substantial equality between men and women. It would be foolish to claim that feminism alone created their prosperity. It would be equally foolish to regard the relationship as meaningless. The nations most committed to human development tend to extend freedom and opportunity to women because both commitments arise from the same conviction. Human potential should be cultivated rather than needlessly suppressed. This is part of the triumphant nature of the human spirit. People want to learn and contribute. They want to build meaningful lives that they and their loved ones can live in. A society flourishes when it gives that spirit room to breathe. Great nations do not become great by permanently limiting half of their population. They become great by allowing talent and moral agency to serve the common good wherever they are found. Feminism, therefore, belongs with the broader American tradition of civil rights and equal protection. It reflects the belief that inherited hierarchy alone cannot justify domination. Choice matters because virtue requires agency. The ability to act otherwise. Obedience may reflect goodness, but it may also just reflect powerlessness. We cannot know which one it is when coercion has already decided the matter. The feminism I am defending tonight is not the claim that every difference between men and women is discrimination. It is the claim that women should be empowered and that femininity itself should not be treated as inferior, and that being female should not disqualify someone from full participation in society. That principle has corrected real injustices. It has made women less vulnerable to abuse. And it did, I'll jump ahead. I actually want to extend, Rachel, an invitation. I'm curious if you're open to this, and you can say no. I think you're one of the strongest anti-feminist debaters that is working today. I think I'm also probably one of the strongest defenders of feminism, or hope you would grant me the same thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions. And I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics and whatnot, and I don't want to get rid of the debate. However, I'd like to approach the conversation in a feminine way. I want to
time.
Sure.
Well, if you want, I can give you a little. If it's like a sentence.
It's like two
Rachel
sentences.
says yes. Go ahead.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about our feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath as meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And that to me seems like the proper place to begin.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. That's all right.
So I'm kind of here where Rachel agrees to her saying, let's do this in a more feminine way. And then what she does later, I'm like, yeah, bitch. Nah.
Well,
Like, you're just a liar. You're just a liar. You're just a liar. You're just a liar.
Mean girlness is a feminine approach. This is for Caucasian Sasquatch.
Oh, too cute.
Isn't it adorable?
You turned a rough around the edges mountain man into a cute and cuddly.
Having a tea party with little dolls in a flower-filled meadow.
So cute and cuddly. Yeah, no, she just agreed. She said, can we do this in a feminine way? You will see. I'll point out where I think Rachel comes across very masculine in her responses and her behavior. And you can say if you agree or not, because like I said, I've seen some of this. And a lot of what I saw in this back and forth is Rachel acting like a man.
Actually, I see, but that's the thing is like the whole mean girl approach and some of it. You're right, but I can also see where it's kind of like the.
You haven't seen it yet, right?
I have not seen it yet, so we're about to. I'm gonna see it for sure here. Oh, now I'm nervous. Oh, and an ad. I need to get
Save
YouTube
time creating
Premium.
content and generate a high quality.
$20 to open the panel, folks.
With that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like. So we'll let you take it from here. I'll only jump in if it gets really crazy.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism, and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions.
Not
you need
true.
technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do.
When
and
were women
everybody should have
ever not in the
choices and all that sort of
workforce?
thing.
That's a lie. That's a lie, and Rachel knows it. That's an absolute did not exist before. And she said the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah.
That is absolutely a lie, and she knows it.
Well,
I
and then
brought it up to her. I asked her about specific, very specific events from the BC era that were 1000% feminist. Like one of them was a fucking female-led protest, because what happened was the Senate passed a law that the men were having issues where the shopkeepers found women really like certain kinds of jewelry, certain kinds of perfumes, so they upped the prices, and women were going to the market and blowing their husband's whole pay, a whole fucking week's pay, on this stupid necklace. And so the men got a law passed that women could only spend up to X amount of money without the husband physically present to give consent, because the women were blowing all of their money. So what did the women do? They went home and they got all the expensive shit they bought, went to the steps of the Senate and lit it all on fire and blocked the doors so the senators couldn't reconvene. No shit. That happened in 3000 BC.
Well, Joan of Arc, and then she tries to say that feminism is responsible for no fault marriage, or no fault divorce. I think that was like King George, one of the kings,
Yes.
who wanted to. Well, and maybe it was feminism because they wanted him to stop killing his wife.
Wasn't it Henry VIII with all of his wives?
Yeah. Like there's some feminism for you. He actually rewrote a whole religion so that he could stop killing his wives and fuck whoever he wanted, right? Like,
Fired the Roman Catholic Church and said, "Welcome Protestantism." Yes. What is she talking about? Rachel, you know that what just happened? I'm like short circuiting here. This makes no sense.
oh, polygraph lie detector, it wasn't just the Republicans, but yes, that did happen. You can blame the Republicans if you want, but that's just a dichotomite, as OG says, because it's both parties.
I don't understand what's happening, because she just told an outright lie and she knows it. She knows it for a fact.
That's what I'm saying. I
asked her why she left it out of her book. She, in her book, talks about the goddess Shiva. Okay. And the ancient goddess Shiva, who required the sacrifice of men and wore their body parts around her neck and was a bloodthirsty female god. And come on, Rachel. What do you mean feminism didn't exist until the Industrial Revolution? I gotta play that back. I gotta rewind that. I can't believe she just said that. I fucking feel like I'm in the Matrix right now. The Wilsons are perpetrating some psyop on me.
I'm telling you, this whole thing, you'll see. It's a debacle. Press play.
What just happened?
We can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can standards to have logical revolutions, feminine, because as you addressed in your opening, it's not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do, and everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing. But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan. That's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power, I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational, real-world implications of what's happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I don't.
Okay, so let's
See, this is
get
exactly
into
what
the
I was
starting
talking
feedback
about.
for you. So
She's being disingenuous and bringing up something that's she can't prove that lies at the feet of feminism. She keeps saying that we're walking off this demographic cliff. She didn't even define what it is, but we know from watching her and knowing her that she's talking about the declining birth rates. But the fact of the matter is there's no evidence that any of those babies that she listed that would be in the workforce now would actually be in the workforce. And there's no evidence that without the other advances that have come along through women's medicine advancing post-feminism, a lot of those babies wouldn't be dead anyway, because our infant mortality rate and child mortality rate was at an exponentially greater value than it is now. And these people only want to talk about that child being born, and then they don't want any social services to support that child becoming a productive member of society. We're going to make all these women have these babies, but then we're going to bitch about the fact that, if you made all those women have those babies, guess how much more you'd be paying in welfare than you are now.
So I watched a really, really interesting thing about men's spaces and how we've lost men's spaces over time. And it addressed things like the Elks Lodge and the Freemasons and the Odd Fellows and all of that. And even when it comes to churches, and this is something Grid 1 has talked about repeatedly, in a semi-perfect world, at its lowest standard for perfect, okay, communities would take care of their people. Okay, churches would take care of their congregations. These men's spaces, these groups like the Odd Fellows and the Elks Lodge and all of those, they took care. If a man was out of work, got laid off, had a medical issue that just cost a whole bunch of money, whatever, they would help pay that family's rent and buy them groceries and show up with prepared meals to help out. They took care of one another. We don't take care of each other in society anymore at all. It's just this horrific cannibalistic free-for-all. So, I'm glad you like your AC, but we need to stop, we need to take better care of one another. And then...
and what does having her AC have anything to do with any of this? Because here's the thing. The way the electric grid is set up, it's not like we don't have enough people to maintain it. The problem is that it's not a valued enough profession that we can convince people to go into working on our electrical grid. But here's the thing, and that has nothing to do with manpower. Also, it has to do with money. Like what happened in my state with the electric situation was it was a state-owned utility, and they built all this infrastructure, And then they sold it to a for-profit company who then took it and took over the infrastructure and has not improved the infrastructure since they took it over in 30 years. If it were a state-funded thing, we would have had the legislature put money into improving it if we had kept it. But this for-profit company doesn't see the profit in putting more money into infrastructure and taking that out of their own pocket.
Of course not. Of course not. And there are, you know, I mean, nothing that she's mentioning actually comes down to solving the base problems. It's just a matter of taking those base problems and blaming it on feminism without without even considering possible solutions like bringing back men's spaces. And sure, that's actually something that would help combat feminism from the jump off. But then you're right, looking out for our communities, for the children that we bring into this world, making marriage count again is another really big one. Like
but she jumps right on this train of, I like my air conditioning, instead of actually addressing any of the real issues. She jumps straight to the declining birth rate, as though there's just no disputing that the declining birth rate is 100% the fault of feminism, when really the truth of the matter is more educated, happier people breed less. It's just a fact. If you look at the demographics, poor people are still breeding. Yeah. Poor, unhappy, miserable people, even with abortions, they're still outbreeding you rich folks.
Well, that's because all they've got to feel good about is sex.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You're preaching that the kind of people who are having abortions, that demographic is already outbreeding you anyway, Mrs. Wilson. Not you personally, but your demographic of upper middle class to lower wealthy class, white Americans. You guys are getting outbred, and you guys aren't the ones taking advantage of the majority of the abortions. So where is abortion the issue? The issue is you guys get rich and want to keep your money to yourselves, and you want to spend it on yourselves so you don't go make babies. Don't blame it on feminism, because none of you bitches are feminists that aren't having babies. And I'm not talking about having abortions. They just aren't having babies. They're using birth control. They'll tell you that birth control is okay, in a marriage after you've had a couple kids. But how many of these women preaching that were on birth control from the time they were 14 until now in their 30s and don't even have kids?
Well, birth control fucks up your whole system. We know that now anyways. But, again, too, look at who it gets pushed on the most.
I mean, Rachel Wilson isn't old enough to have fully gone through menopause. How is she not pregnant right now? Are they not having sex in a marriage? Is their marital bed dry? Because, come on, or is she using some sort of preventative measures, miss declining birth rate? And I don't mean to make it personal like that, but these are the women who are out there preaching you shouldn't use birth control and you should have more babies, but in their own homes, that's not what they're practicing.
Yeah. That is very true. Ugh. I still can't get past your saying feminism didn't exist before the Industrial Revolution. What the fuck is happening right now? And I noticed, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I missed something. Erudite, what the hell? They have a drone flying over the field next to my house, like a big one, and it's spraying something on the crops. That's never happened before. Sorry. I'm like, cool. What is this noise? Erudite started off open dialogue with a question, and it felt like Rachel had a prepared, as soon as it opens, I'm coming at her with this. Regardless, and I think she just wanted to, I think she ignored the question Erudite asked her and just kind of like swooped in to take control of the debate from the jump off.
Well, and what Erudite was pointing out was that Erudite asked if we could actually address like the underlying issues of feminism and not this GDP, masculine energy of the economy, and these things that aren't the woman's world. And she went straight into, I like my fucking air conditioning. She went straight into the labor force.
She asked her, what do you think is, and I can't repeat to you what the rest of the question was.
Well, rewind it a second.
My brain got sidetracked. I can write down the timestamp. We can roll it back real quick. Because I was like, wait, like whatever Rachel said didn't click to me as actually having anything to do with the question that Erudite asked her. I got our timestamp. We'll come right back to it. Sorry, guys. Maybe I'm just crazy. It's going to be right in here.
No, smoking spaceman, we're moving into the back and forth. Like,
yeah,
what
we're in the back and forth.
She's saying they get to the back and forth, and Erudite ends her opening by posing a question for the back and forth, and Rachel completely ignores it and jumps right into her main talking point, which is the economy.
Yeah, that's what I think I caught. So I'm just checking to see how retarded I am, how much attention I'm paying.
Thing. We're both intelligent women who have considered and examined many of the same questions, and we've reached radically different conclusions. And I want to understand why. I do not want this to become only a contest of statistics in a feminine way. I want to
time.
Sure.
All right, and he gives her one more sentence.
By that, I would like to approach it in a feminine way. And by that, I don't mean that I want Rachel and I to sit here and paint our nails and talk about her feelings. Don't worry, okay? You'll get your show, okay? However, I mean treating the feelings beneath, the femininity, the things that drive us beneath as meaningful evidence for what we're trying to protect. Because Rachel, you and I both want women to flourish. We genuinely do. And that to me seems like the proper place to begin.
All right,
Thank
now
you so much for that opening
she's going to
statement.
ask her a question in a minute. We're going to start it, and Erudite immediately jumps her with a question.
With that, we'll jump into the open dialogue. We'll let this be as organic as you guys would like. Sure. So we'll let you take it from here. I'll only jump in if it gets really crazy.
Okay, so I'm actually very curious about your relationship to feminism. Like, what got you interested in feminism, and specifically concerns about feminism and its impacts on society? Like, what personally in your life or ideologically?
Well, that was a beautiful opening, and I appreciate all the sentiments therein, but none of this addresses the fact that we are about to fall off a demographic cliff that will make all of these beautiful, lofty sentiments mean absolutely nothing. Because as you addressed in
like
your
you
opening,
said, she asked her what about feminism pulls her attention, and she just goes straight to her talking points instead of answering the question at all, like it never happened.
She completely ignored it, which is kind of shitty, because I would have actually liked to hear Rachel give, when I was growing up, and that made me really question it. And so, and then take that and lead in.
Divorces would have been a great thing to lead with that on as well. Having been divorced a couple times, I see that feminism is not benefiting women in our society because we're not keeping our families together. We're not making things work, but she doesn't want to relate it to something personal. And that's what Erudite was asking her to do. And the only thing personal she's going to relate it to is that she wants her fucking air conditioning.
But here's the thing is, Rachel is well known for talking about her grandmother, who is 97 years old and has had this life, and like she's done long interviews with her, and I actually enjoyed it, okay? And she talks about her all the time. All she had to do is reference some really cool things that she learned from her grandmother and say, when I look at women today, I don't see women doing the things that my grandmother was doing. And I had to ask why, what changed? And that led me to feminism. Rachel, come on. It seemed like less of a cold bitch if she had done it like that. This kind of makes her seem like a snarky bitch.
Yeah, anything other than, well, I like my fucking air conditioning. The fuck does it have to do with feminism?
I want
Like,
my fucking AC.
how does liking your fucking you know what's funny is the trades right now have the most increase in the trades, you know, electricians, plumbers,
Yep.
things like that are actually women right now.
I told my son outright because he was like, "Oh, I think I'm going to do a little college." I said, "The hell you are. Why would you want to get into debt like that? Why do you want to start off your life in debt? Let's look at the debt your sister's in now from becoming an archaeologist." I was like, dude, you really want to do something like that? Go to trade school. He could have taken welding in his high school. And I kind of gave him shit about it for the last 2 years that, you know, you don't have to be a welder. Just knowing how to do that will make you a more skilled plumber, a more skilled auto mechanic, a more skilled whatever you want to go to. It's a little piece to a bigger puzzle that makes you it takes that hourly rate and takes it from here and moves it up here.
But it's not feminism that made the trades unattractive. It's fucking capitalism.
Yeah.
So
And
this is where, like, she goes to this not answer the question, throws out one of her own talking points where it doesn't fit in, and then doesn't even have proof that her own talking point has any relation to actually to feminism and not just capitalism,
yeah,
late stage capitalism.
I caught that and I was kind of like, wait, why did she say that? Why is she that?
And she's reading it. Someone in the chats mentioned it. If you look, she doesn't answer a question, but she's looking down at her notes. And she's reading notes as opposed to responding. And she does this throughout. And there's ad hom coming. It's really disappointing.
Yeah, Smoking Spaceman. I was saying at the end of opening statements, when open dialogue starts, you just saw it, dude. Erudite jumped in and immediately posed a very thoughtful question to Rachel. And Rachel totally fucking ignored it. And I think it was more to take control of the debate.
And this is what Erudite says. Oh, we're going to do it like the men do. We're going to try and dominate each other instead of having a real conversation. Because now it's a competition. It's competitive like men do. It's about dominating instead of like women do, working together to come to some understanding of how the other one sees things. Not necessarily agree with, but understanding of how the other person sees something. And instead, she came in with that masculine, I'm going to control this conversation personality. And this is why I say this whole thing, she's so masculine. This is part of it. And even Erudite calls it out here in a second. She's like, oh, so we are going to do it like the boys do.
El Pero, good to see you, sir. Just a reminder to the chat, we have a goal remaining of $20 to open the panel and get y'all up here so you guys can talk shit too. El Pero says, yes, feminism is actually all about the comforts and conveniences and not actually disparagement of any kind. That is the foundation of feminism, is the wanton desire over reality. And Les Mitchell says, for sure, the more you know, the more you're in demand. Amen to that. I'm going to hit play. We'll just watch it from here because literally we're a minute and a half behind where we were. So I'm just going to hit play and I'll get the links out there. $20, guys. $20 is $20. It ain't that much when there's
30 of you guys. Come on.
Not a coincidence that feminism did not exist until the industrial and technological revolutions. You need technology and first world living standards to have this idea that we can just push women into the workforce. Everyone can follow their dreams and do what their heart tells them to do. And everybody should have choices and all that sort of thing. But if we don't have enough men to run this first world standard of living, we will be like the only places in the world that are still below replacement birth rates, which would be like Africa, Pakistan, that's where we're going to be if we don't solve the demographic problem. So as much as I would love to talk about how we feel and what got us into this, I'm concerned by the fact that I like air conditioning. I live in Texas, okay? I like power.
Did she just refer to Africa like it's a country?
Yeah.
She said like places like Pakistan and Africa.
And I thought actually Asia, I think it's South Korea is far lower in the replacement rate. Like they actually are slated to disappear sooner than anyone else.
Well, not necessarily, because this is something like people are not taking into account, is that because of our extended lifespans, we really don't need a replacement rate every generation. We more need it like over the course of 2 to 3 generations.
Yeah.
Because of our extended lifespans. Otherwise, we're going to keep overpopulating. Even with the supposed dropping birth rate, we're still growing in numbers, not shrinking.
You know, it's kind of like saying like India. Okay, India is a like a third world country unless you go to Dubai. But when people want to talk about, technologically, everybody thinks about the worst parts of it as opposed to anything having to do with the good parts. And a huge shout out to the mod with the most. Agrilopolis has opened the panel for you fine people. So I'm going to drop the StreamYard into the chat, and God help us all. Whew. Thank you, Ag. Ag, what clip do you want? I'll tell you what. I'm going to take a stab at it because we both love Grid 1 so much, and I'm going to give you my favorite Grid 1 clip.
Wow! Go, Daddy, go!
You're doing great, Dad!
I love that one. It's so cute.
So, but like the reason I said pause is because here's the thing. She said we're going to be like Africa. Well,
yeah.
What part of Africa?
That's why I was saying that about India.
Yeah, the way people but at least India is just a country. Africa is what 13 countries on the continent of Africa?
Yeah, it's a continent. It's a whole continent. My daughter's over there right now. She loves it. She's having a blast.
And they don't all have declining birth rates like we do, actually, all of the African countries. And here's the thing is what she's implying is that we're going to become third world because of declining population rates. And that's just not going to happen. The systems we have in place are not going to just disappear overnight when we go off some cliff of declining birth rate, especially considering how much longer we live and how many more years of productivity each human being has than we used to. 50 or more countries, Smokey Spaceman says. Like I said, it's a lot of fucking countries.
Yeah, it is. And it's huge. And also, I mean, there's some really interesting arguments when it comes down to like the start of humanity that come out of there. Let's shit on it. It's okay.
But no, more than that, most of Africa isn't like third world anymore. Most of the world is pretty first world and has cell phones and cell towers. You're going to find little villages in the United States that don't have great connectivity, just like you are in like sub-Saharan Africa. But let's just get realistic. The majority of the world is just as technologically advanced as our dumbasses.
My daughter had Wi-Fi in the Sahara Desert. Okay? She literally called me from the fucking Sahara Desert. And was like, hey, look where I am. And I'm like...
Yeah, it's the rich white population that's declining. It's her people who aren't breeding enough. She wants to take abortion away from people who wouldn't have one anyway.
Right.
Like, she wants to take it away from the ones who are having it, but the ones that they really need to breed are the ones who wouldn't have an abortion anyway. They just aren't getting pregnant. You know?
Ooh.
People like her sycophants who are in their 30s with no fucking children.
This is a little off topic, sorry. That was totally like, that was what I thought about, was McDuff's huge vault full of gold and how he goes out and swims in it every day. And like, I was like, we need Grid 1 swimming in the gold and his kids cheering him on as he does it. So I actually have the cartoon version, and then I have one that's that actually looks like Grid. And in fact, fuck it, because I'll play you the other one too. Check it out. Pretty good, right? I like the cartoon one better, just because they're going, go, Dad, go. It's cute. First world don't mean the wealthy nations. It refers to the Allies during World War II. Second world is the Axis, and third world were those not involved. Fair. Thank you, Spaceman.
Yeah, I was just using it in the common vernacular, and the idea
Right.
that people refer to third world countries as being less developed. Not necessarily
Right.
not as wealthy, but less developed. And even in those quote unquote less developed countries, like if you go to Bali, you still have fucking internet. Do you know what I mean? And
Right.
so let's just be realistic that the majority of what would have been the third world at that time that was not involved were people who didn't have the wealth or the power to get involved. Like they're what would they fucking do? Throw a flip-flop in the ring, you know, like what are they going to do to help? So that's why their third world is that they're not as developed. And that's the thing, though, is the way globalization has happened, we've all got it now.
The great.
What are you laughing?
The great.
Oh, flip-flop. Well, I'm just thinking because, you know, that in Hispanic families, you fear the chancla, you know?
I've been hit with flip flops. Okay, it's not pleasant. But now I need to so Adonis Paul makes like different videos and stuff, like different bombs as he calls them. I think he needs one now for like the flip flop war. I'm gonna have to pass this one on to him.
He can call it the chancla bomb.
The chancla bomb.
Fear the chancla. Les Mitchell asked, does anyone even know how many are born when mothers are in their 30s? What I do know, having had children in my 30s, is they consider it a geriatric pregnancy because it's much higher risk than in your 20s. I had 2 pregnancies in my 30s, in my late 30s, and I was told that my pregnancies were high risk because I had quote unquote geriatric pregnancies because I was past my prime for breeding. And I had to go in for extra monitoring and stuff.
AVG was just telling me that they are now more comfortable with women having babies up till, I think she said 43, which is.
Well, I will tell you though, Beth.
That's scary for those of us who have heard the rhetoric when it comes down to the problems that develop the later in life that you have children.
Yeah, the kind of birth defects. Yeah. I was, when I was on monitoring for the last 6 weeks of my pregnancy with my last one, there was a woman there, late 50s, who thought she had gone through menopause. She'd already had naturally 3 sets of twins, no in vitro, nothing, right? And she was, I think, like 57 or 58, and she was pregnant with twins again naturally. She hadn't had a period in years and thought she had gone through. So, I mean, you can have women older, but let's just be realistic. Our bodies, the way they're designed currently, there's a window. And most of this woman's sycophants have quickly passed through that window on birth control. And yet they want to tell the next generation they shouldn't have it available to them. The majority of women who attend these sort of conferences and follow the Wilsons and those sort of people are past their prime.
We've got some funny people in here tonight. I'm enjoying myself.
From the window to the wall.
Sounds like they went past the
All
wall.
you females crawl.
Insane Wills, Mr. Mikey Balls, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Jared Speaks. Welcome. GS, thank you for the giggles. Just Becca. Hello, sweetheart. Good to see you. For those who haven't seen it yet, the link is pinned. Okay, you are more than welcome to come up here and throw down your opinion on this debate with us as we watch it. It's wild so far. My brain about exploded when Rachel said that feminism did not exist before the Industrial Revolution. That's bullshit, and she knows it. She knows it. I don't know why she's lying. I don't. I'm still glitched out from it.
Well, and the fact that just she ignored the question and went to her notes from the opening instead of allowing for the fact that the other participant had already started the dialogue with a question. She's just going to control the narrative, stick to her talking points, and go to her notes. And I love, here in a second, when you press play again, I love that Erudite calls her out on it and is like, oh, so we are going to play like the boys.
GS, I appreciate you, sir. God bless you. I'm happy to have you around. You're always welcome. And I'm glad we don't fight. I've seen it. That's a brutal man right there. I don't want to fight with him. I like him. Oh. Squatch. Give me the little shake. Yeah, there's my man. Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm sleepy. Sorry. Here a little quicker than I expected.
That sounded like a Sasquatch. How do you like the clip I made for you? Isn't it cute?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, where did I get a dozen little Groots from? Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's cute.
You made them.
That is a lie. That is an infernal lie, slander, and a lie. I did not do that.
Wait. I have other ones.
You bought them from me, Sass.
I made other ones where you're skipping through a meadow and spinning and falling into piles of flowers. And oh, just wait. They're great. I can't wait.
You found my witchy bitchy website and you purchased them from me, Sass.
Ah, so they're actually voodoo dolls. Gotcha. Who are we hurting today?
No, not voodoo dolls, golems.
Golems.
So
I don't
we're
do voodoo.
doing soulless Jewish magic
Just
instead.
golems are just meant to serve you, not cause harm to somebody else.
Well, could I get one a little bit taller, maybe with a cup holder on her head, some certain anatomical features?
I mean, I do take special orders. Or custom orders. That's the right word, right?
Where do I find
I'm pretty sure it'd be special.
So let's hear her call
right.
Rachel out for being masculine here.
Let's do it.
I like infrastructure, and we won't have that if women don't start producing the next generation of workers who can maintain the standard that allows women to even think about whether they want to have babies or become doctors.
Okay, yeah, if you want to just do the boys' way, we can just do the boys' way.
I don't think it's inherently male to have concerns about the rational real-world implications of what's happening with feminism.
It's a joke.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
How she did it. She thinks she's addressing the actual point and not the fact that Rachel ignored her question and made an unrelated point that wasn't even true.
Yeah, she was making a joke exactly the tactic that Rachel took. But Rachel is just
way over Rachel's head.
No, yes and no. She hates Erudite so much, and she really actually does. She can't stand her, and that's why it went over her head. That's why she missed that this was a snarky little, oh, you want to slap me? Let me slap you back. How you like that?
Wait,
You know,
the exemplary woman for a Christian housewife walks around with hate in her heart.
You've never
I
seen
mean, that kind of checks
Rachel.
out now that I think about
Okay.
it.
When Andrew goes and does the whatever podcast, the Crucible still streams. And at least used to, Rachel would host the Crucible with Mr. E, and they would restream Andrew at the whatever podcast. I have heard this woman say some shit that I was like, oh, yo.
So see, I've only seen the whatever podcast twice. Once because I don't know, you'll remember this, Sass, but Lauren De Laguna was on the whatever podcast. You'll remember her. Nobody else here will know who the
I
fuck
know
I'm
who
talking
Lauren De
about.
Laguna is, but I don't pay any attention to the whatever podcast because
Rachel?
it's nothing but a endless rage bait show.
Right, but I was kind of fangirling on De Laguna and I'd never heard it. So I watched it when she was on. And then the only other time I've seen the whatever podcast is on this panel. They were reviewing Rachel on the whatever podcast. But I didn't actually
With
watch the
Andrew.
whatever podcast. I just watched it here.
With Andrew recently, and
Yes.
let's remember, she wanted to take that woman outside and fight her in the street. Remember? I don't know if
Well-
you caught that part of it. The little girl who's my size, 5'2", 105 fucking pounds. Rachel wanted to take her outside and teach her a lesson, and challenge
Because
her
she disrespected Andrew.
in the alley. Yeah, because she disrespected her man. I'm like, first of all, like, I've stood next to Rachel Wilson. I would not pick a fight with Rachel Wilson. She will pick me up over her head and snap me in half like a little twig. And
Is
all
it
I'll be able
because
to
she's a
do is
man? A man, baby.
I mean, she is very masculine. It blows me
her
away.
motherfucking moves.
But she's telling other women to be feminine and have more babies. But I mean, as long as her and Andrew have been without a baby expecting, what is she doing to not get pregnant herself? And why is it her demographic of people that are following her sycophants are the ones who don't have children? Like, they want to take abortion away from people, but the people who are having abortions are still outbreeding them, even with abortion.
Even the men, a lot of them have
That's kinda
fallen into the red pill sector, where they believe that women are just flat out evil and marriage is no longer really a thing. It's all just, been destroyed. And don't get married, boys, because it'll ruin your whole life. Yeah, we live in weird times. We really,
Isn't
really
that
do.
black pill? Isn't that what Casper calls black pill, though?
It's borderline black pill. A lot of them become
Don't take
black
pills. Fuck all their pills. If they can't make it in tea form, I don't want it.
A lot of them have become black pilled. And what's interesting is, it's like when you're dealing with Casper, you got to stop and look at what he's addressing is the ideology. He's speaking as though this is the ideology. And if I am a man in the world today listening to it, what is my reaction to it? Does Casper really feel and think that way? I don't believe so at all. In fact, I've seen Casper. He's a relatively attractive man. He's actually been very, I don't want to call him like a white knight or anything, but he has most certainly defended me in situations and spoken up on my behalf.
I wasn't trying to speak ill of Casper. I was just throwing out there that he was telling me about this black pill. I'm not good on the pills thing. And what you're saying sounds a lot is the red pill sounds more like the black pill. That's all.
You go from the red pill to the black pill. And that's what I was saying is when you're talking to Casper, right? Like, track what he's putting down and he'll show you the pathway and how they get the men to go that way. And
As an aside,
absolutely insane. It'll fry your brain just going, oh my God, these poor men.
GS, Casper struggles to deal with me.
Yeah.
I have seen him rage quit just because I popped up. I came in and like, what were you saying? And he's like, oh, fuck this, I'm out.
Nihilism is a dangerous slope. Unfortunately, just as feminism has moved women into this very toxic and disgusting existence. This is
Well-
the red pill, the pills. That is literally the version for men. You've got
We're
feminism,
sidetracking, Beth. We're
feminism to
going
fuck with women, and yeah, where's Grid wanting to yell squirrel at me?
down.
So, and when it comes down to that, I have this criticism for both sides of this particular debate: feminism versus red pill, however you want to look at that. That first, before you can accept the pill into your heart as your Lord and Savior, you must first admit that you were victimized by the opposition. So you start your foundational journey on this as a victim and build your victimhood points based from that.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's the thing is both of these women see themselves as the victim of the other side, and that's why they don't get along. Because they both feel victimized by the other person's ideology. Not by the other person, by the other person's ideology.
Exactly. They're all that way. I think that humanity on a whole has just clung to victim status and said, fuck everything else. I get further being a victim than I do fucking being a victor.
Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing. I think that's what Erudite was trying to point out with her question to Rachel at the very beginning of this back and forth. She asked, what's your personal connection? She wants to see where she's a victim of, what made you a victim of feminism so much that you want to fight it. So that she can identify with her because she sees herself as a victim of the patriarchy. So she was trying to find that connection of, well, where you see yourself as a victim of this, I see myself as a victim of that, and do the feminine thing, which has taken over our society and turned us all into the biggest victim wins. I mean, I'm even subject to it to some degree because kids don't get proper individual attention in schools.
Right.
But if you get a diagnosis, which believe me is easy enough to do, it takes time. But in the long run, you could get an IEP and then you get to play the victim card and they've got to fucking acquiesce. And this is what we've done in our society by creating all these soft edges on everything is that they don't even have a legitimate victimhood most of the time, but they will invent one because if not, the other guy's the bigger victim and he gets more subsidy.
Pero, which is purely emotional, the epitome of women themselves, make it make sense. I see it happening with the men too now. Okay, and that's what I'm saying is, just as we have feminism doing this shit and fucking up women, we have red pill moving into black pill doing it to the men. So people as a whole are being pushed into little toxic bubbles and they're crossing their fingers and praying to whatever deity it is they're worshiping that we stay there.
As an observation, half of the people are voluntarily jumping feet first into those toxic bubbles, and the other half of humanity are standing on the edges looking at them going, the hell are y'all doing? Stop that.
Right.
Yeah. They like their bubbles and they like casting stones from one bubble to the next. And it's scary to think that these two women here, both of them are beautiful women. Mm-hmm. Both of them are intelligent women. Both of them are somewhat successful women. I mean, neither of them is, they're able to fly out to Dallas for a weekend of fun. It's not like they're getting hourly for this. Do you know what I mean? Like, right. So they had to have that leisure time. These are the women who, because they love this lifestyle, the vast majority of them are not procreating. It's not the people that they're going after. And I hate that that's her first talking point right away is to jump to this catastrophic, we're falling off a cliff with replacement rates. Replacement rates, a 1-to-1 replacement rate was only necessary when lifespans were much shorter. That right. By the time this new worker is coming up and getting trained to do the job well enough, another worker is dying off. We don't have that right now. Especially with as many of the boomers as they were, and they aren't fucking dying off fast enough. In fact, what's really creepy is my generation, Gen X, we're dying off at a faster rate than fucking boomers right now.
Drugs. We had much better drugs, madam. They had nothing to compare with the drugs we had. We had designer drugs. We had new drugs that were invented specifically for us.
Yeah.
We had people actually eating folks' faces. Like, go ahead. I'm good.
Yeah. Oh, crocodile. Anyway, we should play the video because we're like going so far off again.
Yeah. Here we go.
Point then for you. So at what point, what's the period you think is most prolific for feminism really changing the she economy that you described? Is there a window of time?
Would be the 1970s.
What happened in the 1970s?
I'm glad you asked.
You're so welcome. We're
What
tag teaming this, really.
What happened in the 70s was we had just been through the Vietnam War, which was very unpopular and extremely expensive, and the U.S. Treasury needed more income tax coming in. And this was at the exact same time that the Rockefellers and the Fords created gender studies. They passed Title IX and started handing out college scholarships and funding for women to go to college like candy. And we saw over 20% increase in females in the workforce just in that decade alone. By the 90s, women were on par with men. And what happened at the same time as that is
the actual ideology that most feminists believe they're following. And that's why I'm an anti-feminist, because it's not that I don't believe in the same basic ideas a lot of the feminists have. That's not the movement that they're in. The movement that they're in isn't to push the ideologies of making things more accessible to everyone as opposed to singling people out. The party that they're involved in is more about creating more boxes to single people out in.
So what you're saying is that the implication she's making by the removal of the gold standard is the imposition of the necessity to work into the household or for women in general. Did the New Deal prioritize hiring women over men in any way?
What the New Deal did was it prioritized single mothers over families for social benefits. If you have a married couple, you're less likely to qualify for benefits than a single mother. Single mothers tend to kind of jump to the top of the list when it comes to like housing and things like that. As single fathers too now, but back then there, single fathers were, 1 in a billion, right? Typically widowers and their mother-in-law's house. But what we're looking at with the New Deal coming in.
We hear you, Cyrus.
Whose house is on fire?
There's a fire. I think there's a fire up the road, which makes me nervous.
All we can hear is the sirens. We can't hear you talking anymore. They're too close.
Well, I asked her earlier if she heard them when they passed, and she said no.
Wish you in your kitchen and then come back to the stream. So you've been out of your kitchen for far too long. It's on fire. They know it's on fire. Go back to the kitchen. You'll be fine.
This is what happens when you fight feminism. No, sorry.
I live in the mountains and we're in a drought, and there's been a lot of fires around the state. Most of them, they're catching them right away and getting them out, but there's little things, they're sparking fires that people aren't like being conscious about, chainsaws and whatnot. But so what I was saying is that what was I saying? Must not have been important.
That sweet potatoes are better than potatoes. Go ahead. Let's hit the video.
Yes.
Or under Nixon in 1971.
But that's not why women joined the economy. That's
but that
not why
might
women
explain economic changes, no?
No, it doesn't.
The gold standard.
Because what you're not understanding is it's about the birth rate. It's not that women working is a problem if they were still having 2.2 or 2.5 babies per woman. But when you tell women, hey, spend all your fertile years going to college and starting a career and don't even think about settling down and having kids until you're 31, which is the average age that a woman is having her first child now, that's a serious problem. And we have historical examples of countries who've gone through this. Russia is a great one. They made abortion legal and paid for in state hospitals under Lenin. And it was so bad, like the demographic cliff was so bad for Russia that by the time Stalin came to power, he had to roll all of that back. But because they were communists, they wanted to push women into the workforce. You need workers to have communism. Women needed to be working. And they tried to do women workers and pronatalism at the same time, it did not work. They've
Well,
never
all
recovered
economies
their
need
birth rate.
workers, right? The most important piece of basically capital investment
Sure.
is human
Which is
human
why
capital.
you could also look at South Korea, which is a very capitalist Western style economy, but has also been taken over by feminism. And they have 0.7 births per woman right now. There's
So-
not going to be a South Korea in the next 20 or 30 years
So
if
why-
they don't turn it around.
I'm curious, what's the number one correlate to declining birth rates in a nation?
Women's access to higher education.
Correct. Yes, women's access. It's actually everyone's access to higher education. So I'm curious, would you consider Saudi Arabia particularly feminist?
Not particularly feminist.
Qatar?
No. But no.
Okay, so the Gulf states also have declining birth rates, but feminism isn't causing that. What's happening there?
Because they've started.
Saudi Arabia, famous
Yes.
for feminizing. Qatar, famous for feminizing.
They have started letting women work. They've started allowing things like birth
Their
control.
birth rate's
It's
been
more
declining
subtle.
for a long time. Actually, it's below replacement now.
Everybody in first world economies where there's urbanization, industrialization, as I explained, that's what.
Oh,
enables
wait,
feminism.
pause.
So
She
isn't
just
urban-
admitted. Wait, pause.
Yep.
She just literally admitted Erudite's points of urbanization and industrialization play more of a role in declining birth rates than feminism. She literally just conceded the whole fucking debate.
Yeah. It's going to be forgotten.
Well, I mean, she didn't concede the debate. She conceded her point, but her point never had anything to do with the debate, and that's the issue. She's saying, how does she prove that feminism has made the world worse by sticking on this thing about she really wants to die on that cliff of declining population, declining birth rate.
Well, they want people to have more babies, and I get that, but the problem is that there's a lot of people who aren't going to have children because they don't feel that it's a secure enough country and existence for those children. At least that's what I'm hearing from the younger crowds. They're worried about, well, why would I bring a child into this world? What's my kid going to have? What kind of blah, you know what I'm saying? And that makes them far more hesitant and willing to, combat the genetic urges, if you will.
Look at her face. She knows she just conceded a bad point. Look at her face.
She went, oh, shit. It's okay, Rachel. I hear you. I've seen some clips from later on, and I'm wondering what actually pushes her to the point that she gets to, because Rachel only actually ever does that when she's reached a certain.
I don't know how either of these women debate, but Erudite gets her cornered and she comes out with claws. That's what I saw.
Yeah. Rachel's.
She's already looking it. Look at her face. Oh my God.
All right.
Use Dr. Squatch products. Smell better. Be better.
We give it 5 seconds. Here you go.
As I explained, that's what enables feminism.
So isn't it urbanization that we're blaming here? Because I feel like there's an interesting
until
thing.
you push women into the workforce and they stop having kids. Again, if women were working as nurses and still having 2.5 kids per woman, I would have no problem with it. But nothing you're addressing tells me what we're going to do about this.
Well, nothing you're pointing
how is
to says it all falls at the feet of feminism, right? What you're pointing
Why
to
did
right
the
now
women stop having babies?
because of modernization through increased education. Saudi Arabia, I'm so sorry. As much as you want to insist Saudi Arabia is feminist, it's certainly not. In fact, do you know why women in Saudi Arabia are pushed into education? It increases their dowry value. That's why. Because it's like
that sounds like an Islam problem.
Well, Victoria, England did this as well, where essentially they view proof of education as good genetic stock, so it makes that wife a more valuable woman. So
right, but
I don't know what's
nobody had a
feminist
birth
about
rate
that.
crisis in Victorian England.
Well, the thing that you have to disentangle here is why is Saudi Arabia having the same problems that you're falling at the feet of feminism? And I'm saying it looks more like modernization might be the problem here. And Saudi Arabia certainly has both modernization, but it certainly doesn't have feminism. So you're going to have to answer the Qatar Gulf
CDC and the United Nations both say that the main correlate for declining birth rates is sending women to college and sending them to work.
I didn't disagree with that.
As a mother
That's just not
of 5,
feminism.
as a mother of
necessarily.
5, you cannot have more than maybe one child and work full time because you have to outsource motherhood to daycare, which
Why?
is expensive. What do you mean, why?
Why do we have the runaway cost issues in America?
Runaway what?
Cost issues in America.
It's not runaway cost issues. It's the fact
not?
that
It's not affordable right now.
you can't make daycare cheap enough for it to offset the cost of a woman working full time. That's math. How are you going to make
Please.
daycare cheap enough?
All right, so I might be a little autistic, and
All right.
maybe I'm paying a little too much attention, or maybe I'm just hallucinating here. I'm pretty high. I'm not drunk though, and I haven't taken any hallucinogens. Is Rachel moving her face like Andrew Wilson? Is she using Andrew Wilson's micro expressions in this? Holy shit!
Worse than that.
I may need to rewind them all.
Worse than that, the other woman is acting effeminate while Rachel acts like a man. Like Erudite is sitting there being demure and respectful, and she's like, well, what about this? And she turns her head to Rachel and kind of cocks it to the side, like lowering her gaze in a very submissive way. Whereas Rachel, look at her, she's looking straight forward. She's very aggressive in her hands and her face.
I know I'm just a mean old man, but I think Erudite could have won this just by showing a little cleavage. Oh, I love this. This is excellent. This is the best luge I've had all day. Am I getting kicked out?
I think that the biggest issue here is that, and I said it from the very beginning, is Rachel never set herself up to lay any of these things actually at the foot of feminism, and doesn't even account for the cross-sectionality at all. And that's gonna, in my opinion, that loses the debate for her. I don't.
So, one of the issues I have with the feminism argument is that what is currently being practiced today is not feminism. It is woman superiority. And that's different from the feminist origins of it. True feminists want equality. If she wants a job on a crab boat, she should be able to get a job on a crab boat to find out she doesn't want to work on a crab boat, right? Like, that's all I'm saying is, like, she should get paid exactly as much as the dude next to her. And let's be honest, having a chick on a boat is supposed to be bad luck. So maybe a little more.
And even then, that's only if she can do the job, right?
Well, it depends on what job she's doing. I'm sure she could accomplish something on that boat. That's neither here nor there.
No, here's the point, though. It's not even about whether women now are doing modern feminism is the same as initial feminism. The point of the debate is to prove that feminism has had a negative effect on society, and the effects that she's chosen can be attributed to so many more things, and she has yet to show how they're attributed to feminism, and she's the affirmative. Like, it's her job to prove that feminism has caused ill to society. All she's done is list off a bunch of society's ills without ever having attributed them to feminism. And when she gets called out on it, she changes the subject completely every time. When she gets called back to feminism, she wants to talk about her talking points and nothing to do with how those have anything to do with feminism or how feminism created those issues.
Can we take a look at that statement that's in the chat? Fletcher says, true. Feminists wanted the vote before free black men, right?
Yep.
And that is true. One of the cornerstones of the suffragette movement was to achieve the vote for white women and land ownership and everything, enfranchisement, not just the vote, but full enfranchisement under the law for white women before black men could get the vote. They saw the change coming in the air. They knew that the political system that was in place was definitely going to give free black men the right to vote. They wanted to push free white women in there first.
It was also before Native Americans and before any immigrants whatsoever.
Does that make the feminist suffragette movement racist by default?
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I would.
Where's
have
Joe
to-
Cool? I got 2 white women and a white guy on the panel, and I just said racist twice in a sentence. He should just magically appear.
Sorry, I had to make sure my kid was good boy closed the chicken coop for me. All right. I want to watch some more microexpressions. Let's see where she goes with this, shall we?
That a woman can have 5 babies and work a full-time job. And why would you want that?
Well,
Why don't we want mothers? Any mothers here love having to send their kids to be raised by someone else all day? Do you
well,
guys
the question
like that?
again, you can narrativize, but the question I'm actually trying to pose you and get.
They make it that way. Lippy, can I see you real quick, my dear? Thank you, sir. I appreciate
So she
you.
wasn't asking her. She wasn't asking her about daycare at all. She was asking, can a family? You just said a family. Women can't afford to have more than one child, and that they have to work. Like she just asked her to rephrase that. Like she rephrased it back. This is what I'm hearing you saying, is that women can't afford to have more children. And then she's like, no, they can't afford daycare. And she's like, well, what does daycare have to do with it if you're going to stay home and be a mother if a man can earn a full living? And that is economy, not feminism, that created that problem. I am an anti-feminist, and Rachel is losing me in this argument. That's the worst part of this whole debate for me, is that I start out watching this the first time thinking, okay, Rachel's on the anti-feminist point, so I'm gonna go with Rachel. She's gonna make the most sense to me, and she's losing me because she's acting very masculine. She's being very disingenuous, and she's sticking to talking points that she never related to feminism in the first place. Like, you have to make that connection before you can harp on those points.
It also has, it's not an acceptable answer to what Erudite is asking, okay, to repose back. Well, are there any mothers who love sending their kids off to be raised by somebody else? Women should just stay home. We can't. Not when the cost of living, not when it's fucking almost $2,000 plus utilities for a one bedroom. And don't even talk about trying to buy property. That's fucking completely unattainable for almost the entire next generation unless they fucking fix something real quick. Okay. And I mean, look,
that's intentional, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is,
and that's what Erudite's trying to point out, I think.
Exactly. The deck has been stacked against everything that would make us non-feminists. So, like, I don't know. I don't think she's doing well with this debate at all.
Well,
Lippy, you want to throw in?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to come up because Squatch touched on something that's very important. You know, I say all the time, the 19th Amendment wouldn't have been passed except not for a bunch of old white men sitting around wishing they had a nice woman sitting across the desk from them to dictate what they wanted them to write. You know, that was the premise to begin with. And, you know, he brings up, you know, those white men, yeah, there weren't no black men in there that did that either. You know,
well, no, the reason they wanted white women, the reason they wanted white women to get a vote before black men is so that the white men could have 2 votes each, because they felt like they could force their wives to vote the way that they wanted. And that way they had double the voting power of a black man.
Absolutely. And I agree. And that's what I was trying to point out. It's the white man and his powerhouse, and he's got to have a wife on his shoulder to do that. And what we have now is a big problem, because a lot of those wives are out in that workforce. They're not on their man's shoulder. They're on another man's shoulder. And then the other side of the fence is we have all these women that are claiming that they'd rather be out in the forest with the bear. Good. Go see what the bear wants to give you for his welfare program as you drag along all your children, too. You know, your 6 children from 4 different baby daddies. Go live with the bear and see what they do.
Right.
They're going to feed on you and your children. And I have no pity for you. You're delusional. This is all about comforts and conveniences. And men, you fell for it. If you get off your asses and go back to the hard traditional work, building your own homes, making your own equipment and everything, building your own mills, all this kind of stuff, we would have the traditional values of a real man that has ethics, labor, and the abilities to provide and protect without a government.
Right.
Have a good day.
Agreed. Oh, hey, just to drive by like that. Thank you for coming up, Pero. I always appreciate your input, sir. He's not wrong.
An answer to is what changed in the 70s, as you claim, where women started becoming dual income earners? What changed in families? What was going on? And you're like, the gold standard.
Are you asking
that doesn't
what?
matter.
No, I'm telling you exactly what happened. And this is not me. This is the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Commerce. All the sources in my slides say that in the 70s, the reason was because we had a huge income tax deficit because of the Vietnam War. At the same time that they had passed birth control legislation, making it legal. And not only that, making it free.
Duck, I got to see you real quick, please, good sir. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, Doug, what's up, brother?
Hey, good to see you, Squatch.
What are you thinking of this debate so far?
I think Rachel based her initial argument on a straw man. So, like, tough to win a debate, but just given the conversation and stuff, you know, it's always seems to me when Rachel talks, it's that like, well, because this is what I'm comfortable with as a woman. This is what other women should also be comfortable with. So, you know, I'm a little more liberal, you know, and I don't think that's a bad thing. So I would support Erudite so far.
I think Erudite's making the stronger argument with at least some kind of foundation to it besides because my slide said so.
I feel like Erudite spent more time preparing than Rachel did. I feel like Rachel walked in here expecting to just be able to slam dunk this and walk away, and that's not what's happening.
Yeah. Erudite is definitely showing to be a formidable opponent for Rachel. And like I said, prior to this, we all need to remember that Rachel does not like Erudite at all. Neither does they hate her. So I think she was like,
isn't this the full source of Cleavage Gate? Was it Erudite or was that not Erudite or who was that? That was Nova Star. Right.
Okay, so no, what's happening here, and this is why I said what I said at the very beginning.
Because you said what you said.
Organizing shouldn't participate this way. Rachel, and she has gotten deference already, and you'll see more later. It's awful. Just with the split screen for Erudite's opening, whereas Rachel got full screen. You know, there's already been deference, and she's just expecting the crowd's gonna just go with her. So she didn't have to put any effort into this because, well, we all hate Erudite anyway. So everybody's gonna prefer what I have to say, even if I don't say shit.
Right, exactly.
If Trump, I could shoot somebody on Broadway and they'd still vote for me tomorrow. Attitude.
Yeah, and I mean one of the things too, I think it's kind of makes the framing ironic how MDDs kind of put it on. No offense, because they do a lot of good debates and a lot of good series, but with this one, it's kind of ironic because it's like, you know, like you're given some preferential treatment, but then also, you know, there's no like Q&A for it's like, Rachel, if this was overwhelming for you to begin with, then that's fine. It's overwhelming for a lot of people, but that doesn't make it like about males and women and, you know, men and women and stuff like that. Like your point is like, it's just like a sort of like a tragic sort of framing of the issue from my perspective.
I'm sorry, I lost track of what you were saying when your voice started.
Hi, Casper. Good to see you, sir.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, sorry, Sasquatch. My bad.
I'm just picking on you, bro. We're having good fun up here. It's okay, bro.
Yeah, and I know Rachel's gonna get a little. Like I said, I've seen some clips, and I know what it takes. I know when I've seen Rachel get that way, what has usually happened prior to, and so now I'm interested to see what gets her there.
Cheap and socially acceptable. We had Roe v. Wade. Now everybody can get an abortion. And at the same time, you start pushing through the culture through a massive propaganda campaign, through things like, remember the Stepford Wives movies? Remember the Mary Tyler Moore show? The 70s were just saturated with girl boss empowerment stuff. I was born in 1980 with She-Ra and Madonna and, telling women that motherhood is a ball and chain, that the smart girls go to college and have their own money and they don't need a man. So you've got this cultural propaganda campaign. You've got government money subsidizing college, which is why it's so expensive, by the way. And then you've got birth control and abortion. Okay. So the trend becomes, go get your bag, go get your career. Men are icky and bad. They're going to abuse you. Children are a ball and chain that are going to hold you back. You need to go to work.
Sure.
And that's what women do. They
still haven't gotten an answer to the Gulf states. Seems like that one is just
still haven't gotten an answer to how you're going to do feminism with no more babies.
Rachel, you have to let me talk for us to have a conversation, right? I'm letting you speak. Give me some space to speak as well. Right. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Decorum. Whoa. Somebody's saying something from the audience. I'm rewinding just a hair because I would like to try to hear this.
Give me some space to speak as well. Right. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s.
Go ahead, Kyla.
If you want Rachel to just monologue, I can just sit here if you want. But if you want the debate and show, I have to participate too. So let's talk a little bit about the 70s. So the 70s is where
they tried to call her out for interrupting.
It was something over 20%.
But it wasn't the guy who's running it, James. That wasn't James. So I was trying to figure out if I recognized the voice who accused her of interrupting. I'm not.
It was Dusty.
It was too far away.
He went undercover. He's there in a big long jacket, big hat over his head, dark glasses.
Simping for Big Mama Rachel. No. It's 10th Man hoping to get his back walked on with those.
The 10th Man is not there. I'm pretty sure he's banned from crossing state lines.
Oh, God.
Until 20%, so 70s to what? What was the 20% point? Was it the 90s, 2000s?
No, just in the 70s alone, I believe it went up. No. Female labor force participation went way up in the 70s. So the biggest jump, and then it continued in the 80s and 90s, and now we have about equal numbers.
So I'm going to show you a beautiful thing that we can do in the world, okay? This is a graph. This is a very, very wonderful graph that makes your point look true. This is your point. Okay, so we've got 1975, we've got 39%. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, you're gonna love it. And by 1990s, we have that almost 20% jump to 58%. And look how steep that looks. Very spooky graph. The issue with cherry-picked data is that if you zoom out and include all data that's relevant, suddenly spooky lines don't look so spooky. In the 70s, nothing magically happened at all, actually. We had a consistent trend of women since the 1950s going into workplace, particularly married women, because unmarried women always participate in the workforce. Yes. If you actually want a spooky graph with a big jump, the major point when women entered the workforce at astronomical numbers, was a 10% leap in like 4 years, is this graph. It was World War II. This is the only notable moment. If you'll notice on this graph, it's all
Rosie the Riveter
trend line. So if you're gonna blame everything, hold on, let me finish my thought, then you can attack it. If you're gonna blame everything from 1970s forward, you're gonna have a tough time because the data shows that it's the identical trend since the 1940s. And if you zoom out 200 years, you get this graph, which is a U. So once you actually look at the whole comprehensive story,
stop right there.
Narrative falls apart.
Yep.
I wish she had made that U more visible, because
she only flashed
women in the workforce had to go down before it could come back up again.
Right.
Well, it wasn't like it was voluntary. There weren't a whole lot of entitlement programs to speak of, last turn of the last century or so.
Here's the thing is, so especially if we're going to talk about like colonization of America, okay? But when we were still all over in Europe, women worked forever. Women always had jobs. They were innkeepers and they worked at bars, and they were seamstresses, and they had tons of different kinds of work. Then they come over to America and there's no fucking jobs. They had to establish everything. So they get everything built, and then of course they do start going back into the workforce because they always fucking worked. Their grandmothers worked, their great grandmothers worked, their great 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 grandmothers worked. Okay, so
Look at both of their faces again. This to me is like an indicator of who's winning debates often. Look at their faces
yeah.
as she's making this point that you graph. Like Rachel was like, oh fuck yeah, women were in the workforce in higher numbers before it shrank and then went back up again.
Dude, go look at the numbers of women in the workforce in, say, the Edwardian era, right? Yet again, unmarried women were almost 100% involved in the workforce until marriage, and something like 60% of women had some sort of job that they used to help their husbands, even if it was, washing clothes or folding clothes,
Right.
or cutting a deal with a hotel nearby and just doing just the blankets or whatever.
Right.
We would call it a side hustle today, but it wasn't a side hustle. And a lot of times it was the difference between having a place to live and some stuff to eat, right?
Correct. Casper, I hear what you're saying, but I am going to confidently say that in this debate, Rachel is making a lot of claims, but not really showing where those claims can be connected to feminism. She's just claiming it. Everything is resting on claims with no actual, here's what happened and here's where we can see it. It's just claims. I don't know what to tell you. And in all actuality, everything in her demeanor is absolutely screaming that Erudite is winning. If anyone is telling us that Erudite is winning, it's Rachel.
That's why I keep pointing it out, is look at the body language. Rachel herself is, and here I guarantee you, like I haven't seen every minute of this, but I guarantee you she's about to pivot again because you can see her gears moving there.
Casper, I'm not joking.
Hold on.
I bet you
Casper,
to watch it back.
if you've got me a Splenda daddy, hit me with them digits and stop just teasing me. I will show him my feet, but not you.
Look, Casper, at the start of this, before we started watching the debate, both Witchy and I said we're leaning towards Rachel's side. Okay, we agree with the positions that Rachel usually comes in and holds. Okay, absolutely 1000%. So far, though, this has not looked like the Rachel that is that strong powerhouse that comes in with the facts and demolishes everybody. It's not the same woman. She is not performing the way she usually does. If Rachel could beat Andrew.
This is the first time I've ever seen her debate feminism, and I haven't seen her debate. And it's going to get worse in my mind from what I've seen.
She's not bored. Look, dude, again, she's making claims, but she's not providing anything to support said claims. Just making claims. That's it. I swear to God.
It's just a little ironic too, because like when it's not only that she's looking like such a strong debater in this showing, in this performance, but if you put Rachel's idealized version of an American woman almost anywhere, oh my gosh, like wouldn't in that case they too would be they would then see or be seeing, for example, like the same exact world Erudite is talking about, right? You have a homesteading woman, but right next to them you have someone who owns 100 acres, right, and inherits it as family land. And so you do have economic powerhouse women in Rachel's America still, and she can't even get into those details.
Casper, I have her book. I've read her book. I questioned her about her book. Okay, there's some shit that she got wrong, and she acknowledged that she knows exactly what I was talking about. And earlier in this debate, she said feminism did not exist before the Industrial Revolution. According to her book, it existed before the fucking Industrial Revolution.
Okay, let's stop arguing with Casper because he's already going to butt fucking. It's already over. He already ceded the argument because he's going to butt fucking and it has nothing to do with it. So let's just watch the video.
I love you, Casper. You're my friend. Please watch the whole thing. I'm hitting play, you guys.
Really quickly, because nothing remarkable happened in the 1970s except for one thing, and I'm curious if you know what actually happened in the 1970s.
Well, instead of playing Pop Quiz Kyla, first of all, here's my
so good.
It's just your typical debate move.
I just want to be clear.
Dude,
if you don't know words,
what happened to this? What do you think about this? What happened here? Okay.
I just want to be very clear before we get to the personal. I thought we were going
to take turns.
Well, if we're going to get to the personal insults, I'm just going to quickly respond.
I didn't insult you. I just pointed out that your strategy is to pop
literally mocking her.
You do in every debate.
So thank you. The front loading of saying my opponent Kyla will just happen to know way more technological information and knowledge
to the actual point.
I mean,
know
I'll
you
take
wanted
it.
to have a girl debate, but I would like to stick.
No,
to
you said the boy debate.
Argument.
So here we are, baby girl. You want the boy debate? We're here.
Yeah, we're doing it. What happened?
So, what happened in the 1970s?
Wait, did the anti-feminist woman just admit she's being manly? Did she really just admit she's being manly? Yeah, I want the boy debate, and we're having it. Here we go. Like, and she's calling her names and mocking her.
The first person.
That's a good debate tactic.
Casper, you even know the first person to go to ad homs is usually the one losing. Am I right, Duck? You're a debater. You know this one.
Yeah, as soon as you stray from your debate script, you should have both debaters should have prepared 2 to 3 points that would drive home a conclusion for the audience, hopefully. And so ad homs are kind of ad homs, or turning it into a character contest or a beauty pageant or a bodybuilding show or whatever it is usually, I don't think it's a good tactic.
Did you just take a shot at Marte? I'm so proud of you. That is amazing, bro.
Yeah, that would have been my first one, I think.
Good man.
Careful, you don't want him to think you're flirting with him.
Duck or Marte? Madam, as long as they pay me, I don't care. I can flirt with anybody I choose.
$20 is $20.
$20 is $20, my sister.
$20 is $20, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you should send in donos to support this stream. We love bringing you shows, and Witchy is going to be joining me on a more permanent basis. I'm also going to hopefully get to see her start doing some more of her own streams, so that's going to be awesome. In order to do that, she and I need StreamYards, and StreamYards is a little expensive. So, we appreciate every penny, because $20 is $20. Just don't flirt with Marte.
Get a little twin.
No kisses on the lips.
World War II.
What happened
to
after
all those
World
women
War II?
who went to work? What did they do?
Did
they go back home?
5%.
Yes, they did.
Well,
they went 5%, back home.
And then look, the same line of best fit from before World War II. Because you know what made women go back into workplace? Access to new technologies that made it easier to go back to the workplace.
Of course.
That's what made them go back.
You haven't heard me say this the 3 times I've heard it. Industrialization and technology allowed for this.
Is she bird handing?
We want to throw it at the feet of feminism.
Bird
handing? Yeah.
Yeah, like she's feeding her scraps like a baby. Bird handing.
Yeah. Bird feeding, bird handing. Yeah.
And she's doing it physically. Like if you watch her hand is like she's dropping food for the baby bird, Like
yeah.
And it's an insulting thing that Andrew does too. Like he's pointing out again how she's using Andrew's masculine body language.
Yeah, P. Fletch, my dear, I don't want to imagine what happens in their bedroom. Thank you. She definitely is picking up a lot of Andrew's mannerisms. You can tell that he helps her prep and practice. Which, I mean, I would expect a husband to do that for his wife. So, you know.
My point that doesn't address the point of what you're going to do about the demographic cliff we're about to fall off of. Do you understand how you can possibly have feminism in a world? If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'll just ask for time.
I'll ask my question after.
Because if I interrupt you, it's a big problem. But apparently, I can't speak. I need to participate in order for this to be a conversation, Kyla.
Ideally, yeah.
So.
When you monologue,
See, there she is mocking again.
Typically, I need to be able to respond
we don't have to spend 40 minutes on what happened in this decade or why women worked.
You certainly don't want to.
Again,
yes.
The point of everything we're talking about here is that, yes, thanks, James. Nothing you're saying addresses the fact that we are about to have a collapse of our first world standard of living. This economy in the West, and it's
Can you pause it real quick? Can you pause it real quick?
I
mean,
nothing you are saying attributes that to feminism.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Everything she's saying here rests on her thinking she's got a superior position over erudite, right? And so it's a very like blood sport style debate. I think it's a little unfair on the MDD venue that she's made it so she rises above and stays above the fold, you know, because she has this ability to be condescending. You know, she's really not changing anyone's mind who doesn't already want to come into the debate being small-minded and hateful.
Actually, the opposite. She has changed my mind. She sold me against her argument when I agreed with it to start with.
I do want to say, like, up until now, erudite has looked really strong. I think now that the mudslinging has started, if she would stay out of it and keep on the track that she's been on since the debate started, she would be doing a lot better in this moment. But the second your opponent starts in on this bullshit, if you're going to feed it, then you're going to get roped in and laughed at too, and you won't be taken seriously. So, but however, on the same note, I understand the impulse to respond and be like, oh yeah, bitch, do you think you're funny? What's up, Ashton? That is so bullshit. I was there. I showed up for the debate. Where were you, Ashton? You assy or ashy ass fucking fuck you, Ashton. Let's go. Good to see you, sir. Yeah. It's getting messy though, for sure.
It's so congruent across all of them that it's kind of crazy. Like Statistics Canada has the same GDP numbers that the United States has, that Australia has, that Western Europe has, which is when you push women to go to college and have careers and have their own money and be financially independent, they listen and they do that. And they say, if that's what's expected, I'm not going to have kids. Now, again, we can go back and prove this is what happened in Russia. And it didn't matter how many pro-natalist campaigns they had. Women said, if I got to work full time, I can't have 3 or 4 kids. It doesn't work. You look at South Korea, same thing. They don't have communism. They don't have pronatalism. It's a capitalist Western style economy, and they can't even reproduce the Korean woman. Okay. It's a serious problem that arguing over the gold standard or the 70s or women should have choices. First of all, they've always had choices. Second of all,
just less.
If you don't address this problem, you can kiss feminism goodbye. You won't have it anymore. It won't exist.
There's this really famous,
I want to point something out real quick. I'm kind of shocked to see Rachel keep bringing up the GDP because historically, that is something that like they have given, that's a huge criticism she and Andrew have both had towards the other side is all they talk about is my GDP go up, my GDP go down, you know, and like it's a huge criticism, and Rachel is the only one bringing it up. I think that she prepped for it to be a GDP debate, and Erudite was clearly prepped to go a different route with this.
I don't know. I think the bigger thing here is what she just said. Just because it's true that there is a declining birth rate, just because it may be true that it has to do with women having to go to work, he hasn't proved in any way that feminism is responsible for women having to work and be in the workforce. She's proving that feminist ideologies may have pushed in that direction, but she's actually undermining her own argument here, because if it's economic reasons that women aren't having children, that has nothing to do with feminism. That has to do with governance and economy.
Right.
So Rachel has not yet once related this one point that she wants to stay on so hard. She has yet to relate it as being caused by feminism in any way.
Smoking Spaceman says, wait, if the declining birth rate leads to the end of feminism, then why fight for increasing the birth rate? Good question. Here's another very interesting thing about when it comes to feminism. I personally would make the argument, and I think I can substantiate the argument, that we wouldn't have feminism if men hadn't essentially chosen it and put it into place and made it possible for feminism to exist. So why are the men not just fucking putting an end to it at this point? Maybe at this point it's just so bred into our culture that it's something that we're going to have a far harder time getting away from, but you got to start fucking somewhere. She hasn't raged out. What are you talking about? No. Wait, Casper. I'm not blaming. Well, maybe I am blaming the men. But look, it's not. I think a door got opened and women ran with it. However, the bottom line, and you got to admit it, men could put a stop to this shit. Men can put a stop to it. Everybody admit. I love you, Casper. And by the way, I'm very much enjoying the videos you sent me.
You introduced me to this researcher, Joseph.
Go ahead,
real quick.
Doug, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, I was just going to offer a little of my social science knowledge or expertise too. I mean, it's also the case that the statistic Erudite was quoting earlier, she was talking about the period after the Second World War. You know, this was also US's transition to a service economy. So, you know, if I was putting on my very strong feminist hat, I would say that you do get male banking executives talking about how finance is going to save the world for people, and there's been no change. Or how auto manufacturing is even going to more so connect the United States than it had in the past. You know, there is patriarchal thinking in the statistics, even though Erudite didn't necessarily highlight it. I think it actually gets worse, the fact that Rachel has to be bird-brained and not dive into Erudite's argument. Like there's nothing really better for her position.
Yeah. It would be nice if she actually like came at Erudite's argument, good faith, addressed it, and like walked through it with her. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see that rather than just, you know, here's my claim and I'm just going to keep stating the claims over and over again. No, let's fucking look at the graphs. Let's look at the information and let's connect the dots together. But no, instead now it's turning into this like slap fest that is just, yeah. But hey, these people want to be entertained, don't you know?
Miller.
See, and that's the other thing that's so disingenuous about both Andrew and Rachel, the few times I've seen them perform, is that they're more looking for that gotcha and that, you know, dramatic, cinematic kind of vibe to draw in viewers than they are like actually presenting their point of view, because she literally skips over how you get from feminism to declining birth rate at all. And then
Right.
and then all she focuses on is declining birth rate when their debate is about the effects, negative or positive, of feminism on society. And she never could, or never has. I don't know if she could, because she hasn't yet. I have yet to see there be a connection between any of her points and them stemming from feminism, especially when you look at the graph situation and beyond that. Like you were saying it before she showed the U graph. Women were in the workforce in higher numbers in history, more of history than they were in lower numbers.
Yes. Yes. And as a matter of fact, even in ancient times, when I say ancient, I'm talking the, thousands of years back into the BC era, women could inherit property. They had their own businesses. They could initiate divorces. So it's just, I don't understand where any of this shit is coming from. Sorry, kid came in and asked me a question. He's like, what's this in the salt shaker? It's rice. So it doesn't clump,
There's a great conversation that the anti-suffragettes had where they insisted that, oh, by God, if the feminists, if all this happens, the world is going to collapse. People have been insisting that the world is going to collapse in the next 10 years. I mean, they're like climate people as well. We're insisting that we were going to die in the next 10 years as well. It's just fear mongering that's not typically based in reality. Now, I know you want to run away from counter information that is disconfirming of your narrative, but you still need to deal with the Gulf states. Right, Qatar having declining birth rate. It's not feminism.
Is
it's
that a first
modernization.
world country you want to live in?
No, I want to live here, which has feminism and a booming GDP and one of the best countries on the earth. That's why I'm here.
Well, what are we going to do? Yeah, it's great. It's great right now, but your field of psychology that you got your degree in is so oversaturated. We have, and it's almost all women. It's like 88% women.
Not going to deal with the Gulf, though.
Pivot.
I'll just come back to it. I'll write it down.
You have to
Remind me of Larry Bird.
Adderall.
Whoa, what squad? What the fuck was that?
She said pivot. No, she pivoted, and Erudite calls her out for pivoting. And I'm like, that bitch is just like Larry Bird. His past king, bro. We're going to pivot and pass to somebody else.
Pivot and pass. And then when she gets called on pivoting, she goes to the ad hom again. Adderall. She's the one who's trying to keep the focus on. So maybe she is taking Adderall because she's focused. Maybe you need some, Rachel. I don't know, because you keep going off to left field.
Well, but that's the thing is we all know she's referencing Adderall to be calling her a drug addict. Like she's not using it for because she has ADHD and to stay focused, but in an abuse type.
I mean, even in your own chat, Casper tried to call her a drug addict to try and discredit her since she's doing a better job.
It's also ironic that was in her opening statement. Didn't she mention at the very beginning? She was like, "Well, it's all what's it called? It's all like these homosexual gay welfare couples that are making all these drug addicts and stuff." Like she said something that was about as true as that. And so she cares so much about addiction, but now she's even using it as an ad hominem against Erudite, who I don't believe invoked addiction as proof or disproof of feminism one time in this debate.
I'm not sure, here's the thing is I don't know that any of us know what any of these debaters or any of these people are on in their private life, through their private doctors. And thank God that's protected by HIPAA laws. So this is just, the whole thing is just stupid. That I have a kid with ADHD, right? And the schools were very insistent that I medicate her. I hated medicating her because it killed her appetite and she was so skinny and it was just awful. But boy, she was a night and day different kid when she was on the medication, right? totally different child. So I don't know. If people need medication for different reasons and during different times, I think that's one thing. I don't understand why. I don't understand. All of a sudden, she's just screaming Adderall. Like I'm.
And I don't get the Adderall one specifically because she's trying to imply like ADHD. I'm guessing, but the thing is, if she's supposedly on Adderall, then it makes sense why she's staying focused on the question that was asked, repeatedly trying to get her back to any of her questions she's asked. I mean,
but here's the problem: if you're not, if you do not have ADHD, Adderall will give you that. It's legal meth. That's it. It'll give them motor mouth where they're going 1,000 miles a minute and don't sleep, and you know.
But Rachel's the one doing that, not. Wait, never mind.
I don't know. I don't. I wouldn't.
I just don't think I didn't see a point of like you're already doing a hot button debate on feminism. What is your audience gaining when you willingly bring up and embody these other points that about behavioral health stuff? It doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah. Sense
is the thing it needs.
Has nothing to do with this. It's an ad hom to take away from what it is they're arguing about, and it makes her look weak to do that. And especially one that is so like this isn't like, some little ad hom that she's just, a quick little zinger. Nah, man, that's quite the hefty accusation. And to sit there and repeatedly, Adderall, what the fuck are you doing right now, dude? That does not make
you look
like
Beth.
a good debater.
Yeah, oh my God. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I just said in my head. Oh my God, what the fuck? So much so, we're going to rewatch the seconds before it.
You have to hear.
I'll write it down.
She just steamrolled. Adderall.
I just built a budgeting app.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Can it generate reports?
It can.
It makes her look weak.
Good one.
It does.
But look at Andrew. They even
address the problem that you have
in the middle of the broadcast. They switched to Andrew there to show his reaction to that.
Yep. I'm sure he's proud. I'm sure he's very proud.
Adderall.
Good one.
It doesn't address the problem that you have, which is the paradox of pushing women into work and telling them to be career women like you, and then they don't have children. How are you going to perpetuate the next generation? Do you realize that the complex systems first world economies rely on can only suffer about a 5% loss of skilled male workers? And right now in this country and all across the West, we have all of the Gen X and Boomer men who know how to run complex water sewage treatment centers, keep the power grid up and running. Like, these are highly skilled things. You can't just get someone from Pakistan, put them in a 6-week course or whatever, and make them a power lineman. You can't do that. These men are not replaceable. We have to start having babies, or you're going to have short-term boom. That's what we've got now, at the expense of long-term stability. And it's not fear-mongering, it's math. The World Health Organization, the UN, and Elon Musk talk about it all the time. Like, hey, we're already seeing supply chain shortages. We're already seeing problems in keeping up the infrastructure. Trump ran on the fact that most Western nations, like including the US, have shit infrastructure. We have water lines in LA that are 100 years old, blowing up all over the place. What, 6 or 7 of them in the last 2 weeks?
Okay, we have to do like a timer at this point. I don't even know.
So
I actually agree with the vast majority of what Rachel just said. And the first place that, like, it was super obvious, actually, when it comes down to that whole replacement rate thing, is within medical care, and especially care for the elderly. Walk into any fucking nursing home across the United States, and I can almost guarantee you there's at least one unit where one single nurse's aide is responsible for 20 people all by herself or himself.
So my son got fired because he works in home health, and they gave him 4 very disadvantaged adults to take to an event by himself and handle by himself. And while he's getting one out with a wheelchair, one of the deaf ones runs off and doesn't pay attention. And he got fired because he wasn't keeping a close enough eye on 4 adult disabled people by himself in public.
Yeah, that's wild. That's not your son's fault at all. That's
no. But what I'm saying though is this is the state of our system. Yeah, we don't have enough people in skilled positions, but that means we need more people educated. And what she's implying is that educating people is what stops them from making babies. But if we don't educate them, they can't run the fucking infrastructure you're talking about either. So which is it? Do we educate them more so they can run the infrastructure and they don't make babies? Or do we encourage them to make babies instead of being able to run the infrastructure? Like, which the fuck is it? Because it's not just women that this is the decision-making factor in having babies. Men are not, a lot of men are getting vasectomies because they don't want to fucking make babies with these women or even with a woman they love, because how the fuck are they going to support that child?
Right. They would be in a position where they have no choice but to send the child off to the public school system where they know that the kid is going to get a shitty education, and they're going to have to face the criticisms of groups like this that are like, no, women, you need to stay home and take care of your kids and raise your kids. It's a badge of honor that I have and you don't. And it's like, well, I wanted it. How come when we were in high school, we could afford sports and band and other extracurriculars without parents paying? It was free.
Out the fucking ass for it. But she's going to say that's feminism that's causing all of these problems and not fucking capitalism, late stage capitalism.
I do blame women in general, though.
Bye, Doug.
It is women's
fault. It's okay. That's okay, Sass. We love you anyway.
Bye, Duck. Thank you so much for coming. I am honored. I appreciate you, sir. Please come back again. I enjoyed your presence tonight, for sure. Sorry to interrupt that, guys. I just wanted to make sure he got his flowers on his way out the door, because Duck is a nice guy. I've always liked him.
He seems pretty sweet. I don't think I've seen him on panel before, but I don't watch all
really. Oh man, sometimes he'll talk in like I would almost say they're almost like parables, and the whole panel will just be like, "You're autistic."
Well, I mean, I think Sass said it to us at one point. We all got a touch of autism, don't we? We should probably press play. We're going way off.
Press play. I said play.
I want to talk to you, and if we want to talk to each other, we have to go point by point. Like, if you monologue at me for 5 minutes straight with multiple points, they're all valid points, and I want to talk to you about all of them.
I just have one question. How are you going to solve the birth rate crisis?
Answer mine first. How do we do that?
There's no future without more people.
How do you reconcile the fact that you're claiming in the 1970s feminism infused a bunch of women to the workplace, but we actually see the largest boom of women? Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done.
It doesn't even matter for my argument.
The largest boom of women entering the workplace is right before the golden age of capitalism in America, right? That's what we see when the American currency becomes the gold world reserve currency. So if you want to blame it at the 1970s, my question to you again is, what actually magically happened? Because based on all of the actual data, nothing transformative happened. Manufacturing was starting to die by the 1950s, right? We have the Triffin dilemma, which is a much better understanding of, if you don't know the word, just ask, just saying, okay? The Triffin dilemma is a huge issue that causes massive trade deficits for America, and it causes an issue where people are always going to want to invest in America because, frankly, we're the best. We're the best at everything. So again, if you're going to say it's the 1970s,
that's a straw man.
It's not a straw man to say that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy happened.
Tell you.
She did. She said it was the 70s and feminism. But she's trying to point out that, yes, the modern idea of feminism came out in the 60s into the 70s. And if that's the case, then why was the biggest boom of women going into the workforce 2 decades earlier during World War II? And it never went back down after that. That's where the corporations realized they could get 2 people to work for the same fucking living.
Right. I'm going to rewind it just a hair because I had a hard time pausing it. My bad.
To say that you said the 1970s is when this took off, the she economy
and I'll
happened.
tell you, no.
That's not a
That
straw
was
man.
not the in any way a pillar or linchpin of my argument.
So it's the 1950s?
No, birth rates have declined since industrialization.
You're
Since
right, like the 18...
It accelerated.
Wait, isn't that like the 1870s?
I have already...
Maybe you mean those 70s.
Okay, when she's done, then I'll talk.
All right. Do want to make sure there's not too much interrupting. So if you
Let's
want
do a
chance-
game. We both talk for 2 minutes at a time. We'll have timers. How about that?
So condescending.
I appreciate that, but
Keyboard
I'm
warriors.
okay with keeping it organic as long as there's not too much interrupting.
Mrs. Turner, is it my turn to
Well,
speak? Can I talk, teacher, please?
Because you're the only person actually being sane right now. If she talks for 7 minutes straight with multiple points,
Just do 2 minutes. It's fine. I have
well, sure. I just want to let's go point by point.
All right, you guys agree on that? That's progress. All right. You guys
Also,
are both
you're
okay
welcome
with
to
2
Just
minutes.
for a second, I want to point something out here.
Sure. I got to grab a drink and I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, but I can still hear you.
She literally Beth just said that it was condescending what, oh God, what's her, Erudite said. Yet she's been condescending to her the entire time, even mocking her. It just now mocked her again after calling her condescending. Like, do you need a mirror? Like, and I don't have anything against Andrew or Rachel Wilson. I'm not part of any cliques. This is the first time I'm watching her. Well, I mean, I've seen parts of this debate on another panel, much this part and a little bit later where she's just the ad homs are horrible. But I'm just watching her get backed into a corner, refuse to answer questions when she's the affirmative, and then use ad hom and mockery to try and lower the actual like respectability of her opponent instead of her opponent's argument. Like, this is a good debate to people. Like, this is good debate strategy, and this is Christian-like and ladylike. This is the woman that these men say that they want when they're asking women to be more submissive and stay home and raise kids.
So, this is probably, in my personal opinion, it's the worst showing I think I've ever seen for Rachel. And I like watching Rachel's debates. I always have. I mean, I've got the woman's book. I've spoken to her personally. We all know in the debate community, right, that as soon as it turns to attacking your opponent rather than your opponent's argument, you have lost that debate.
And if you're the affirmative, you're supposed to answer questions, right? That's how a debate works, is the person coming in with the opposition will ask questions of your affirmative and try to disprove them. But every time she asks her a question, she pivots. She has not answered one. The biggest one I want her to answer, and I want the answer just to understand where she's coming from, putting this at the feet of feminism, is if feminism is responsible for the declining birth rate, which has been her fucking hill to die on in this debate, then how come that same declining birth rate is occurring in places where feminism does not exist?
Well, yeah. The entire, I don't know. Like I said, she's completely off of her game with this. And I understand you don't agree with me, Casper. That's fine. Maybe I'm seeing something different. And look, I actually, have spent a lot of time around the debate, guys. Okay, Grid One would agree with me. Andrew Wilson would probably agree with me that at this point, you know, if it were anybody else, if Kyla were the one doing this, they would say she lost the debate, because, and this is a clear signal that she's lost the debate, is because she's not attacking her opponent's argument, she's attacking the opponent. All right.
Yeah, it says that you don't have an argument to their to the you don't have an answer to the argument, so you're gonna go after their credibility instead, and that's why it's ad hom.
Exactly. It's literally the equivalent of a 5-year-old going, nuh-uh. Literally, it's not the right kind of attacking. Let's see what she does with it. Maybe she can turn this around, but so far, even if we take this shift into ad homs off the table, okay, Casper, and we look at the debate that we've watched so far, I am saying outright, this is the worst showing I've ever seen for Rachel Wilson. She is making claims and not giving any support to any of those claims. Okay? She's not producing something to say, look, here it is. Even in her opening, okay, she brought some phenomenal statistics. She could be focusing on those statistics in order to make her argument. She hasn't referenced them maybe twice since this all in the last 40 minutes. And then on top of that, she gave no sources for any of it. She just said, trust me, bro. That's not good debating. It's just not. All right.
This isn't just realize, Beth, that half of what's happening in the chat with Casper isn't even about Rachel Wilson. It's about me personally. Again, you can see him calling me a cow and trying to say fuck Christians. A lot of the people I care about in this world are Christians. I don't abide by that. So it's more about he thinks that I'm the only reason I'm pointing out these things that I'm pointing out is because I'm anti Rachel Wilson. He doesn't believe me when I say I came into watching this debate thinking I was going to agree with Rachel Wilson's points, and I do, but she hasn't tied them to feminism in any way, and she hasn't countered the way that Erudite has separated them from feminism and placed them at the feet of other issues.
Like capitalism. You're absolutely right. She hasn't really been fighting it the way that I've expected her to. I feel like she prepared for a debate that she's not having.
Well, Casper is saying that the only reason Rachel went to ad hom is she's responding to ad hom. I have yet to see any ad hom come from Erudite. And again, he's saying in the chat that his calling me a cow and other things is responding to me ad hom on him, which I haven't yet. I didn't say he was crazy. Yeah. I didn't say he was anything. All I said was he doesn't like me. He has it out to get me, and his behaviors are demonstrating that. So don't think he's just it's not all about just this debate for him. It's about proving me wrong as a person that I say I'm not a feminist, and he has to prove that I am. Because I'm not, and watching what Rachel has done here, it disappoints me because I expected her, from what I've heard of her debating, to wipe the floor with this woman. I'd never even fucking heard of Erudite. So I expected this being Rachel's event. She was going to have all of her shit straight because I'd heard she's debated feminism and wiped the table clean and ate like a motherfucker. But all I've watched her do here is let herself get back into a corner. I've watched her body language indicate that she feels defeated over and over. I've watched her act like a man and imitate Andrew's facial expressions and body language. And I've watched Erudite act feminine and coy and demure. And it seems backwards to me. I feel like I'm fucking watching Bizarro debate.
Like I said, I've never seen a showing like this out of her before. I think the closest that I've ever seen, she debated First Amender on I'm pretty sure it had something to do with trans, actually. And I laughed hysterically at it, but because at one point she just kind of snapped and fired off at him for a second, and Jake Rattlesnake kept putting him in jail, and it was hilarious. But that was a different setting, a different arena, a different opponent. This is just straight out like, where's Rachel? Where are you, Rachel? Feminism didn't exist until the Industrial Revolution. I can't let that go. I can't. That still is bothering the fuck out of me.
Well, feminism didn't exist, and if you had the Industrial Revolution without feminism, we wouldn't have all the problems we have today.
Let's get through this shit. God damn it.
Timer, give me 1 second. And Rachel, you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
So the whole you're totally fighting a straw man. You completely made up this idea that my whole argument rests on something fundamental changing in the 70s. I'll just grant everything you said. Agrippa's trilemma, whatever you want. Birth rates have been on the decline since industrialization. I didn't say that no women ever worked before the 70s. I said that's the point where it really accelerated and took off and became mainstream, totally socially acceptable, the norm. Now, if you're a stay-at-home mom, that's the weird, creepy thing. That's when that changed. Doesn't matter. It started in the 1800s with industrialization, urbanization, and women going to work. Yes, that's when the birth rates began to decline. And the sexual liberation stuff, whether it's no-fault divorce, birth control pills, abortion, the overall thing, and the only thing that matters in this argument is what are we going to do about demographics? Because it doesn't matter what they're doing in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter when the gold standard happened. It doesn't matter when or how women got into the workforce. We are now in a position where all Western nations are in the exact same boat, that when you shove all the women into the workforce and tell them this is what you need to be doing and focusing on, and you need a 2-income household now to survive, no one has babies. Do you think that that's not going to be
agreed.
a problem?
I think
Put that at the feet of feminism. Why does she have to solve that problem unless you put it at the feet of you're asking her to solve the problem when really you're debating the effects on society, which means we're not here to get a solution. And she's asking her to solve a problem that she hasn't even placed at the feet of feminism. She's like, how do you solve this? How do you solve this? Well, that's not the debate. I don't have to tell you how to fix what you think feminism broke. I have to tell you, I don't think feminism was the thing that broke it. And that's another fucking pivot.
Right.
I could have done a way better job than Rachel did in this, and I was looking forward to watching her do what I've heard she can do.
I've seen her do some, like, I genuinely have always enjoyed watching Rachel debate. She's really off her game here. Really.
Yeah, I think that we absolutely.
Wait, this was Saturday, right?
Yeah, this was just in Dallas.
All right, this was Saturday, so Friday night were all the parties, right?
Saturday night was the big Crucible party.
Right, but all the pre-parties Friday night had booze too, right?
If it was anything like Nashville, yes. Although she and Andrew are pretty good about like he was even complaining because he couldn't drink Saturday night at the Crucible party. He had to be around everybody else drinking and having a good time, but because he had to debate on Sunday.
Oh, I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe they had just, tied one on a little bit too much the night before, because I've heard great things about her ability to represent her position, and I'm not seeing it here.
Friday night, they didn't go out partying. I just got message. They went out to dinner, and that was it. And like I said, they do not have reputation for doing that anyways. Like, they're very,
you know them, I don't. I'm not even that familiar with their YouTube shit. You know that. Like, this is your side of YouTube. You don't want to hear the drama from my side of YouTube. That's some fucked up shit, People going to each other's houses, people faking self-deletion, shit like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think she's just off her game as well. I think that she came prepared to argue points that Kyla is just not going at. Like I said, historically, I've heard them. It's been a thing with like this entire the women who argue in favor of feminism usually lean on the GDP, and they go back to the GDP over and over and over again. And Rachel and Andrew and everybody on the opposite side has always been very critical of, oh my God, the fucking GDP. I'm going to, my head's going to explode if I hear it one more time. So, and so far, the only one who's actually said GPD in this debate is Rachel. So I think
I don't think she takes also and makes that connection of relating everything to the labor force, the workforce, as literally talking about GDP. Like, because our GDP is based on our labor force because we don't manufacture anything. It's all service. We're a service-based economy, so our GDP is literally based around the workforce. And so I don't think she realizes, just in talking about the labor force the way she does so much, that she's actually referencing GDP constantly.
Maybe she does realize that because like I said, it seems like that's what she prepared for. She prepared for Kyla's side to be just, using GPD as like part of their argument like they always do. And that's just not what's happening here. Not the way that it usually happens is what I'm saying.
I did get the impression that she had pre-prepared notes, pre-prepared everything, and Kayla hasn't come at her with the things she expected, and that may be why she keeps pivoting.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would guess at. Because I've never seen her be like this. But all right, let's get back to it.
I'm going to give you full 2 minutes. If you want to use all of it, you can. Otherwise, you can kick it back to her when you want
Here's
to.
what I'll say. Let's just talk. If I start listing off like a bunch of points, just interrupt me. It's pretty simple.
No,
I don't know, guys. I know conversations are hard for like the autism in the room, but that's how they can work.
We're not going back. It was your idea to do 2 minutes. Let's give this a try.
Sure, I'll take 2 minutes precisely. Sure, we can do that. It's just gonna be a terrible conversation.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, Rachel took 1:40 or so, and then she let you go for your 2 minutes. If you want to use a minute,
I want 10 seconds. Okay. Oh, I know. I'm so fast.
All right, but I'm going to kick it over to Rachel to use 2 minutes.
You just said industrialization is when women started going to work. That's false. Industrialization is when women stopped going to work. That's when women workforce participation declined in the 1800s.
What? Okay, so
hard for your narrative.
It's no. When you talk about women working, nobody thinks that working on your family farm or in your family business with your husband and your dad and everyone, nobody thinks, when we say women going to work, we're talking about dad leaves the house in the morning and goes to his place of business. Mom leaves her house in the morning, goes to her place of business, and the kids get sent to daycare or public school. That's new. That's post-industrial. Nobody thinks that agrarian pre-industrial society where you're working the farmstead with your husband is women going to work.
Nope.
They were having 7 babies on average before industrialization per woman.
Yeah, they were taking in the neighbors' the washing. They were baking cakes and selling them. They were always working.
Rachel, we talked about this. You agreed with me. Oh, Rachel. I can cite back to 3000 BCE where women, as a matter of fact, there's actual records of an Egyptian woman who ran a whole goddamn business, and she filed for a divorce against her husband. And the business was part of something they fought over in the fucking divorce. Yes, women went to work. They always have. And that it was just on their family homestead. Others, they went out and had real fucking jobs at an inn or a tavern or fucking at a marble cutting place. That women were artists, that women were writers. believe it or not. Even back in the BC era, there are published female authors. And published being like there's one who she wrote epitaphs on gravestones, grave markers, and designed grave markers for people. That sounds like kind of a big job. Just saying. So yes, women did go to work. It's not as new as you're saying it is. It's not.
Post-industrialization could have been possibly sustainable had we not introduced sexual liberation, sending women to college, delaying the first birth until you're 31. That is doom. It's demographic doom, and you don't have a way out of it, and you don't have an answer for it, which is why you want to talk about anything else.
Speaking of wanting to talk about anything else, still haven't gotten an answer to the 1970s question, which again,
I granted it.
You can laugh.
I granted it.
It is a hinge point of your narrative.
It's not.
I
granted it.
I asked you when.
Right.
I asked you when.
You're completely right about the 70s. I'm just going to grant that you get the
order in the crowd.
Full point for you. Now,
All
what
right,
are you going to
folks,
do about
I need
demographics?
you to, just so the speakers can be heard, I do need you to keep it quiet in the audience. Is not so erudite. You have 2 minutes if you want to use it. Sure. Otherwise, we kick it back to Rachel for 2 minutes.
No, I'll use my 2 minutes.
Okay.
So the Gulf states, again, so the reason why you're acting like this isn't relative at all is because it's bad for your narrative, right? For example, Japan. Do you think that Japan was like a highly feminist country?
Yes, it's highly modern and industrial.
Post-1970s?
Women are absolutely expected to work in Japan.
Post-1970s specifically is when that feminist infusion really came out?
I don't know. I'm
Gotta pick a date. If your whole
I'm not
narrative,
sure exact
if your
timeline
whole-
of Japan.
if we
doesn't
wanna
matter to my argument at all.
If we want to stick with 2
Completely
minutes,
if your entire narrative,
Kyla, if you're asking her questions,
she
it's
needs
kind
2
of
minutes per question.
it's kind of pushing back the 2 minute to her. Do you want to go with the 2 minutes?
So if I asked her one question, now you're going to give her 2 minutes. That's
This
what we want
is
to do.
your idea, Kyla.
Rachel
Rachel
playing this
deferred to you, and she accepted your idea of 2
I'm not
minute
playing
back
this
and
game with you,
forth.
James. This
Do
is
you-
silly. Sure.
Do
I
you
guess
see
every
how
question I ask
he's
you, you get 2
manipulating
minutes?
this
That
to
seems
be in Rachel's favor still? She asked an almost rhetorical question, got her answer, and wanted to finish her time, and they're ready to pass the time back to Rachel again.
Well, here's the thing: is unfortunately, Kyla's the one who recommended 2 minute timers, and that's just how it works. You either use up your whole 2 minutes, or it kicks over. You use as much or as little of it as you want. So that means, okay, she used what she wants. She just wants to ask a question. Now it goes back to Rachel. Rachel can talk about it for 2 minutes, or she can just give a short answer and kick it back to her. However, timers are only for the people who can't get along and act like adults and get through the goddamn debate. I hate timers.
Rachel wasn't getting along and getting through the goddamn debate. She was Adderall.
So
The fuck was that?
In this case, and I agree with you, okay? In this case, what would be the best bet? And James, who's moderating, the moderator said, you can make it 1 minute timers. You can do 30-second timers. They can pick how long those timed each person gets. The whole point to it is just to make sure that they each get an equal amount of time. They can use as much or as little of it as they want. But the whole thing is just making sure that they at least have that. Because
Like fair time. No, I get that. But my issue here is she said, no, I'm going to use my 2 minutes. And then she asked a question for clarification before she made her point. And that means it gets kicked back. Like this, I couldn't do the kind of debate that these people do anyway, because it, like someone was saying earlier, the duck guy about blood sport. Like when I debated with AVG, one of the main criticisms people gave her was she didn't do this shit that Rachel's doing right now of pulling out ad homs and pointing out my personal flaws and things like that. And she's like, but she didn't do it to me.
And that's
Rachel, didn't wait for her to do it to her either and just started in on it, and it loses me, and it makes me feel like
That's
like
because
she doesn't take this serious, and she's being disingenuous.
That's because this, this is how Andrew became popular. This is what the crowd wants. The crowd wants a show that, they have songs about, and tons of stories and jokes about, if there's no blood on the floor, did you really come out and have a good time? That kind of thing, right? So with these debates, the blood sport debates, that's just what is expected of it. And that's why they will argue too that debates like this don't really change anything, because they're just there to satiate the wants of the crowd. The crowd who this is a cheaper ticket than a boxing ring.
So the bottom of it all, Rachel and Andrew are capitalists more than they're anything else. This is all about that, putting on the show, creating the, what people want. It's like the producers on reality TV where they hear something and then they feed into it to get these people worked up so that when the cameras turn on, they're picking up a chair and hitting each other rather than working it out.
Right.
Or like wrestling, wrestling too, like that.
On the same note, Erudite knows this is that they're doing blood sports. Okay, Erudite has come in past debates with other people, including Andrew, including Jay Dyer, and has come in and just fucking been like off the wall, and even she's gone for the ad homs. Like, so this really became just a matter of who's gonna do it first, and poke until somebody cracks. But yeah, and that's why, like, and when you and AVG debated on my channel, like the very first one, I was like, wow, that was refreshing. And there were a lot of people in my channel, at least, who were like, oh my God, a debate where I could learn something, where I could, pay attention. And so while her side is upset because they didn't get the blood they came to see,
they got mad at Emmett. They got mad at Emmett for not coming at me when he reviewed our debate. I was there, and me and him talked in the chats. They still get mad at Emmett because he won't kick me out of his chats. He won't let his mods time me out, and he answers me from the chat, and we have conversations, and they get mad at him, and he's like, "What? Why do we want to chase these people off? We want people to debate who have different opposing viewpoints. We want people to have conversations with who have opposing viewpoints, and maybe even try and convince them of our viewpoints. What's the point of chasing them off? You're never going to ever get anywhere if you can't even fucking talk to each other."
Exactly. And I have the same problem where they get mad at him for not coming at me as well.
Well, and even Grid brought up that this sort of stuff is why they struggle to get people to debate with, and they end up debating against each other, where one of them takes a viewpoint they don't actually believe just to create the show.
Exactly. Oh, let's get through this.
Ridiculous, but if that's how you want to moderate things, go off.
Was it you who asked for 2-minute responses?
Sardonically, yes.
And
Yeah.
Rachel deferred to you and said she's okay with it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay.
If you want,
All right.
if you want, you can say, "Hey, can we do 60-second responses so it's shorter?" But you already brought up the 2-minute response
Okay,
idea.
let's talk about the 1970s, since you're not going to answer the question and your narrative does hinge on it. Your argument is fundamentally this. In the 1970s, in fact, I believe your quote was, in the 1970s, something changed. And it wasn't these various economic factors that we've been seeing for the last 50
Hold on,
years.
we have to give her a chance. Go ahead, Kyla.
I didn't say that here, but I said that on Joe Rogan.
Correct. You also said it here.
All right. Kyla, go ahead, finish your point.
Okay. In the 1970s, which is what you hinged it to in this conversation when I asked you what time feminism started infusing women into the workforce and the she economy began, you did say that. In the 1970s, the thing that you actually think that was magical that happened is called the Quiet Revolution. That's what you're citing. Claudia Golden's work, which, by the way, I chatted to her before this conversation. She loves your book, by the way. Claudia Golden discovered and coined the term the Quiet Revolution, which in the late 1970s, there was a revolution, not in an infusion of women in the workplace in the 70s. That was the same since the 40s. It's been a consistent progressive trundle up. What was different is women's relationship to work. Pre the Quiet Revolution, work was temporary, acute, and low-skilled for women because they understood they would have to go home and take care of kids. After the 1970s, they went, I think I could get an education and get long-term career prospects. So that's what's changed in the 1970s, that you're blaming all of the economic downturn, which I agree, there's a lot of economic problems on, which is not feminism. The 1970s, the economic problems that started there is connected to the gold standard and the Triffin dilemma.
All right, we can kick it back to Rachel. Both speakers have been told by the audience to shut up. So, Bob, if you can do me a favor, come to the front, is the next time someone does something like that, we're going to take them out of here, regardless of which speaker they're saying it to.
What kind of fucking people do they have in the audience who can't keep their mouths shut during a debate?
The ones who want the blood, remember? They suddenly, you will end up with some people who feel entitled to be part of it and call for said blood if they're not getting enough.
You keep picking the perfect spots to pause, Beth. Look at the body language here again. And it's all through the thing. It's like it doesn't matter where you pause at. You can see the open, straight back, head high, chest out, face cocked to the side slightly, like you're open. Whereas there's the shoulders hunched in, arms crossed, leaning close to the mic, looking down, head hunched over, very closed off from the start. And she's been that way the whole time. It's disingenuous, her argument.
I'm telling you, I've never seen Rachel kind of debate like this. This is shocking in a lot of ways.
So if I didn't know who either of these women were, and I had to guess based on this performance, who resembles the person I've had Rachel Wilson described to me as, it would not be Rachel Wilson. I would be wrong. And not because of the positions, but because of the demeanor.
Right.
This is not what I imagined her to be at all.
Now I understand why I haven't seen more channels, because I was wondering about that. I'm like, why aren't there more channels covering the debate, Rachel's debate? And I have my answer, I think.
Of course, they're going to say she won. I assume at the end of this, if there's some sort of who won, who lost, Rachel will have won, because they came into this like I did. If they're going to ask me the question at the end, who won, who lost based on the debate, that's going to be a different answer than if they're going to ask me if I think feminism takes some of the blame for the state of our society, because I'm going to say already I do, but I think I would have done a better job representing it. Casper said something like, I see myself as erudite in this argument, and that's where he's totally wrong. If I were to see myself arguing either of these positions, it would be the one Rachel's doing, only I wouldn't run from those questions because there's very clear answers to why there's still a declining birth rate in societies where we don't see what we call American feminism. That's pretty easy, and that's a whole nother thing, is that you can address those questions and she doesn't. And I think that's why I get so disappointed in her more than anything, is that she's avoiding questions that there are answers to that would have still proven her point. I don't have to prove that every single thing that's bad in society came from feminism. I just have to prove it's more negative than positive. And and she just keeps picking the wrong hills to die on and not responding to questions. And frankly, I'm disappointed in this debate. That's my opinion. I think they're getting to closing soon, though, so we should probably press play.
Yeah, just a heads up. We've only got about an hour left. Yeah, we need to shut down in about an hour, a little over an hour. Dusty will be going on at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So, it's going to be a good show tonight. It should be nice and funny. I'm excited. You should be excited. So we'll get through this debate, and then we'll go watch the Powder Dusty and have a good giggle.
I was just going to say that. Press play, or we're going to run too late.
Press play, press play. Yes.
So it wouldn't matter to me and to my argument whatsoever if Martians came down in 1910 and told the women to go join the workforce, and that's when it happened or how it happened or why. It doesn't matter to my argument one bit how, when, or why. It just matters that in every nation on planet Earth, when you send all the women into the workforce in huge numbers,
why?
It doesn't matter how, when, or why. What is the premise of this debate? That feminism caused more negative effects. So the how and the why and the when being that they're trying to
matter. It all matters.
It all matters. It's the whole point of proving that feminism's fault.
That's how you establish the harm and the fact that feminism is what is responsible for said harm.
The why especially is important because you're trying to prove that the why is feminism. That's your whole affirmative is proving the why. And she's the affirmative. She's got to prove the why. I don't give a fuck about the why. Fix the problem with your feminism. Fix the problem. That's not the premise of the debate. It's not her responsibility because she's defending feminism to fix the problems that you may say feminism caused.
Right. And that's the other thing is if you're not paying attention to the how and the why, how are you going to prevent it from happening again if you do manage to fix it?
But that's not even the point of the debate. She's not asked to present an argument as to how to fix these problems that feminism supposedly created. She's only meant to defend that feminism didn't create them. And her job is to prove that feminism did. And saying that literal word why, that why doesn't fucking matter to me. But that's your affirmative is the why. The why is feminism, right?
Right. Well, yeah. Yep. There's harm. Why is there harm? Well, because of feminism. And then how is the next part.
Yeah, that is her affirmative. That's literally, she's the affirmative. She's got to prove that.
All right. Press play. And Squatch, I know you're leaving soon. Love you. Thank you for coming if you sneak out while we're watching this. And I'm sure I'll see you over at Dusty's, babe. Mwah.
I want those feet pics.
Yes. Everybody say thank you to our wonderful Sasquatch, and just because, I love him. You even giggle in that, man. I didn't catch it till now. Like the giggle's even on point. And last order of business before we get going, please remember that doing these shows takes time, takes money. We're always happy to do it, and we're going to start bringing a whole lot more. Please feel free to send in some donos to tell us thank you. We appreciate y'all being here. Let's get back into this. We're running out of time.
They stop having kids, and what happens is what happened to Russia, what happened to China, what happened to South Korea, which is you don't have a future anymore. There is no next generation to continue on. There is no future if you don't show up for it. So if you think you can continue this first world industrialized type of economy that you moved here for because you love the United States, you said we have problems. I agree. I'm not blaming like economic problems on women. I'm saying, well, it's extremely inefficient and it's basically all propped up by men's tax dollars, as I proved in my opening. But it wouldn't matter. Like I could just grant everything you're saying. It wouldn't affect my argument whatsoever because we still have this problem, which is, do you want a future with human beings in it? Or do you want more crumble cookies and more psychologists and more interior designers at the cost of a future generation that can maintain first world infrastructure and complex systems that feminism relies on?
Gotcha.
I want you to answer that question.
And of course,
So solve the problem. Don't answer the debate. Don't question me about my affirmative, but solve this problem, Missy. This problem that the whole world is suffering. You know, you're a feminist, so you solve this problem right here in front of us all and tell us how we're gonna fix this. Like, what?
yeah.
We're not here to solve the problem. We're here to prove. You're here to prove.
Prove the harm. Prove the harm first and foremost.
And who did it? Because the claim is there's a specific group responsible.
Right.
Are they
So
literally
theory of
clapping at
everything,
that?
all these problems that you've outlined, and I agree, a lot of these are legitimate problems. If your theory of everything is to put it at the feet of feminism, as you did in your intro statement, I'm going to say to you, I think things are probably a little more complex than you're giving it granted for. For example, as we've already agreed, although I think you forgot, it's not when you send women into the workforce that birth rates decline, it's education, as we've already talked about. But again, a really big kink in your armor for that narrative is that Gulf states don't have feminism, but they do have declining birth rates. And they don't typically let women broadly participate in the workforce. So what's going on in Gulf states? And the major difference is women getting education. Now, if you want to say that women getting education is feminism, I guess my question would be what your prescription is, that we just don't educate women at all. Because when you want to talk actually about economy, I would totally grant to you that men are the power engines of an economy in every single country. And I think that that's awesome. And I think that it's sad that men, I think oftentimes don't get the credit that maybe we deserve for their ingenuity into the GDP engine. But the reality of economics is that what matters most for a country is that you are economically competitive against other global nations. Would you agree that the relative competitiveness is what matters when we're talking about GDP?
Okay, so I'll just grant everything you said there. Simone de Beauvoir famously said in an interview with Betty Friedan that if we allow women the choice, most of them are going to want to stay home and have babies. I'm paraphrasing, which is why she said we can't allow that. We shouldn't allow that. We should tell them that they have to go to work, which is what the CCP did. That's what the Soviets did. That's what a lot of the Asian nations have done. They've said, like China had a one-child policy because they were like, you ladies need to be working, right? What we see every time is that birth rates crash, and those governments have to correct course. All of them.
I had the wrong screen up. Go
They
ahead.
had a one-child policy because women had to work? Are you fucking kidding me?
Keep talking, just get in the dog water.
I don't get it at all. I'm like, she's narrowing everything down. Like, this one factor is all it is. She doesn't see any cross-sectionality. She's throwing out shit that's not even true. China didn't have a one-child policy because the women needed to get to work. In fact, in rural China, which is the majority of China, women have always worked because they're still a farming nation. China's fucking huge. And the vast majority of China is rural, not urban. And in the urban districts, the women, quote, go to work, but they're not at all as urbanized as the United States. And even here in the States, in the rural spots, I live in a rural area, and out of, let's say, 12 families I know in my area, 8 of those, the woman doesn't work outside of the home because we're rural and we have plenty to do at home that supports the family. We make it work. You know what I mean? It's these urban centers. And that's the point that she hasn't addressed at all. She's ran away. She will just cede that urbanization has caused some of this problem too. And yet she still wants to lay it all at the feet of feminism without ever connecting it. I'm sad about this.
Yeah. All right.
Have had to try, and what happens is it doesn't work. You've created an economy that depends on 2 incomes, that depends on women working, like you said. If it's the most important thing to be competitive in the global market, and these countries are having all their females work, then we got to do that too. And what I said in my opening is we're trading long-term stability for short-term gains, and it's coming back right now to bite us in the ass. So yes, it's very complex, but how do we make babies? And what are we educating women for? Like, when I say education, I have no college degree. I went to cosmetology school, yet here I am with a best-selling book, debating on a world stage, doing all kinds of things, but I did it after raising 5 human beings that are going to go off into the future and contribute. So I'm not now, nor have I ever been making the case that women can't be educated. I'm self-educated. We have the internet now. We have more access to information than ever before in history. What we don't need to do is send women to a university, saddle them with an average of $60,000 in debt, expect them to start a career, and then they don't even start a family until they're 31, and it's almost too late.
Sure.
That's backwards.
So the reason why people invest in early on education is it dominantly comes from, again, capitalism and modernization, because what you do early on in life is going to have the most net returns, right? Anybody who knows anything about investment knows this, right? If you, as a young person, invest in education early and you are guaranteed a higher income, that will have net returns for your whole life longer. The reason why men and women are choosing to get married later is, frankly, because of what we've taught them with the Protestant work ethic and being good stewards of their family and their children. The reality is, I'm super happy that you've been really successful, right? You and Andrew are world level. You've got, I think you have a massive income at this point, right? That, your story isn't everyone's story, and it can't be, because not everyone can be a best-selling author or a world-traveling debater. The reality is that a lot of women who opt for the postponing education typically never go back to it. They never actually end up achieving, and it's really, really hard actually to be 36, no background of education, you haven't worked in years, to try to vie for now career prospects that will be sufficient enough to fund you and your child. I agree that the dual income issue poses the biggest issue for families, and it poses a problem for men and for women. And the reason that that's happening isn't feminism at all. It's runaway inflation, right? It is dominantly low, it's called the K-shaped economy, right? You have people who are lower income, they have less ability to negotiate wages because it is actually more profitable for businesses to offshore manufacturing because of the Triffin dilemma. If you can build a $2 toy and you can build it in Vietnam for 50 cents, but in America, because workers are more educated and expect higher income and their dollar is worth more, you unfortunately have to offshore it. It's more effective. That's why manufacturing left. It's not feminism.
Well, a lot of early feminists wrote a lot about how once we achieved full Marxism and communism, because feminism is, there's a capitalist side. That's what my first book was about. But the second one is about the Marxist communist side, which wanted to destroy the family so that we could have women workers and we could have communally raised children where everybody's loyalty is to the state. And nobody can pass down private property or anything like that. When you send all the women to work early and you tell them they have to go to college and they invest all of their fertile years, those feminists over 100 years ago saw that this was going to be a problem, and they said, in the future, our main obstacle is going to be biology. We're going to have to overcome biology. We're going to have transgenderism. We're going to have artificial wombs. We're going to need some way of dealing with the demographic cliff that's caused by pushing mothers out of motherhood and into the workforce, because you can't do both. Motherhood is not a nights and weekends gig that you do when you have time and you're not at work. It's a full-time job that deserves full-time attention, and there's never going to be a way around that unless you do want everybody to do the Dave Rubin thing, and
I have a question.
I got a mouthful on this one. Go for it.
I have a question for you real quick, and then you'll get your mouthful. And because you know these people personally, Rachel and others in this group.
Yeah. Yes.
Are not most of them divorced?
The ones who got married at some point in time, I believe, are either divorced or on second marriage or
third marriage, or they've never been married.
Or they've never been married.
Okay, that was my question. Go ahead with what you had to say.
So, in a perfect world, I would have been home with my children. I would have homeschooled them. There are a million things that would have been done differently. And I would be probably one of the happiest people you'd ever meet, because I could have been home being a traditional woman and raising my family, right? But here's the deal. My ex-husband and I, we were pretty fucking broke all the time. All right. We lived, the paychecks didn't make it to the next paycheck. Okay. Because the reality was we had 3 kids that were being supported out of that. Okay. And I had to work. It's just that simple. But on top of working, I also still had to do all of my traditional motherly things and wifely duties. Here's
the thing.
Not only can it be done, but most people have my story. Most mothers have the same fucking story I did. We took care of our homes the same way you did. Maybe we didn't get to homeschool our kids. I know some mothers who are homeschooling their kids and still going to work, Rachel, because people can't afford to live. It's that I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Oh, it can't, it has to be like this. No, ma'am. The world has made it so that, quite frankly, you got to have money to be able to do it that way.
Well, more than that, she's trying to say that we need skilled workers. Like, she's very clearly talking about things that require training and education that are necessary, that are going to fall off because of this declining birth rate. There's not going to be people to maintain the infrastructure.
Or
how are you going to get those people educated if they're being raised by mothers who aren't educated?
That's what I was just going to say. How is my homeschooling going to turn my son into a fucking carpenter? Don't ask me to do math. I suck at math. I couldn't help him with math. It was horrific. Okay? Like, oh my God. I still suck at math. I got to write it all out and do it the long way, okay? But I can get it done.
And here's the thing. She is pointing out very valid ills with society. Very valid. I agree with almost every fucking thing she says. What she hasn't done is lay it at the feet of feminism. Because anybody with any brains knows that this has nothing to do with feminism and everything to do with a profit-minded society.
And government. Exactly. That's exactly what I was just going to say. And, oh, well, you have welfare to help you. No. In my county, in order to apply for food stamps, you have to have a job. And that begins from the age of 17. Children, at the age of 16, they wanted to know why my son wasn't working yet. Well, he's a
I've
full-time
told you before, I never qualified, Beth. I never qualified for any of that.
Yeah.
And here's a thing that a lot of people don't recognize, and this is something I made a choice. When my husband was alive, he pressured me into working, going to school. My mom moved in with us so she could help nanny, and then when she had to go help my sister, we hired a nanny. Like, we totally were doing that. And I ended up with a master's degree and a bunch of student loan debt, and then he up and died. And I had this option. We had some things set up where I could survive fairly decently at the time. It's getting a lot harder now with inflation. I could survive fairly decently at the time and stay home and raise my kids and homeschool them. And I did that. I made that choice. Here's what I'm going to say about making that choice, though. I got lucky in being able to make that choice. When my husband was alive and we were both working, we were scraping by the skin of our teeth, and I was going to school to try and make more money. And here's the thing, we were doing something, you know, his professions were both well paying. My husband was very, what they call top box in the biggest garage in the county as an automotive technician. He taught classes for GM down in Commerce City, and he was a grower at a medical marijuana dispensary before recreational, when it was just medical. He was a grower and a partner at a medical marijuana dispensary. So I was working bartending so that I could go to school during the day while my kids were at school, be home when they got home from school, feed them dinner, and then work all night, and then get up in the fucking morning and go to class. Like, I was doing all of that, right? And here's the thing. I raised my adult children in that kind of way. And then now I've been home more with my two youngest. And I'm going to tell you honestly, my three older children are more self-sufficient, more able to problem solve. And I did homeschool them some too. By the way, I was homeschooling while I was doing that with my two sons, because my son has autism, and he really didn't do well in public school. So I homeschooled him until the last 2 years, and he just did those in public school because he wanted scholarships to go to college, which he graduated. And I homeschooled an autistic kid till the point where he graduated college. Think about that.
Amazing.
Like, no, so here's the thing though, is it can be done either way. The problem isn't feminism though. It's late stage for-profit capitalism. It's fractional reserve banking. She keeps mentioning the gold standard, and they cannot switch over to fractional reserve banking. And neither of them has brought up the New Deal, where, like you said, if you both live together, you have to be working to apply. Single women in most states qualify as soon as you have a kid.
Single women, single mothers with children must be working to apply. And once the children turn 16 or 17, they must be working to apply as well.
Well, here they call it welfare to work. They call it welfare to work, and you don't necessarily have to be working, but you have to be applying for jobs. And if you're not getting a job, you have to put in so many hours of volunteer work a month. So it's similar.
They have a work program at the Human Services building where if you do not have a job, you come in and they teach you how to do something and they get you a job, period.
Yeah,
and
they do that here.
Then you can apply for food stamps.
They let you have them here while you're doing it. So that's the difference. But here's the thing.
I have a medical.
As soon as you get the job and you start working and you start to make a decent living, they take the food stamps away. And when they do that, you can't afford everything. You start to get where, okay, I could pay my rent, and then they start taking your benefits away, and you're back in the same boat where you're not making it.
They cut you off after 2 paychecks. They want 2 paychecks, and they'll look at that and figure out how much you get. In my case, like, I have a medical exemption. I'm legally disabled, and I get less than $1,000 a month for myself and my child, and it's been determined I make too much on that. On that, I make too much to qualify for services. And that was before I ever started streaming. Okay.
Well, we're going way off here. Let's see what she has to
I'm just
say. We
saying,
gotta
I
get
don't
that.
understand. Rachel, I don't understand why Rachel's saying this like it's some definitive, this is how it is. No, ma'am, it's not how it is at all.
Buy designer babies, and we'll just outsource wombs, we'll outsource daycare, and by the way, who's doing that? Just other women. So for you and I, if we want to have kids, our privilege of going to work means some other random woman who doesn't care about our child is now going to be raising them for 11 or 12 bucks an hour. What about her? Is that liberating and empowering for her? Is it liberating and empowering for me to spend all day at work and not see my child take their first steps? Or does it make more sense to tell women, hey, look, you can do a lot in this life. There's a lot of living after 40.
Yeah.
But focus on family first. Find your husband, build your family, grow together. Your husband's income will grow as your family grows. And then after that, there is a ton of stuff that you can do. There's all kinds of other options.
Starting to sound like
that's fine and dandy, but where's the feminism argument?
Right.
So I'll be the first to grant you that the way that America has its orientation towards mothers, particularly within like capitalism and the way that we, for example, don't give them any maternity leave. I think in many states it's like 2 weeks here, which is crazy, right? There's very little tax credit incentives to make having a family more affordable for the common man, right? So there are many things that I think the government can and should do to make it so that family rearing is more affordable. The reality, though, that you're prescribing for people of the young girl who's at 19, stays home, gets married, has kids. Number one, the reality is that those marriages are the most likely to dissolve. It's the highest divorce rate group is young people getting married. Second of all, the reality is that that young man, he basically will have to sacrifice, if he even wants to begin to having any amount of income to be able to afford his 5 babies, for example. The reality is that man is going to entirely sacrifice his fatherhood. Right? How many men here work more than 40 hours a week already?
Right.
Yeah. How many of you work more than 50?
Ooh.
More than 50 hours. More than 50. Yeah, you, sir, too? 60. Or got an option. 80. Okay. Yeah. Men work so much. They work so much, and your prescription is that they miss their childhood's first steps. They miss talking to their kids. They miss fatherhood because they're attached to their GDP output to provide for their family because mom shouldn't work and shouldn't work for an economically viable option. That's ridiculous, right? That's actually telling young men, abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
All right.
Look, I actually got to give her. Well, hey, look at that. There's an ad, anyways. I got to give that one to Kyla because honestly, that's one thing I can't stand is how much fathers miss with their children because they're stuck working, trying to keep the household afloat. It's always bothered me to have to be like. Go ahead.
These men working 50, 60 hours probably have a wife working too.
And that's the thing is they probably do have a wife working. But like, even like while my ex was working 45, 50 hours a week, I was still working significantly less because I had a whole household to take care of as well with the kids. And I can remember, man, it used to break my heart to call, my son, we would have to call dad at work before he'd go to bed to say, I love you and good night. Or, oh, honey, you missed it. He did, he walked all by himself today without holding the coffee table. I was so proud. He got 5 steps before he fell down and freaked out. And we won't do it again now. You
have to give him the report for the parent-teacher conference because they couldn't get off of work to come.
Yep. And video record, the orchestra performance because he couldn't come to that as well. And it's hard. It's heartbreaking. And I wish fathers could be more involved with their children.
I wish she had turned it around and asked her how feminism could solve removing feminism could solve the fact that both men and women have to work in the economy. Like, you have to have both incomes in order to support children. Like, one of the things my daughter has told me, my adult daughter, is the biggest factor in her choosing not to consider children yet is she doesn't want them not to have what they need and deserve. And she doesn't know how she would fucking afford that. She can barely afford to support herself. And if she's had partners that she's lived with, and it took both their incomes to support the household, period. There was no, she could quit working and stay home and have a kid.
Yeah, you're right. Smoking Spaceman says, what about men that are working up to 70 hours a week that will never have the time to have an opportunity to even start a family, much less provide for one?
Right. They're blaming feminism, but there's a lot of men who can't see themselves building a family just as much as there are women. It's not just women who are saying, I'm not going to have babies until I'm older. Men are waiting until they can afford to, too, because they don't want to be working 70 hours a week when they have a toddler at home. Like you just said, they want to see the first steps and shit.
It's not just that. Like, the reason why, or well, at least in my opinion, in Smoking Spaceman, please correct me if I'm wrong, there are going to be some jobs and some fields where, quite frankly, there's just not enough people who are qualified to do said job. So when you're the only person in 100-mile radius who knows how to do that job, you're fucked, because you're going to be working all the time whenever they fucking want you.
My question here also for Rachel would be, so if we're going to encourage 19-year-olds to have a family, is she also then saying what we should do is go back to the old days where our 16 to 19-year-old girls were married off to men in their 40s because they could afford to have a family? Like, this is what we're talking about here, right? Going back to traditional. If we're talking about the time when women were staying at home making babies, which was a very brief period in history. I mean, you saw the U-shaped graph, and that's just a fact. But when we're actually, quote, staying at home and taking care of babies, when we were in that small segment of time doing that, our daughters, who were 16 to 19, sometimes as young as 13, were being married off to men in their late 30s, early 40s, because that was a man who was established and could afford to take on another mouth to feed. Your father wasn't going to marry you off to some other 19-year-old kid who doesn't have a row to hoe and has never driven the oxen, and maybe for his dad. Do you know what I mean? Or who hasn't inherited the land from his dad yet and might never. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're not,
but then
they're not thinking about what that really means.
We did see a good shift, though, and here's the other thing: is scripturally speaking about it, if it were followed the way that it was meant to be followed, right? The bride would be taken into the home of the husband's family. Because remember, generations all still live together. 3 to however many managed to be alive were all under the same roof on the same homestead. The wife went to the husband's family, and so they had more of a support network. And that's where we start seeing less and less of the brides being, the young brides being given to the lords and the masters. And now it could start moving into their own peer groups because it was full-on families,
But even then, it was still more often than not the man she was going to be married to was a considerable amount older than her. It just, and even still in rural parts of like China and India and these places where rural really means rural, and even here in the States, I mean, is just as far back as in my experience, I had a friend in middle school who was married off to an older man and started making babies at a young age. But again, those people are divorced. That's the other thing is, she wants to do away with no fault divorce too. And I don't think they even touch on that, because she's like, well, those marriages end mostly in divorce. And Rachel didn't come back with, well, that's because we have the no fault divorce bullshit.
let's jump back into this. We're running out of time. We talk a lot.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel.
Hey, look at that.
You to do this.
All right,
I've
hold
miscarried
on,
twice,
hold
but
on.
nice try.
Relax.
Didn't
Rachel?
stick as well as you hoped it would. Hey.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah,
We'll give you
okay.
2 minutes.
So-
All right, in the back, keep it
Wait,
down.
rewind that. Did she just tell her she doesn't have children?
Years until you've made it. It is.
All right,
Abandon your children for the next 10 years until you've made it. It is.
all right.
I agree. That's very bad. It's very bad for Rachel to do to men.
All right,
I've
hold
miscarried
on,
twice,
hold
but
on.
nice try.
Relax.
Didn't
Rachel.
Oh,
stick
the
as well as you hoped it
audience
would.
threw at her about
Go ahead,
children.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay.
Fuck is the audience yelling at her for? Kind of fucking shit show is this?
I know, right?
They're
And
used
these
to being in the chat. They're used to being in the chat where they can talk shit.
That's exactly what it is. Exactly. And I thought James said he was going to remove the hecklers.
Give you
Yeah,
2
not
minutes.
good.
So-
All right, in the back, keep it down.
Are they going to be exited or just the ones that are heckling the other way? I mean, he said weird stuff about my children. It's kind of weird.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he made some comment about me not having children.
Bob, can you find him?
Listen, we don't need to make any of this personal, guys.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary. I
All right.
care about
Help
the
us
arguments and
find,
the worldviews.
I
folks,
miscarried.
Don't
but thank
make
you
it
for your
personal
concern.
now
help us
after
find
I
that
made it personal 3 or 4 times already.
Right.
Adderall. But don't make it personal, Peanut Gallery.
Yeah, you know, I know I cheered it on before, but let's not talk about people's kids because, you know, people have said some pretty horrific things about her kid. And I disavow of all of that. And so I'm glad to see her saying, like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Bust more nuts. Nice to see you, sir. Welcome.
person. We're going to walk him out. Folks, sorry about that, Kyla. I honestly, I thought it was like they were agreeing with you. I didn't hear what they said. So I agree with you. Yeah, folks, don't bring up people's families. And again, I want to be easygoing. So if it's like something playful and you agree or something, like I'm not going to flip out. But if it is malevolent toward one of the speakers, and we're just going to take you out right now. So who's 2 minute response? Go ahead, Rachel.
So Elizabeth Warren, of all people, wrote a book called The Two-Income Trap. And there's a reason why you could still, post-industrialization and post-technological revolution, have a janitor who could support a family of 6 or something like that on a single income, and now you can't. Yes, there's lots of economic factors, but the biggest one, and the one that's different than every other economic downturn throughout all of history, is that when you push, and this is, proponents of feminism actually say this. They say, oh, it's great when you send all the women and the moms to work, you get this much higher luxury standard of living, you get a higher GDP. But they'll also admit that this does create a reliance on that. So we're building sectors of the she economy around things like education. Women dominate healthcare and education over every other type of job. And then everything else is like cottage industry stuff like Etsy. Like I have an Etsy shop and I have a brownie shop. You guys see like the 5,000 different cake and cookie shops that are in every single mall now. It's like, how many of these do we need? We started offshoring all of our, manufacturing and all of that. This is all bad stuff, but it was made possible. It was made possible by pushing all the women. Now we have all this new labor. This was what the big industrialists of the
it's made possible to send our jobs overseas because we have all this new labor. Make that make sense.
Let's not knock, the little Etsy stores or the lady who's selling 50 kinds of brownies at the mall. She's doing something to try to keep, do something extra for her kids maybe, or, just pay the fucking light bill or whatever.
Well, more than that, the time she's referring to, those women would craft things. They would sit in circles and do cross stitch, and that would be sold. It's not like they did it just for personal pleasure. They would bake. And they would go down to the general store and sell bread. Like, she's acting like women just suddenly started doing those little side jobs. That's different. The other thing is she addressed the idea that there are economic factors that mean that women have to work. And she's trying to say that those economic factors exist only because of feminism. And while I will agree feminism played a role in how some of that happened, you cannot put offshoring of jobs at the idea that they have more labor so they can pay less for labor already here, meaning that they ship the jobs overseas where they can pay even less for labor. Like, make that make sense. How is it having more labor here, which lowers the cost of labor when you have a larger labor pool? How does that factor into paying even less overseas to manufacture?
Well, even then, you know, like she was kind of knocking like the little Etsy stores and the little brownie lady and all that shit. Those are jobs that are here. They're not being shipped off for somebody else to do something. When I do my wood burnings for people, right?
Yeah.
Dude, like nobody's helping me do that. That is 1000% my hand working on that shit to fucking make a little extra money because I need to start stocking up on cords of wood before winter hits.
And that's the thing is, and there's the crux of it, that it's actual labor here. It's not some made in China thing off Temu. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
So yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's
Oh,
like
and wait, before you go on, she fuck, and now I lost it. Never mind, go on.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Get the women into the factories, pay them cheap labor, like you said. This was the beginning. Then you pass the income tax. Now we're taxing 2 people in the household instead of just 1. Then we pass compulsory education systems. Now you have to send your child to public school, and you have to pay the taxes for that too. So the net result of all of these things coming together and creating this new great society is the daddy is your government now. Or the government's your daddy now. Sorry, I switched it. The government's your daddy now. And all those men who just raised their hand who work 50, 60 hours a week, how many of you would prefer your wife to go to work and your children to be raised in daycare so that you can work less?
None.
Of course not. Exactly. So again,
they prefer to be home with their kids as well. I suspect they would probably prefer to be able to know your kid's first words. You don't want to watch your kid walk for the first time. You don't want to be there. You just want it on film footage because you're at work.
Andrew worked 60, 70-hour weeks for 12 years and still was a very integral part of the kids' life.
The issue is, it's not a critique of dads and saying that you guys are bad dads. I think you guys are probably excellent dads who love your kids. And in fact, you're working to provide for your kids. But this idea that mom stays home and dad works, it is denying you guys the ability to spend time with your children. You are trading it. Do you know what the number one regret of all men in hospice? Do you know what the number one regret is?
I wish I was there more.
Not spending enough time with their kids. It is. And the reason why is because they are told, particularly from this side, that you're not a good enough man if you're not solely providing for your family, even though the reality is that the corporate elites at the top have made it damn near impossible for you to do so on one income. What is upper middle class right now? I think it's like $93,000 in certain states. That's a lot of money, right? A lot for one person. And the reality is you guys have almost no negotiating wage power, mostly because we're flooding things with like reduction of jobs through AI. And also because, again, of this expectation that you are paying the cost of fatherhood, so moms get motherhood. And I don't love either of these trade-offs. What I want is a situation where families can flourish, but it's not feminism. It's not some simple, small thing. It's so much more complicated than that. And if we don't have the real conversations about the people pitting us against each other while they're raking in millions and billions, trillions, I think now, at the top, we're never going to solve this issue. We're just going to keep pointing at men, pointing at women, being like, it's all each other's fault. It's like, it's not. It's like, it's bad antitrust law and a K-shaped economy that's fucking with all of us. I agree with the problems you outlined. It's not a problem, but it's not feminist.
Yes.
I don't agree with her fully, but at least she brought it back to what caused the problems to the debate.
Right. I thought that was very well said. And I agree with a lot of what she said. And that's coming from a place of, struggling economically with a household of 5. That shit got rough at times, man. Shit still gets rough. What do you want? Come on.
So you might remember in my opening how I said that 1/3 of all American men are not in the workforce. It's a historic low male participation rate. Do you know why? It's not just automation. It's that most of these men have no prospect of marriage or family that they can see. And so they don't see any point, and they're going to stay at home and live in mom's basement and play video games where they can at least pretend to be winning the game of life. Men need challenge. They need to be able to go out into the world and overcome and become who they are. That's what being a man is. And when you send all the women to work and tell them, don't get married, that's dangerous, you'll get abused, which, by the way, is a total myth and a complete lie. All we did with no-fault divorce was shift the pool of abuse from married women to women living with their boyfriend. You are 40% more likely to be abused in a cohabitative relationship than you are if you're a married woman. And what has happened is there's no true solutions. This pie in the sky, like, oh, we'll just have UBI and socialism, and then everyone can stay home with the kids, and everybody can just work part-time. Again, if you value this first world, like, high standard of living, that's not going to happen without the men that go out there and make it happen. And everything you enjoy about this first world standard of living was built by men who were willing to risk death to get the girl and have the family and go out there and risk something and build great things that took multiple generations to build for their future, for their children. And if you're not going to give them children and you're not going to marry them, they have no incentive to do that. That's where the problem is. And you still haven't addressed it.
And that's a good point, too. By all means.
It's a great point, but where does that come from feminism?
It definitely, it ties back to her, it's part of her usual talking points. And I'm glad to see her start bringing them in. Yes, I know, Val.
Because she keeps asking her to solve a problem. She's the negative, not the affirmative. And why is she supposed to offer a solution to this problem? We both acknowledge the problem. Yeah. Great. We're trying to prove what caused the problem, not solve it. And yet every time she passes it back to her, it's with the question of, well, how do you solve this? How do you solve this? How do you fix this? And I'm like, well, what does that have to do with whether or not it's feminism?
Right.
We need to solve it.
It's going beyond the parameters of the debate, but I think it's a good distraction tool too.
Lots to tackle there. 1/3 of men are not in the workplace anymore. Isn't the GDP still going up? So if men are the most important for that and they're the highest output and women are filling in all those spots, why is our GDP still increasing while men's workplace participation is decreasing? Is that maybe because women are able to also be efficient in the workplace potentially and accommodate for some of these things?
We're not doing the 2 minutes anymore. No, there's a lag.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space?
Guys.
With this free satellite Earth map
I
tool,
told you,
can zoom right down.
GDP.
There's a lag with birth rate too.
I'll defer to you, Rachel, because
Sure. Well, I'll just answer this one quickly. It's something that a lot of people don't understand about demographics. You can have below replacement rates for quite a long time before you all of a sudden hit. That's why they call it a cliff, because it'll look like, and this is why people say, we're actually overpopulated. There's too many people, and the population is still growing. It's an actual delayed thing where it keeps growing, and then all of a sudden it goes bam, and it hits like this low. And again, I have graphs on my phone.
Except that's not true.
There, but if you look at Russia, South Korea, China, places that have tried this, that's exactly what you see with their birth rate. It'll go up, 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 and then it'll sharp downturn, and then they try to get it back up, and it never recovers. So it's like a snowball effect. So yes, GDP is still going up for now. We have maybe 30 to 50 years before we hit serious trouble that we might not recover from for like many generations.
Maybe. I'm sure you don't have a single source for that claim.
I
but that's
just
fine.
said, look at South Korea, look at China, look at Russia.
Well, that would be
They
great if
have
you would
not
tackle
recovered.
the Gulf states. But again, a really big problem with your narrative
Gulf
that you're
states are
pushing here,
behind us,
a big
though.
problem with the narratives that you're pushing here is that the Gulf states are not letting women participate by and large. They are getting increasingly educated, and yet their birth rate is still declining.
They're like 70 years behind us.
And their GDP is booming and growing because, to be honest,
they're 7 years
I do-
behind us.
No,
They'll
it's-
have
I
this
do wanna-
problem.
I will tell you why
I do
it's
wanna-
booming. The reason why it's booming is because rather than allowing women to participate in the workforce at all in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, what they do is mass migration. They bring in a whole bunch of people, particularly from like Trinidad and Tobago, bring in all of these low-wage workers that they treat as second-class citizens to prop up their economy so
That's
that they
true.
can keep doing these things. So if you want to get women out of the workforce, you are going to have to fill it with something else. And it's not just going to be just men. The reality is, especially if it's a 50-year problem, you're creating an acute crisis where you will absolutely need to just bring in way more mass migration to replace all of this. But that's just the reality of what you're prescribing for people, right? So again, birth rate going down.
Hi, Exiled. Is that you?
Yeah, why is an NFL linebacker in a feminine debate? He shouldn't be there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I love you, Exile.
I'm glad she's finally bringing up some of her usual talking points that do hit home and do carry water, because the first half of this debate, she was not looking good at all. It's probably one of the worst showings I've ever seen by Rachel Wilson. Like, really. But she is making, she's turning it around. Bust more nuts. No, no, no. You got to stay up. Dusty's coming on in 20 minutes, guys. And we're going to be raiding. We're going to do a ghetto raid, though. I can't raid people yet. So y'all are going to have to take your happy little selves over there. If you are not subbed to my channel, please hit that sub button. I need subs so I can actually do something with this channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Have you seen this debate, Exiled?
No, I've heard about it, but I have not seen it, Beth. I'm not a supporter.
Well, that's the thing, is that I didn't see many people cover it, and I understand why now as we've been watching it. It's shocking. All right. Yeah, we're never going to make it through this in time, but we'll get through as much as we can. Come on, just play, damn it.
Well, I'll make it a point to not stop it.
The conversation is about feminism, and you keep insisting it's feminism's fault. But again, the Gulf states easily demonstrate that it's not. Nobody looks at Kuwait and Qatar and goes, wow, the bastion of feminism. Nobody thinks that, obviously. So your narrative runs into immediately counter-competing information. You talked about manufacturing. Again, manufacturing didn't get crushed because of women's push into the workforce. It got crushed by the Triffin dilemma. The U.S. has massive trade deficits. Everyone knows this. So in this situation, when the U.S. dollar is the global currency, everyone wants to bring business here because it's like the hot spot. It's the best place to be, and the American dollar goes far. Manufacturing gets crushed because American workers want higher wages because our cost of living is higher, because everyone's bringing their business here and everyone's infusing cash all the time. You have to deal with the real economic issues that are causing the issue, not just blame feminism.
Okay.
Rachel, you got 2 minutes as well.
I'll try this one more time. I'm not blaming every economic problem on feminism. I'm blaming one economic problem, the only one that matters, which is demographics.
Gulf states.
There's a lot of different. Yeah, they still have above replacement because all the women aren't working.
They don't. They're under replacement.
I do the same way that
They are
Rachel didn't interrupt you in the
behind
last one. I want to give her the same.
The whole world is going this way. So all the countries that are still above replacement, which is only a handful, are trending down. And when those people, so you said immigrants, you're right. Saudi Arabia imports their entire workforce. We're trying to do that in the West. And what happens? Number one, all the places we're trying to bring immigrants from are now getting below replacement as well. So you're running out of other people to bring over. But two, when you bring those people over from those cultures where there's no feminism into the West, within one generation, their birth rate drops to as low as the native population in the West. So you bring someone over from Pakistan where the birth rate is still like one of the highest in the world. You bring them to the UK where there's feminism. You send their daughters to college. And
worldwide, the numbers is down. There's not a country the numbers ain't.
Right. Exactly. And that includes countries that don't carry a lot of the feminism that we do, right?
We've seen the same thing happen with certain mammals and sea life. So, I mean, what? Is it feminism there that's causing it too? No, this is just a natural course of things.
No, it's false scarcity. So in nature, what you see is when there's abundant resources, they breed like fucking bunnies, right? But when there's scarcity, the breeding slows. And what's going on here is we created false scarcity in order to push a profit narrative
That's what I mean, Nikki. It's been a
in late
fluctuation
stage
throughout all
capitalism.
history.
Right. So the issue has become that we have created this idea that there's a scarcity, and we do it in order to create profits, because if something's not scarce, nobody's going to want to pay top dollar for it, right? Or top time, because you're giving up your time for the dollar. So what happens is you have this false scarcity, and people are afraid to have children because they can't afford them, when really there are resources aplenty for us to support our children if we weren't in a profit-minded society. And that's where it stems from. And it's not even about communism or capitalism, because we currently don't have either. We have both. We have a mixed economy. It's not even about that. It's usury. And that takes it back to the Bible, and I'm done.
I don't need to go on a side note, but the more I'm learning about socialism, yeah, it seems like there's a reason they don't want you to learn that, because we do live in a capitalist society. I would choose socialism over capitalism the more I'm looking at it, is what I'm saying.
The problem is that it doesn't tend to work when you start adding in human nature. It's like, look, like, you're a good guy. I know I'm a good person. We both know that we work hard. But the problem is, I could choose tomorrow to be like, I can't work anymore. I don't want to work anymore. Or maybe I just don't feel like it. Or maybe I lied to you, and you end up with a lot of people who then throw, if they were going with the program, it would be great for everybody. But human nature just says, no, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I don't care about the rest of the herd. So that's
but we're not in a capitalist society, Exile. We have a mixed economy. For the very fact that certain people can not work and still survive in our society through social programs and tax-based programs. So, no, we're definitely a mixed economy.
But
almost
it's the capitalism that keeps that
China's
alive.
a mixed economy. It's not communist.
All right, I'm hitting play because we got 15 minutes.
So no, my claim, you're strawmanning me again. My claim is not every economic problem is caused by feminism. Of course not. But the one that is caused by feminism will be the only one that matters, because if there's no people, there's no future. And you still haven't told me how you're going to combat that. How are you going to have your first world feminist utopia where the men and the women both work part-time, everyone gets to stay home? However we're going to work that, everybody gets to follow their dreams and do what they want.
I think that's called a straw man.
How do we get to do that with below replacement birth rates?
Yeah, we need
if
to solve
women
birth
are
rate.
working, they're not going to have babies, and that's the only part of my argument that matters.
Sure, yeah, I'm tackling, so I can
Taking it
repeat
back
for
over
you.
to Kyla for 2 minutes.
I've responded to this multiple times, which again, declining birth rate is not feminism. It is modernization. This is why Saudi Arabia, as it modernizes, has a decline, which, by the way, is below replacement. Saudi Arabia's is like 1.7 right now. So no, they're not replacing themselves. Birth rate decline is because as you modernize and give people more education, they choose to postpone marriage and they have less children as a result of it. It's really that simple, but that's not feminism. That is actually education. That's capitalism. And it's kind of the Protestant work ethic. Because if there's any system that tells you delay gratification, hustle and work hard, make sure you're a steward of the future, it's probably something like a capitalist system with economic incentive to grow, 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 and a Protestant work ethic that says work, work, work. That's what you're actually contending with here. Does feminism have impacts on certain things? Yeah, I think it's made women particularly significantly more choosy in like their partners, for example. But if you look at these bad college women, for example, they're the group getting married more than anyone else since 2010. They are the highest population to get married. Their marriages last longer. They have a divorce rate that's way lower than everyone else, by the way. Their children are more successful. Their children contribute to the economy significantly more. I'd love to get those ladies having children more too. Let's invest in more technologies to kind of help them increase their window of IVF, but I'm sure you're opposed to that, right? There's also, let's get tax credits. Yeah, let's laugh at it. You guys want to solve the birth rate problem unless you actually have solutions that are about about modernization, because your actual enemy here today isn't feminism, it's modernization, and we're never going back to monkey. So you may as well give up on that one.
Woo! God damn.
Okay, so first
I
of all,
love
you
that
said
lady.
it's a capitalism problem.
Yeah, not so erudite's pretty good. She fucking, that was a good one. Very well. Very well said.
Along with the modernization problem, that doesn't explain how communist China and communist Russia had this happen to them first before any capitalist nation. Because in communism, it was, yeah, have the babies, but mainly go to work because we need to fill the factories and everybody needs to be a proletariat worker, right? They experienced this before capitalist countries did, and to the biggest degree. So it can't just be capitalism.
No, that was because of nihilism. It was because why the fuck am I going to have a baby to have them live in this shit?
People who
This is
say
the problem with
haven't
having these
understood IVF
discussions
and
with
how
people of a
abysmal
certain wealth and tax bracket because they can't be sincere and genuine about these kind of conversations.
I was on the wrong screen for a minute. I'm going to take it back 5 seconds. Well,
capitalism.
I mean,
second of all,
go ahead, Exile.
I was just gonna say quite a bit. I'm hearing quite a few times that like the tone of Rachel is just disingenuous.
She,
just
you know,
personal opinion.
It's really kind of been that way since the start of the debate. Witchy has been saying that consistently. She was the first one to attack with ad homs. And she just like straight out, like for the first half of the debate, she made a whole bunch of claims and gave no support for any of her claims. It was wild. It was like, okay.
Yeah, but that's kind of the Wilson way, ain't it? That's one of my main complaints about Andrew constantly saying the statistics are such and such and such, but I don't have the statistics on me at this moment. You barely ever had the statistics on you, except for the times that they're actually accurate.
Right. But I mean, like, you'd have to see it. She really was just like, this has been like one of the worst Rachel Wilson showings I've ever seen. Ever. Like, it's like she prepared for a debate, came to the debate, and the debate was about something completely else. And she didn't know where to go or what to do. So she just tried to snatch control and hold it as hard as she could. And like I said, she was the first one to go to ad homs.
That's what I'm seeing. And she's trying to win it over like the crowd favorite, like her popularity is going to win instead of the actual argument.
She's given them the blood since she can't give them the argument. And any debater knows the first one to jump to ad homs, that means you lost the debate. You're done. You're cooked. So it's nice to see her make a little comeback at this point in the debate, but damn, that first half, was just, she was very disingenuous. She was very dismissive. She said there was no feminism before the Industrial Revolution. It didn't exist.
And she keeps insisting that her opponent solve a problem rather than prove that problem was caused by feminism, which is her affirmative claim. Rachel had the affirmative claim that these problems are caused by feminism. She has yet to prove that, and she keeps asking her opponent to prove something when she is the opposition. Her point is to disprove, not prove anything. And she wants her to solve this this birth rate problem when that has nothing to do with debate. This is the straw man.
Right.
She has made a straw man of this woman being responsible for solving the birth rate crisis just because she's defending feminism.
And that's part of the being disingenuous, because if anybody had it figured out how to fix the problem, there wouldn't be a debate about the problem.
There's been multiple points throughout this debate where I have watched her outright lie. And I know for a fact that she's lying because I've spoken to this woman and I've read her book. I could have just read her book and been like, why is she lying right now? This is completely against what she wrote in her book. And it's the weirdest fucking thing, dude. I'm like, And the facial expressions, like, holy shit, dude. Rachel, like, from the beginning, from opening statements, her face is like a fucking billboard for everything that's going on in her head. And it's like, whoa, dude. They actually had to remove people from the audience for making nasty comments.
Well, you could also see me in her face, put it on the side of building and scare away evil spirits.
Dude, I've gotten some hilarious screenshots. All right,
Beth, do you want to pick this up tomorrow? Like where we are, write down the timestamp, and like I got time in the morning tomorrow. I'm actually free most of the day tomorrow.
Well,
we
do you want to do a little more, or do you want to chit chat?
Oh yeah, no, definitely do a little more. I mean, Dusty's not going live for another 15 minutes, so we're still good.
Fuck yeah, we'll pick this up tomorrow. I definitely want to finish it because I know there's some shit coming that I want to see how we got there.
Telling women to wait to have children because IVF will be there. People who say that haven't looked into IVF and how abysmal the failure rate is. First of all, it's massively expensive, and even if you completely subsidized it like they do in Israel, it's...
Sorry. Come on, go away, go away. Motherfucker, go away. I have something in the way, my bad. Damn it. Close. Go away. Sorry.
Horrific to put women through. Have you ever had to inject yourself with a crap ton of hormones and go through all the things that you have to go through for IVF? It's miserable.
Yes.
And if you wait until you're 40, it has a less than 10% success rate, about the same as conceiving naturally. It doesn't work. So telling women to wait for IVF is cruel and unusual punishment. It's a horrible idea.
I think that's called a straw man. Yeah, that's a great, yeah. Yeah, I think... what did you call that? I think we call that a straw man because yeah, of course my solution that I've outlined isn't just wait for IVF. In fact, one of the things that I think most importantly has to happen is a college level radical reformation, right? The idea that to just like work in mid-level HR, you need a bachelor's degree is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. There's no world that you need to be like Aristotle and back of the day said that doesn't matter. What you need is more technical schools so that people can get into the careers that they actually want, that are economical, that are pushing our GDP. All these fluffy industries, by the way, are what makes our country dominate the world. So careful what you insult there, okay? These fluffy tech jobs, by the way, sitting there, what's more like fluffy and soy than sitting and like working on a computer? I don't know. I feel like men should be sweating, right? By your mantra. I love men sitting on computers, okay? You guys go off, kings. What you actually need to talk about here is a radical reformation of the education system, which if you want to get on my leftist craziness, join me over here, okay? I'm down for it. If you want to talk about women getting maternity leave and dads getting pat leave and it being required by the company to pay for it and not the government, I'm all down for it. I want moms to stay home for like a year. I want dads to stay home for at least 6 months to a year. It's tradable between the two. I think that's awesome. Norway does it, and it's fucking awesome, by the way. Also, you want to know, before you laugh about it, the childhood outcomes of children whose parents get mat and pat leave? You might want to guess it's really fucking good. Yeah, they're really successful children. So I wanted to deal with the birth rate issue just as much as you do,
that was sexy.
by radicalizing the speed of getting people from
And while she brought up Norway only works so many hours and days a week also.
Yeah, well, but did you see her body language? Like, watch, this is what I keep calling out Exile. Look at both of their body language. How open she was. She took the mic and she did a whole sexy thing with her voice and her body. It wasn't bored. It wasn't dismissive. It wasn't disrespectful. It was cute. It was funny. It wasn't a jab at the other side. Like,
yeah, Rachel still looking at her vitriol and hatred.
Yes, she's presenting as the feminine woman, and they're calling her the feminist, and Rachel the traditional feminine woman. But you're looking at this, and I'm sorry, but she's coming off as the sexy feminine one. She's the one I would want to make, that a man would want to make babies with.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes before Dusty goes live.
I thought
let's do some like
10 after.
Did he move it to 10 after?
Well, I went to double check and I thought it said
yeah, he moved it to 10 after.
We have a few minutes to close up, but let's stop it here and we'll pick up again tomorrow. and give everybody a chance to
Yeah, that's a perfect place right before they start the debate again.
like look at their
Right
faces
there.
Like
Yep.
one of them obviously looks upset and shut down, and she has the whole debate. And this is why I asked about the drinking thing. I wasn't trying to imply that they're like drunkards or something. Is like because you said this is out of sorts for her. I'm trying to find the reason why she has presented the entire debate. She's almost stared at Andrew the whole time, and she has looked unhappy about it. And I wonder if she wasn't upset about something coming into this because she just seems distracted. She doesn't seem to be really addressing the debate. She's just
Yeah.
pushing a point.
Right.
Well, I often think Andrew is a dick towards women because his woman is not the traditional woman. She's one of these modern women that bitch, complain, and bosses his ass around.
And makes a lot of fucking money doing it.
Mm-hmm. She's already said, you know, in so many words without saying the words, that she's the one in charge.
Well, just by going to his show and threatening to do a masculine thing, like have a fist fight with a girl outside over
Not just that.
disrespecting him. Isn't that what men are supposed to do when a man disrespects a woman?
The fact that she takes over the energy of his chat, or if he's on a panel and somebody's disagreeing with him, how she takes like the center stage of it all with her comments. Like she takes the fucking lead. Andrew is the follower in this.
She is vicious when she gets in those comments. Yes, everybody. Well, I don't know why Fletch ran because he's not live yet. I did text Dusty and I told him go live whenever you want to. I'll be sending everybody over. Now who's here?
If he changed his time, Beth, he changed his time by 10 minutes because he needed the time. It had nothing to do with us.
Well, there's been times I've told him that before, and poof, he went live like that. So, I am still. Hi, OG. How are you?
I'm well. How about you, Beth?
I have a whole bunch of screenshots.
How am I? I need a lot of fucking money, OG. My kids want to do these things in school that used to be free, and now they want me to fucking pay $500 for my daughter's marching band.
You just got done working out, didn't you, fat boy?
No, I've been really, really sick the past 2 days.
You sound like you got exhaustion from exertion.
Well, Tucker. So Tucker realized that he doesn't like water as much as he thought. So I've been having to give him I've been having to give him special baths, and like I've been having to wrestle him for about 30 to 45 minutes a day, and he is like 75 pounds of muscle. And when that water hose gets turned on him, even when it's really low, when it's just like gushing out, he's like, "Oh hell no, Papa!"
Well, I hope you get some. I hope you get better soon, brother.
Thank you.
What the hell? Why does it say the Discord thing popped up that said that Dusty's live, but he's not live? That's funny.
He probably sent it to the Discord ahead of time so people can pile in.
Yeah, I'm getting the link right now to post for everybody. Here's what shit I should before y'all go anywhere. Please remember.
It's always best to wait until you know for a fact somebody's live before you end your stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. OG, I meant this. Go ahead, Beth.
Please remember to help and send donos. That's always super important, and it helps keep me going for sure.
Yeah, because my shit was just tedious. OG, I really like your opening song to your show. Send that shit to me so I can listen to it randomly.
I got you. I got to figure out how to send it to people because you're not the only one who likes it.
Just put it in the Discord. I'll rip it from there.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound. I don't mean to sound so pitiful, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm about to say, the way you sound, you sure you shouldn't be in the emergency room, fool?
Me and Beth's been talking, and I'm probably should be in the emergency room.
Man, do that shit, man. I've already lost one YouTube friend not too long ago. Get your ass to the ER tonight.
Yeah, if you're that bad off, babe, you should go. Super important. Do you still have your appendix?
I don't want to talk about it on stream.
Yeah. Gotcha. Sorry.
Well, it's not like you're doing a raid to send people over there because you can't probably raid yet. So if you're ready to shut down, Beth, I want to thank you for letting me come up and hang out with you. And we will do this again tomorrow and finish this one and hopefully get some good shows going where, I mean, we had a good crowd today. It was enjoyable. We didn't make a lot, but we did grift some. And thank you to all the donors who keep the show going. And
Y'all gonna make me start pocket watching you motherfuckers. Y'all ain't paying Beth enough over here. I be seeing you motherfuckers paying bigger other places, goddamn it. Don't make me start dictating your money.
I really do appreciate everybody. You help out a whole lot, and Witchy, like I said, is going to be around a hell of a lot more. I've got some shows coming up next weekend. We're going to do something with Casper, in fact. They should be real interesting. Review a couple short videos.
Did y'all have any issues with StreamYard? So I was going to go live tonight, and it kept saying, like, there's unusual... and this was a worldwide problem, because I looked it up on Twitter. It said there's unusual traffic. They have to free up resources. And it was like an hour and a half. And then me and my homie wound up just watching Breaking Bad in the Discord.
Zatuichi was having big problems with Discord earlier today too. So yeah, we didn't though. It seemed to run really smooth.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't Discord that was the issue.
Yeah, more than likely a StreamYard.
Okay, I thought you said Discord.
What it is they've been doing updates. They've been doing updates to their shit trying to fix this iPhone issue, and they fixed part of the iPhone issue, but in fixing issues like usual, they're making bigger issues.
They fixed one thing and broke something else, huh?
Yep, same as always, Nikki.
You men and your big hammers.
Sometimes you just need the little screwdriver.
I'm not computer savvy enough, so this man can't be blamed for it. I'm computer illiterate.
Oh, no, I'm just being facetious because we keep getting told you women this and you women that lately around these streets. So I firmly believe
we can blame the geeky men. We can blame all the geeky men. It's their fault.
I firmly believe that no matter what problem you fix in life, there's just going to be more anyway. That's the whole point. Is the lesson?
It's going to be a woman's fault.
Well, the problem with it is a lot of these programmers get to moving shit around in the program trying to fix the issue instead of actually integrating new shit into the program to fix the issue. So they try to work with what's already there.
Anyway, I am probably going to go to bed soon, but I'm going to see what Dusty's show is about because Beth said it was going to be really fun and interesting. So I know she was getting clips for him, so she knows the subject matter, and if she's interested, I probably am too. So I'll probably see you guys over there, but I'm going to head out, and I will see you tomorrow, Beth. Just hit me up in Discord, and we'll figure out a time that works for you.
Sounds great. Yep. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate y'all. Let me drop you Dusty's link. Get your happy asses on over to the Powdered Dusty. And please make sure to tell him that I sent you all. Okay. Much appreciate you. Love you all. We'll see you tomorrow.